Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101, Cyan City. Today was Dial Day, but instead of visiting the Bug Club, I was going to pay a visit to the Battle Club in Cyan City. I had already registered myself at the Battle Club during my visit to Viridian City, but my qualms stopped me from participating in any battles. I had no such misgiving in Cyan City, so I was going to give it a go this time around. Since this one was going to be the biggest of my club-centered aliases, I did not need to hold back from using any of my Pokemon. Well, actually let me rephrase that, any of my Pokemon besides Mothra. She was simply too conspicuous. I could get away using her during normal battles in the wild since her existence would not become widespread because of it, but in such an organized event she would become well known pretty fast. Since her traits were pretty prominent, I wouldn't be able to let her out outside of my alias without the two identities being linked. I obviously did not want to stop hanging around Mothra or be sneaky about it all the time, so she would have to sit that one out, at least until I believe that I could protect myself somewhat while I am outside. Once I had some gold stage Pokemon, I would have fewer scruples about meeting potential criminals. Another option was to find out how rare a Royal Butterfree was. In that case, I could modify my response depending on its rarity. If it was not too rare, I could use her without scruples once she reached the silver stage. The same could be said for my Magikarp and their future Gyarados form. I didn't believe I would find comprehensive and trustworthy information regarding that topic on the net. So, my best shot at gaining access to that information was to increase my member rank for either the Bug Club or the Battle Club, at least for the info on Mothra. It would be better if I did it for both. For the Gyarados, the Water Club was the better alternative. Since the access I gained to their databases depended on my member rank, I set increasing them as one of my priorities right behind my exploration. Anyway, after thanking Zata for delivering near the entrance of the Battle Club, I recalled him. Upon entering the club, I directly went up to the sign-up counter. "I'd like to sign up for a battle, please," I told the employee while handing over the member card I had received in the Viridian Battle Club upon registering. "Gladly. Are you aware of the rules and regulations, or would you like me to explain them to you?" the employee asked with a friendly smile after seeing my card and accepting it. That is one thing I absolutely loved about this life. All employees in any business I had visited until now were really friendly. They made you feel welcome, which was great. "That won't be necessary, thank you. I have already been informed on them." I shook my head a bit and answered politely since I believed in being polite to people who were polite to me. "Great! Just a moment, please," the employee requested before he started scanning my card and doing something on his computer. "All right, done. You've been successfully signed up for battle. Please wait in the lobby or waiting area. When it is your turn to battle, you will be called through the loudspeakers and they will also mention where you will be battling," he informed me while handing back my membership card, and I nodded at his instructions before pocketing it. "From what I saw, you will have to wait for at least 15 minutes. Have a nice day," he added, and I thanked him for the info, before returning a "have a nice day" of my own. Then I turned around and followed the signs towards the lobby. I was starting as a page, so the battles were going to be one-on-one and most trainers were going to have Iron Stage Pokemon. I could just blitz through the battles by using any of my Bronze Stage Pokemon, or I could use my Iron Stage ones for experience sake. Ultimately, I decided to switch between Queen Bee, Lackey Prime, Teddiursa, and Pidgey for the upcoming battles. Since Teddiursa was just at the low Bronze stage, I decided to include him as well. After 20 minutes, I finally heard the announcement addressed at me. "May Paige Satoshi and Paige Jessica please proceed to court number 6. I repeat, would Paige Satoshi and Paige Jessica please proceed to court number 6. Came from the loudspeakers, and I left my seat to move there by following the signs on the walls. Honestly, without those, everyone would need help reaching their destination. I had chosen Satoshi for my biggest trainer alias as some form of homage to someone who never gave up and achieved many great feats despite all the setbacks/handicaps he was settled with. Anyway, upon entering Court 6, I checked out my opponent while walking towards them. She was a young woman, around 16 or 17 if I had to guess. She was pretty good looking and had voluminous magenta-colored hair as well as blue eyes. We nodded at each other once I stopped in front of her and the referee. While the referee went over the usual stuff, I thought about which of my 4 options to use while also answering the questions posed to me. We agreed on 200 poke for the wager, and after another polite nod, everyone went to their positions. Once we were in position, the referee raises his flag and counted down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Begin! He lowered his flag and simultaneously said begin. Both of us called out our Pokemon at that exact moment. On my side of the field, a Pidgey appeared, while on hers an Ekans materialized. After Ekans appeared, Pidgey briefly hesitated, but she shook off any hesitation almost immediately and took off in the air. I heard Jessica curse a bit and had to smile a smidgen, while I checked out Ekans' status. Species, Ekans. Gender, female. Type, poison. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, intimidate, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, poison. While I was being impressed by Ekans' potential, Pidgey started using agility while circling in the air waiting for my commands or for an opening to present itself. Jessica naturally did not stand around doing nothing. Since she knew that Ekans could not reach Pidgey physically, she told it to use Poison Sting, dodge and then Twister. I countered, even if I could have saved the dodge part since Pidgey would have dodged anyway. Jessica tried to stop Pidgey by commanding Ekans to use Screech, but by the time it started doing so, Pidgey had already initiated the Draconic Tornado. Ekans got sucked in and it had a hard time aiming at Pidgey while it was being hurled around. That it simultaneously got hurt as well did not help its concentration at all. Jessica, seeing the situation, told Ekans to use Acid because its other moves would have no way to hit Pidgey in the current situation. Acid, on the other hand, got absorbed into the tornado and added a slightly purplish hue to it. Its own move would harm it, but the acid would cause small amounts of damage to Pidgey if she tried to attack it through the twister. That was no problem for us since we were already willing to receive a bit of damage beforehand for the next part of our strategy. Quick Wing Barrage! I shouted and Pidgey stopped fueling the twister to start the combo. She couldn't use both moves simultaneously yet, so she first briefly used Quick Attack to boost her flying speed and then initiated a wing attack. The tornado would continue on its own for a short time before it dissipated, and we were going to make use of the fact that Ekans was still being helplessly tossed around to keep hitting it with our boosted wing attack. The tiny damage Pidgey would receive during the brief time she came into contact with the twister was acceptable, since she would cause big damage to Ekans in return. After 3 successful hits, that Jessica futilely tried to stop by having Ekans try using Bite or Acid, the twister eventually dissipated. Ekans was already on its last legs, so I simply told Pidgey to use Gust. Jessica had gained a resigned look and recalled her Ekans before Gust could hit. Both of us knew that it would have knocked Ekans out, so her move simply spared her Pokemon unnecessary pain. It also raised my opinion of her by a few notches. Her earlier idea of using Acid to contaminate Twister had already impressed me, so this just improved my opinion of her some more. Considering the circumstances, she had done a good job. There was simply not much she could have done with an Ekans against my Pidgey, at least not at this stage. Anyway, the referee declared us as the winners, and I recalled Pidgey after congratulating her for her performance before walking up to the referee, while Jessica did the same. I accepted my winnings and genuinely praised her use of Acid and overall performance. I also asked her if she was going to hang around the club. She told me that she lived in Science City and that she occasionally hung around the club. This meant that we would most likely see each other again if I kept coming to the Battle Club, which was good. I saw some good potential in her as a trainer. We politely said our farewells and I returned to the sign-up desk to sign up for another battle before returning to the lobby. I participated in and won another 6 battles before it was time for lunch. I kept switching between my Pokemon, and except for Lackey Prime, all of them fought as well as won 2 battles. After leaving the Battle Club, I made my way towards Krabby Burgers for lunch. It was one of the restaurants that had been recommended to me, so I was going to eat there today. I directly ordered their most famous dish, the Krabby Burger, and it tasted awesome. The meat was juicy, not dry at all, the sauce was on point, and the buns were fluffy as 10 out of 10 would recommend. I honestly tried to look to see if I could look into the kitchen, wanting to see the cook, out of pure curiosity, of course. No other motives at all. It was not like I would find a secret formula or anything. Anyway, after paying for my satisfying meal, I made my way towards the normal hall. From the 4 moves I had chosen yesterday, only Seb and Gaia had the possibility of learning Disable, and that was if they were lucky, since it was one of their possible egg moves. So, they could have that move somewhere in their genetic memory even if it did not turn up at birth. The number of my Pokemon that could learn Flash was way higher. Mothra, Butterfree, Beedrill, in the future, Xatu, and Umbreon, in the future, could learn it. Naturally, it was enough for only one of them to learn it. That one could then teach it to others. Nyx, as an Eevee or an Umbreon, and Arcanine, once Growlithe hatched and evolved, were able to learn Hyper Voice. Hyper Voice also turned out to be one of the moves that needed an agreement to have the move blocked behind mental locks so that it cannot be taught to others. This was apparently only a requirement for some of the stronger moves, while the weaker ones had no such conditions. I had to shelve Screech because among my Pokemon only Nyx and that as an Umbreon could generally learn Screech. Ultimately, I decided on having Xatu learn Flash for now. I could some other time go over the list to search for some moves for Nyx and Teddiursa, but that day was not today. Having come to a decision, I paid 9,000 poke for the course, 1,000 poke less than Roost had costed, and Xatu spent the next 3 hours being taught the move Flash. My boy already had it down before the first session was up and spent the rest improving his mastery. I was going to use the other 2 sessions for improvement's sake at another date. After the lesson was over, I decided to return home a bit earlier since I didn't feel like strolling around for half an hour. As we had previously talked about, I went to Cyan City the next day to buy my mother the evolution items she wanted for her stereo. I brought them to Ocean's Fortune and told them which 3 items were the most ideal. As I had expected, my mother decided to buy the red gem, and I checked its status screen while we were buying it. Name: Red Gem of the Sea. Type: Water, Psychic. Class: C. Uses: it's the red jewel core of a Starmie that contains large amounts of its water and psychic energy as well as some of its essence. Contains compressed and thus purer water and psychic type energy and can be used as a supplement for water and psychic type Pokemon. Can also be used to trigger the evolution of some Pokemon. Works best for the Starmie line. I had previously mentioned hearing that it helped if one used lower class ones as complements during the evolution, so we bought 4 E-class ones as well. After some lunch at the Call of the Sea, we returned home, where my mother prepared everything for Star's evolution. Some 30 minutes later we were all witnesses to Star's evolution, and after it was over we all went up to the newly evolved Starmie to congratulate it. I also used the moment to check its new status and saw that her potential had successfully increased. Name: Star. Species: Starmie. Gender: genderless. Type: Water, Psychic. Potential: Deep Yellow-Green. Stage: Bronze Stage, High. The boost it got by the most perfect evolution item for its species, as well as the supplements of the same kind, had apparently been enough to raise its potential to green, directly skipping light green. My guess was that Star's potential had already been in the upper range of deep yellow, and the boost had simply allowed it to increase its potential by a bit more than 100%, which in my opinion was still an absurdly large amount. However, it is what it is, so I simply gave my congratulation while being happy that my mother's team got stronger. Chapter 102, Reaching Coast City. I spent the rest of the weekend just relaxing with my parents. On a side note, they say that good luck and bad luck rarely came alone. Well, in our case it was good luck. After Star's evolution on Kaede, I saw that Sky's potential had improved to light blue during her visit on Grude. What actually happened was that Sky came for one of her visits this Grude, and I did my routine status check and saw that she had somehow managed to increase her potential from deep green to light blue during her trip to her little territory in the outer area of Viridian Forest. This was actually a long time coming in my opinion because it took more than 2 years for this to happen since her potential had not increased since the time I had seen her for the first time. Actually, the same was true for many of my parents' Pokemon. The fact that I was constantly helping to improve the potential of my Pokemon in one way or another meant that the crawling growth rate or even nearly static potential growth of other Pokemon seemed unbearable to me, even if that was actually the norm. Sky informed us that she had felt herself being enhanced and my parents looked to me to see my reaction. I confirmed for my parents that the feeling Sky gave had improved and now matched the one Agni and the others gave off. My father was understandably ecstatic by the news, and we celebrated the news with some pizza. Anyway, today I was heading out to begin the last part of my journey, but before that happened I made a stop in Cyan City. Since today was art day, I was going to call Rose and Aaron. I found myself a phone booth and began to dial Rose's home phone number before I momentarily paused. I remembered that Rose should be in school at the moment, which meant that I wouldn't be able to reach her right now. So, I reset the phone while deciding to call her after going back home. That was the next best opportunity since I had no plans to return to the city for lunch. No, today I was going to briefly eat something and keep going. After resetting the phone, I started to dial Aaron's number instead. It did not take too long for him to pick up the phone. The summary of our talk was that he had nearly reached Pewter City, which was impressive since that meant that he had covered more than 900 kilometers in 9 days on foot. Aaron said he was going to rest a day or two in Pewter and then leave for his family. I told him a bit about what I had been up to and I finally remembered to tell him about the Machop I had seen on Route 3. He thanked me for the info even if it was a bit late, but he also told me that the next Pokemon he captured would be the last he did for quite some time. He explained that since he already had 8 Pokemon at the moment, the next would be his 9th and that he wanted to focus on training those up first before he caught some more. He didn't want to spread his focus too much and 9 was his limit for now. Once his Pokemon had reached a certain strength, he would think about adding more. I knew where he was coming from. If I did not have the space, I would have been unable to keep as many Pokemon as I currently was. Well, everyone has to do it his own way, and I can afford to train a higher number of Pokemon at once. Even if I am approaching my current limit as well. I'll stop adding new members for a while once that becomes the case, or more like I'll catch them and let them just chill inside the space, or maybe I'll rotate them. I'm not sure, I'll leave that to the future me. Anyway, after we hung up I let out Nyx, Pidgey, and Xatu, who shot Pidgey a brief look when she decided to settle on my head before we left Cyan City towards Coast City. There was no official route on the way there, so the road counted as being in a wild area. This meant that besides the occasional sign, there were none of the comforts, like rest stops and benches, and no relative safety provided by the Alliance as well. Sure, there was the official vehicle road that connected Cyan City and Coast City, but compared to the giant space that routes represent, these roads were only 100 m in width and only meant for vehicles. I mean, I could walk beside the road, but it would be really loud and I wouldn't be able to do anything besides walking. I would be forbidden from doing anything that could affect the road, and the Alliance tried to keep the immediate vicinity of the road clear as well. This meant if I wanted the trainer experience, I would have to find my way there by myself. I just had to make sure I kept staying just an hour or two away from the road, which together with the compass I had would make sure I walked in the right direction. I knew Coast City was to the south, so all I had to do was walk southward and I would eventually reach my destination. Since the road was to my east, the only way to walk off target was to walk westwards, which the compass and the occasional sign they put up near the road for trainers should minimize. Once I was sure I was ready, I set off. During my walk, I noticed a few peculiarities. The farther I walked, the more the demographic of the wild Pokemon was changing. The number of Pidgey was decreasing, while the number of Taillow and Wingull was increasing, especially the Wingull. The number of Spearow, on the other hand, stayed relatively constant. Actually, that made sense, because Pidgey felt more comfortable in inland areas, while Spearow didn't care either way. Wingull preferred the coast, so the nearer I came to the coast the higher their number. The coast was as near to Hoenn as you can get mainland-wise, so some of them settling around that area over time, after migrations or just territory changes, and preferring to stay near that area made some sense as well. Other than those flying types, I also noticed an increase in the number of water types as well. Psyduck, Poliwag, Marill, and Wooper were some of the Pokemon I started to see more often. I even saw my first wild Surskit on one of the ponds, which was pretty cool. Seeing them skiing on the water looked awesome. Well, Lotad were still quite rare, while the rate of Rattata, Sentret, Zigzagoon stayed relatively the same, and Magikarp were universal in any body of water. By the end of the day I estimated that I had covered about 50 kilometers, but I was not sure. Besides the wild Pokemon, I had seen less than 10 other trainers over the whole day and chatted with 4, since the others gave off a leave-me-alone vibe. Furthermore, while I did come across some interesting things, like the remains of some Pokemon, they were unfortunately not useful. Once I was home, I did not forget to call Rose to talk to her, since it became some kind of weekly ritual and I would not hear the end of it if I forgot/skipped doing it. We talked about this and that. She bragged a bit about her training and I told her about some of the Pokemon I saw. I also saw my mother smile and nod in my direction while I was talking with Rose. Some 20 minutes later I ended the call and started talking with my father, who had come home while I was on the phone. I had greeted him and he had waved me off, telling me to keep talking to Rose with a light tone. The next morning I decided to stop at Cyan City first because I wanted to visit the normal hall for Zata's second flash session. I had paid for it, so I was going to use it. The coach had his Pokemon demonstrate some different uses for Flash, like a focused one instead of the omnidirectional one, and observed Zata's Flash as well. He gave out tips that helped Zata improve his execution of Flash, and 3 hours later we left. 15 minutes and I saw a sign that showed 100 kilometers to Coast City, which confirmed that I had covered about 50 kilometers yesterday. Shaking my head at missing the sign by a few minutes the day before I went on my way. During my walk, I noticed that the strength of the wild Pokemon was more arbitrary compared to the routes. There, the strength of the Pokemon increased the more you left the central area, which totally made sense since the Alliance oversaw the place. Here that was not the case. While I had not seen any Silver Stage Pokemon yet, most likely because we were too close to the vehicle road for their taste, I had encountered Pokemon ranging from Stageless to the high, Bronze Stage, while maintaining the same direction. So, even if the number of mid and high, Bronze Stage Pokemon was still small, I did not have to change my direction to find them, they came to me. Like that one, high, Bronze Stage Fearow that led a small flock of 8 Spearow to steal our food during lunch. I let Zata deal with the leader. Mothra simply chose to ignore them and continued eating, knowing that we would handle it. Butterfree followed her lead and I let him. Seb and Gaia were not happy about the interruption and decided to show their displeasure by trashing the 2 strongest Spearow at the low, Bronze Stage after they saw that Zata was fighting the Fearow. The 4 high, Iron Stage Spearow were entrusted to Nyx, Teddiursa, and Pidgey, while I allowed my Weedle to deal with the 2 mid, Iron Stage ones. All thrashings besides the main fight were over pretty quickly, even the fight of my Weedles, since their opponents decided to underestimate my bugs. Queen Bee seemed to take an exception to their mocking gazes, which ended with them being caught in a few Electrowebs before being peppered with poison stings. Anyway, seeing that everyone was done with their opponents, Zata teleported behind Fearow and used a confused ray. While Fearow was behaving like a drunk, Zata aimed 2 air slashes at its wings, which caused it to plummet downwards. Apparently, Zata was not done yet, because he used his Psychic to accelerate Fearow's falling and the poor thing crashed into the ground with quite the bang. Pokemon being the tenacious beings they were, I was pretty sure the Fearow would be alright somehow. At least, that's what I thought before the dust raised by the crash settled. It turned out the Fearow had landed on its neck and the Psychic-boosted crash broke it, which meant it died. I had prepared myself for something like this eventually happening, and I was only indirectly responsible since it was Zata that did it, so even if it was a sapient being, which at its strength was likely, I felt pretty much okay. I mean, I was a bit sad that it died, but I didn't feel nauseous or anything. It was partly its own fault for attacking us, and every wild Pokemon knew that all fights could result in their deaths. All the mental preparation I did since my arrival, like witnessing the life and death battles, killing the Magikarp, prepared me sufficiently for this. I didn't know how I would react if I did the deed myself, but I was okay right now. After that moment of introspection, I looked towards Zata to see how he was doing. It was his first kill after all. I saw him just standing beside the body of Fiyero and went up to him. I gave him a one-armed hug and asked, "How are feeling, buddy?" While looking at him. "Fine, really. It was going to happen sooner or later, and we have witnessed enough deaths to know that it is part of our lives." He calmly answered my query through telepathy. Most likely noticing my slight reaction at his calm response, he continued, "I knew this was going to happen and have accepted it. Moreover, I am not the only one that was prepared for something like this to happen. No, all of us knew it was happening sooner or later, and every single one of us accepted that. If I had been surprised before, then I was dumbfounded right now. I mean, I could somewhat accept Zata's reaction since he was a psychic type and those tended to do the whole logical perspective thing, but to think that my Pokemon were talking about life, death, and other serious topics among themselves. I was expecting some emotional conversation and not whatever just happened. Just wow, at least this saves me from some future headaches. That's good then, buddy. Death is part of our lives, and as you said, Fiyero and all other Pokemon know that each fight could be their last. Oh, wow, I thought I would have to console you, you know. So I'm a bit surprised, I told him in a slightly relieved tone while patting his back. Thank you for caring, but as you can see you didn't have to since I am fine, I heard him say, and I felt his calm through his telepathy, and now that I focused on it I felt it through my aura-given emotion sense as well. Yeah, honestly, that's a relief, since I was not sure how to go about the whole thing. Anyway, let's finish eating and go on our way. I chose to close the subject and send him back to eat. After Zata went back to eating, I stored the Fiyero inside the house in my space and walked back to the others as well. Everyone chatted with each other while they ate, and once everyone was done we left, leaving the knocked-out Spearow where they were. By the end of the day I had covered about 30 kilometers by my estimation, maybe a bit more, but that was all right with me. I did not mention our first kill to my parents, and the rest of the evening was spent relaxing. On Girata Day, the only difference to the day before was that I finally had to change the fire chips and rocks around the Growlithe egg, and that we were not ambushed by a large group of Pokemon during lunch. We did a stop in Cyan City for our last flash session, and during the rest of the day just battled the occasional wild Pokemon. Unfortunately, I did not see anyone with better potential than Deep Yellow, and we did not find anything useful as well. By the end of the day, I was sure we had covered around as much distance as the day before, which meant we were only left with another 40 kilometers until Coast City. I slept a tiny bit earlier that evening since by the end of the next day we would reach our goal. Just as I had speculated the day before, just 2 hours before it was time for dinner we arrived at the periphery of Coast City. Tomorrow was Dial Day, which meant I could explore the city tomorrow as well instead of doing now. So there was no reason to rush it since I had a day before the weekend arrived and I had to stay home for 2 days. With that in mind, I chose to return home early instead of entering the city. Chapter 103, Coast City. The next morning right after breakfast he had Zata bring him to their last point yesterday at the periphery of Coast City. This was the 4th Tier 5 city he visited since the beginning of his expedition, but it was actually the first Tier 5 major city among them. The other 3 were just regular cities, and one noticed the difference right away. Despite all of them being Tier 5 cities, Coast City was much larger than the others. Well, it made sense to me with its location. Coast City was one of the sea trade hubs of Kanto, so its large size was a given. Anyway, I entered the city and started my standard modus operandi, just walking around occasionally asking pedestrians questions about any good stores or restaurants. Also, if there are any gyms, halls, and/or clubs. After an hour I stopped at one of the benches and sat down for a bit. The results had been quite surprising. I had gotten some overlapping recommendations for restaurants, with nearly all of them being seafood-oriented, which to be fair was kind of expected since this was a coastal city. I also received overlapping info on some stores which were also sea/water-oriented for the same reason. That was not the surprising part. No, that I had expected with the city being where it was. The pieces that surprised me were that Coast City had neither a gym nor any halls, only a water club. Now, When the man told me that, I was quite surprised. Those places were not there just as challenges for trainers. No, they also functioned as bases with strong high-ranking trainers in case of an emergency. Does that mean only the water club is available as an additional force in case of emergency? I looked at the guy and asked in a stunned tone. The man shook his head. Of course not, we also have the Sea Ranger office, the man began, but I unintentionally interrupted him. Sea Rangers? I asked in a slightly confused tone. I obviously knew about Pokemon Rangers, but I had not heard about any Sea Rangers yet. The guy shot me a look for interrupting him but still answered my unspoken question. Yes, the Sea Rangers. You know, one of the 7 subdivisions of the Rangers. He said in a tone you would use when explaining something obvious to someone slightly slow. Now, despite knowing that I would sound stupid if I did, I still asked him in a searching tone. There are 7 subdivisions? It was plain to see that the man was starting to become impatient, yet he still provided me an answer. Yes, the 7 subdivisions. Sea, jungle, desert, sky, marsh, mountain, and tundra or Arctic. Not too sure about the last one. Have you been sleeping through all your classes or what? While I did not like the delivery of that information, I still thanked him. No, of course not. I just thought there were 6, hence my surprise. So, thank you for telling me about the Marsh Rangers. Didn't know about that group. I tried to not come across as stupid, and the guy let it go with a whatever attitude. Still, a club and a ranger's office do not seem enough support for a major city. I brought the topic back on track. Yeah, and as I was trying to say before you interrupted me, there is also the contest hall. He finished the sentence he had begun at the beginning of our conversation with a tone that indicated he was starting to have enough of me. Coast City has a contest hall? I just asked, and the guy was obviously done with me. You know, I need to go, I have something to do. See that Poke Center over there? If you ask around that place you'll be able to find it. I'm sure even you'll be able to find the Poke Center, so have a nice day. Goodbye. He pushed out in one breath, pointed at the Poke Center, and left without giving me any chance to speak. I obviously still thanked him and wished him a nice day as well by shouting as much after him. So, here I was sitting on a bench and having a daft *Q moment. I knew that there were coordinators, but I did not know that there were any contest halls in Kanto. Honestly, I should have expected that, but they never came up, so I just thought they were not a thing in Kanto, or at least not popular. Well, looks like I was wrong. I am currently wondering how I never heard of any contest halls in any of the cities I had explored. I mean, if Coast City had one, other cities should have some too, right? Which was why I was mentally going over my scouting phases right now. I noticed that I just focused on certain aspects during my questions and search, while completely ignoring other ones, like recreational opportunities or relaxing ones. Who knows what else I had missed during my talks, just because I had focused on food, shopping, gyms, halls, and clubs. The reason why I had not seen them was much easier to explain. Cities were enormous, and the few hours I had spent walking around were only enough to see a small part of them. I decided to widen the scope of my questions from now on and to sometime in the future to check what I had missed in the cities that I had visited thus far. Now that I had gone over what I did wrong and solved them, I stood up and walked towards the Poke Center and asked around for the location of the water club. After a few minutes, I knew that the club was in the eastern area of the city, so I briefly called out Zatu and had him remember this area. Afterward, I made my way to the club, occasionally speaking to others to make sure I was on the right track, and 40 minutes of power walking later I stood in front of the club building. I briefly called out Zatu once more to have him remember this area for the future as well before I entered the building. The purpose of my visit this time was only to register, so I did not think I would be here for long. I directly walked up to the registration desk and registered under the alias Jinbi. I also asked the receptionist about the member ranks, and she told me about them. Just as with the other clubs, the Water Club had different titles for the first 3 ranks, and the ranks after that followed the same pattern as the others, just with C in front. So, one started as a beachgoer, rookie, then came swimmer, junior, and diver. Senior was the 3rd rank. After that came C Noble, Expert, C Lord/Lady, ACE, and so on. After I had registered and learned of the ranking system, I decided to leave the club, but before that, I asked some of the people there how to get to the contest hall. Once I had a rough idea of how to get there, I left. I had learned that the contest hall was across the city in the western area, which together with the Sea Ranger office, which was located in the southern area near the sea, covered 3 sides of the city. This theoretically left the northern area weaker in an emergency, but maybe they just thought that part was safer since it was in the direction of Cyan City. Or, what was more likely was that I was still missing something. Anyway, I called out Zata once again and had him bring me back to the area around the Poke Center since that was closer to the contest hall. Once there, I obviously asked for additional directions and I repeated doing that on the way as well. It took me about 30 minutes of power walking to reach the contest hall, and I had to say it looked neat. There was a sign that said contest hall and the building itself looked great as well. I had no idea how they managed to use orange, blue, pink, green, and yellow on one building and make it work, but they did. Anyway, I entered through the entrance and noted that there was a large H on the glass panels. I saw the help desk, and since I had no plans to register, I went up to it. Wow, that was a lot of information. It took me more than an hour to get a rough picture and somewhat understand it as well, but I had done it. First, let me mention that about 20% of all Tier 5 and 6 cities had a contest hall. Now, about the workings of contests. The way contests work here somewhat resembled the format of the games but was different at the same time. First of all, contest members were divided into 2 categories. Those that focused only on the appeal and those that focused on the appeal as well as battle. The first group was called appeal contestants and the second one was the coordinators. Yep, the ones we know of. The appeal was divided into 3 areas and 5 themes. The 3 areas were visual, dance, and moves, while the themes were divided into coolness, beauty, cuteness, technique, and toughness. This meant that contestants had in total 15 options to participate in. Winners of a contest would receive a ribbon that had 2 distinctions depending on the contest. The first distinction was the color. Depending on the theme, the color of the ribbon would be different. The coolness ribbon was orange, beauty was blue, cuteness was pink, technique was green, and toughness was yellow. The second distinction was the difficulty. It went from 1 star to 5 stars, so a ribbon would have a medal with the letters V, D, or M, depending on the area, as well as 1 star to 5 star depending on the difficulty. Contest halls had different ratings that depended on the difficulty of the contests they hosted. Regular for 1 star to 2 star contests, super for 3 star to 4 star, and hyper for 5 star contests, which explained the H on the entrance. This was a hyper contest hall. What else? Right. Contestants had their own ranking system as well. Amateurs had 0 or more 1-star ribbons, connoisseurs had 3 or more 2-star ribbons, professionals had 3 plus 3-star ribbons, experts had 3 plus 4-star ribbons, masters had 3 plus 5-star ribbon, and finally authorities needed to have 9 5-star ribbons or more. Also, contest halls were overseen by a coordinator called Chief, whose rank depended on the rating of the hall. For regular halls, the coordinator would be an expert, super, master/ace, and hyper halls had masters/elites at the helm. The chief had his own staff including lower-ranked coordinators. Now, this brought us to the coordinators. Coordinators needed to earn ribbons from appeals as well. However, they had to challenge contest hall members before an on-call jury to qualify for next star difficulty. The coordinator would not only need to have a certain strength to qualify, but their fighting style also had to appeal to the jury. The strength of the hall member depended on the difficulty level. For 1 star, the member would be equivalent to a rookie class trainer. 2 stars would result in a junior equivalent. 3 stars were seniors, 4 stars were experts, and 5 stars could be ACEs or elites. Naturally, coordinators needed to have their own tournament as well, so they had the festivals. They had 4 circuits in total. The minor festival was held every 3 years, and connoisseurs with 5 ribbons could participate in it. The major festival was held every 5 years, and experts with 5 ribbons could participate in it. The Grand Festival was held every 10 years, and masters with 5 ribbons could participate, and finally, the Global Festival was held every 20 years, and authorities could participate in it. Authorities were generally equal to either elites or champions in strength. Now when I heard that these guys and gals had 4F********** ing circuits and I only knew of 2 for regular trainers, I was like, stop right there, what the hell is going on here? So, I asked around and it turned out regular trainers had 4 circuits as well. I really should have asked my parents about that instead of assuming there were only the junior and senior leagues. Anyway, regular trainers had the junior league that was held every 3 years for rookies and junior class trainers. The senior league was held every 5 years for senior and expert class trainers. The Grand League was held every 15 years for ACE and elite class trainers, and the Global League was held every 30 years for the champion and master class trainers. Unfortunately, I had no idea what the requirements for participating in the last 2 events were, but I was going to learn of it somehow. After digesting all of that information, I asked if there were any other large or important places to visit in the city, and they told me about the Performance Theater and the stadium in the southern area. Once I heard that I had another daft *Q moment, I was having way too many of those today. Now another thing I had previously ignored showed up. Anyway, I asked for directions and had Zata teleport me to the Poke Center back in the southern area. Chapter 104, Coast City 2. After thanking my boy Zatu, I called him back and made my way towards the Performance Theater. Luckily, the theater was in the inner area as well, so it took me only 20 minutes to reach it from the Poke Center. The building had a classy look to it that gave off a refined atmosphere but without feeling snobby. Upon entering the nice establishment, I went up to the trusty help desk and asked the employee what the Performance Theater is all about. All I can say after that experience is wow. The guy talked for more than 20 minutes to deliver information that could have been communicated in 2 to 3 instead. I thanked the guy for his help and walked over to one of the visitor seats to organize what I had just heard in peace. I got a lot of interesting extra information because of it, but it all boiled down to a few important points. First was that about 20% of all Tier 5 and 6 cities had performance theaters. Then came the fact that individual performers or group performers were assigned to one of 3 divisions, which were humans, Pokemon, and mixed. Depending on their popularity, performers would be assigned a level, which ranged from C level as the lowest to the S level as the highest. Performances themselves were divided into 2 categories, action and music. Those in the action category were generally assigned to one of 4 groups. Performers, here all kinds of performers were included like magicians and mimes. Artists, here painters, sculptors, and artists of all kinds are included. Live actors and finally dancers, which also included choreographers. Lastly, the music category was divided into 3 groups. Those were singers, regular, singers, purely vocal, and finally instrumentalists. This was great since it gave those a platform that wanted to simply perform in a way that had nothing to do with fighting. The funny point was that all theater directors were assigned by the Alliance, and they were all either top ACE class trainers or elites that did not necessarily have any understanding of the subject. Their role was mostly to ensure the smooth handling of everything and safety. The director had a group of trainers under him that made sure there were no troubles and kept the safety of the theater. In case the director truly had no experience on the subject, the operation and running of the theater were left to other subordinates that directly reported to the director. From what the guy said, Viridian and Cyan City had a performance theater as well. On the topic of performances, I was pretty sure my Mothra would be super popular if she ever participated in any of them. Now that I thought of it, the same was true for contests. Her big size and additional traits would help her stand out and become popular. Actually, I wanted to check up on the knowledge on genetic traits I had in my head before, but I forgot about it. Let's amend that. Wow, that's a lot of information. Let's see what I can already access. Still, a lot of info, but for now let's take a look at one of the lists of modifiers I have available. There are Shiny, Giant, Tiny, Royal, King, Emperor, Ancient, Primal, Origin, Mutant, the Blessed, Descendants of the Blessed Ones, and finally Children of Minor or Major Legends. There are probably more, but this one is already pretty extensive. I'll look up some more if it becomes necessary. I already knew about shinies, and it seemed to give an overall 15% bonus. Giant and tiny were obviously size-related modifiers. I already knew about the royal gene, since Mothra had it, and that it gave a 25% boost overall. I also had heard about the king, because of Mara's Sea King. It obviously was an upgrade of the royal gene, and the bonus it gave was 50% instead of 25%. It also replaced the royal gene on the status screen. Emperor was the final upgrade of the royal gene line and gave a 100% bonus instead of 50%. Ancient was the modifier/variant the Yinma that run for me possessed. It belonged to a chain as well, that had the same percentages as well. So, Ancient gave a 25% overall bonus, Primal 50%, and Origin gave 100%. Next up was the mutant gene/modifier, and it was an interesting one. Mutants were Pokemon that for one reason or another evolved or mutated into something new, the first of their kind. The mutant modifier gave the same bonus as the Emperor and Origin modifiers, which was 100%. After that came the Blessed. Under the Blessed category fell every individual that received the blessing from either an element/type or any of the legendary categories, Minor, Major, First, Creation, Arceus. The Descendants modifier only showed up for the first and second generation after the Blessed individual and gave a smaller bonus than the original. Lastly were the Child of Minor Legend and Child of Major Legend modifiers that only the children of legendaries in these categories could receive if they were not part of their legendary parent species. Child of Minor Legend gave a 300% bonus and Child of Major Legend gave a 600% bonus. Some of the modifiers made unlocking others easier, especially the blessings. What was also important was that the bonuses stacked as long as they were not part of the same chain as for example the Royal and King modifiers were. The most important thing to note was that unlocking genetic modifiers/traits, besides blessings, may cost the individual unlocking them some of their potential if it happens outside of an evolution supported by supplements. Only an evolution was able to support the unlocking of genetic modifiers without negative repercussions, and not even that was guaranteed. Not all environments were energy-rich enough to support the evolution and genetic unlocking without potential loss, which was why it was better to supply supplements as support as well. This explained why the phenomenon during Mothra's evolution was much larger than the one during either Butterfree's, Seb's, or Gaia's evolution. Anyway, once I was done with the information on genetic variants, I decided to leave to check out the temporarily final point on my checklist, the stadium. I was not sure how I had managed to overlook such a large structure despite the southern area being in the direction I had come from. Well, actually I was always running through the fringe and a large part of the outer area when I entered a major city to quickly get to the parts one generally explored, so my focus in reaching that point could be the reason. I mean, the size of major cities was massive, and if I did not run through the less interesting first half it would take me about another half day of regular walking to reach my goal. The diameter of a major city was 100 kilometers, so from the center of the city to one of the edges was about 50 kilometers. From outside the city inwards, the first 15 kilometers were the fringe area. After that came the outer area, which was 25 kilometers long. So, the main parts of the city were the last 10 kilometers until the center point, and this was just the distance one had to cover for one direction in a straight line. This was the same for all four directions, so it should be obvious why I said that major cities were enormous. I always slowed down once I reached the last 5 kilometers of the outer part and changed to a more relaxed pace while calling out Nyx to accompany me. Anyway, the stadium was about halfway through the outer area, slightly on the southwestern side. So, I made my way through the city, occasionally asking for directions to make sure I was going the right way. About 45 minutes later I was able to see the stadium from afar, and it took me another 5 minutes to arrive near its site. The reason the stadium was in the outer part of the city was brilliant on the Alliance part. Any organization, company, group, or individual that wanted to buy large properties in major cities for whatever reason, research centers, factories, villas, farms, and so on, had to do so from the outer and fringe area. This made sure that there was a presence of strong trainers in those areas since the owners needed them for security. The genius part was that they voluntarily/involuntarily served as the first line of defense in case of Pokemon attacks/tides. However, that they did not want to give away large tracts of land in the inner area of the city was naturally the main reason. I briefly stopped at the Poke Center that was built near the stadium and called out Zada to have him memorize the location since it was one of the important ones in Coast City, and I didn't want to have to walk all the way here if I wanted to visit the place again. You know, the large number of Poke Centers in a major city had surprised me when I heard about it for the first time, but it did make sense that one or two or any small number of Poke Centers wouldn't be able to support such a large city. All major cities had 101 Poke Centers. The core area had one, and one of the nurse/sister Joys was overseeing it. She was also the big boss of all other Poke Centers inside the city. Naturally, more employees were working in a Poke Center than a single Nurse Joy, but she was the boss and everyone else was working under her. The other Poke Centers did not necessarily have a Joy family member as the manager, but as I said, all Poke Centers in the city reported to the Nurse Joy at the core area anyway. That family was in charge of the Poke Center globally, and this actually translated to them really leading or more like being at the head of the healthcare system of humanity. The same was true for the police force and the Junsa family, commonly known for their officer Junsars/Jennies. Anyway, besides the Poke Center in the core area, the center had 4, the inner had 16, the outer had 64, and the fringe area had 16. This made 101 in total, and it was the same for all major cities. Other settlement types had fewer Poke Centers, their number depending on their size. Cities had 37 Poke Centers on average, small cities had 28 Poke Centers. Towns had 16 Poke Centers, and villages had 1 to 4 Poke Centers. Damn, I started to digress from my main focus again. Back to the reason I came here in the first place, the stadium. I started doing what had become my go-to routine and began collecting any information I could get on stadiums. First of all, I learned that about 40% of all Tier 5 and 6 major cities had a stadium. This meant only major cities were allowed to build stadiums, excluding Tier 4 major cities. Some stadiums had a main theme going such as a water field, ice field, and so on, but that was not a requirement and depended on its location. The Coast City Stadium had a water field, but they had platforms they could position on the water if necessary. Now, stadiums were generally used for one of 4 things: sport events, concerts, exhibitions/matches, Pokemon or human, and large events/shows, art, magic, and so on. All stadiums were also used as one of the evacuation points in case of emergency. Stadiums were divided into different sizes with different holding capacities. The permanent seating capacity was 25.000, 50.000, 75.000, 100.000, 150.000, 200.000, and 250.000 seats. This was only the number of seats on the stands. If necessary, one could add seats by using the field area. The added seating capacity was 40.000, 80.000, 120.000, 160.000, 240.000, 320.000, and 400.000 seats. Once an emergency happened, people could be simply housed in the inner part of the stadium as well. This way the maximum housing capacity increased to 60.000, 120.000, 180.000, 240.000, 360.000, 480.000, and 600.000 people. The Alliance naturally did not miss the chance to deploy some more strong trainers to help bolster the safety of major cities, so the stadium managers were either top ACE class or elite class trainers. They naturally had trainers under them that were responsible for the security during any events. No wonder Coast City could afford to not have any gym or halls, despite being outside the route system and near the coast to boot. The contest, hall chief, performance, theater director, water, club supervisor, and Sea Rangers commander were really strong trainers that protected the city, especially when their direct subordinates were added as well. Unfortunately, no events were happening right now, but I still went inside the stadium to take a look, and it was pretty cool. The Coast City Stadium had a permanent seating capacity of 150,000, which meant it and its plot were pretty big. Gurgle, suddenly my stomach released hungry sounds, and I remembered that I had skipped lunch because of all the sudden surprise I was confronted with. That I had to walk around the city so much to reach the places I wanted to check out certainly did not help as well. Looking at the watch my father had gifted me after we sold the Smeargle, I saw that there was still more than an hour before dinner, but I decided to return early so I could laze around until it was time to eat. Tomorrow was Kai Day and I would stay at home during the weekend. So, I would have to take my first trip down the coast on Art Day. I took one last look at the stadium and called out Zada to teleport me home. Chapter 105, Reaching the Coast for Real. During the weekend that I spent with my parents, 3 important events happened. The first, which had nothing to do with me, was that Cyan, my dad's Butterfree, finally reached the mid-silver stage. Well, it was about time if you asked me. I mean, the guy had been like that as far as I can remember. Admittedly, that has not been such a long time, less than 3 years actually, but I still thought it was about damn time Cyan improved. Anyway, it happened yesterday during the time Father went out to train his Pokemon for a few hours. We naturally congratulated Cyan as well as my father, and ordered sushi for us, while my mother busted out some super deluxe honey for Cyan and Emerald from somewhere. Now, the reason I mentioned the second event before the first was that except for me no one knew about the first one. I had started more than a year ago to occasionally give the Pokemon of my parents some of the materials I had, as snacks or supplements, to help them slowly boost their potential. I saw no need to tell my parents about it since I did not want to explain where I got so many materials from. Oh, they knew I occasionally gave their Pokemon some things I found, but they did not know of the frequency I did and the quality of the items. Their Pokemon did not really care about where the stuff came from, so everyone was happy. Anyway, as I said, I had been feeding/supplying them for some time, and on Kai Day it had borne fruit. Vibra's potential increased from green to deep green. Now, as long as my father managed to procure some really high-class triggers for her evolution, he could end up with a light blue potential Rhyperior. The reason I was the only one that knew the potential increase happened was that compared to stage increases that Pokemon could instinctively feel, just as they felt the readiness to break through or evolve, they couldn't immediately/instinctively detect the increase in potential, as long as it was not a major increase from one color to another. If she or Dad were really attentive, they might notice her having a slightly easier time gaining strength or increasing her mastery, but they would have to keep up their observation for some time, so that happening was unlikely. The reason I didn't inform them was that they didn't know about her exact potential anyway, so I deemed it unnecessary. I mean, green to deep green was still 4-star potential according to Alliance standards, so meh. I hope that some of the others like Cyan or Sunny would get a potential raise as well, or they would start to fall behind the others. Cyan managed to buy himself some time with his stage increase, but if it went on like this, my father would have to retire him no matter how unwilling he was. The last one was less an event, but more of a decision I had made. Since I had practically arrived at the coast, which meant the next step was to just explore it, I decided to reserve Dial Day to resume my personal training. I was going to use one half of the day to do my psychic training and the second half to do my aura training. This left me with Art Day to Pocket Day for my exploration of the coast. In case I got in the mood for some fights, I would use Pocket Day to visit one of the clubs. Well, except for these things, the rest of the weekend consisted of just relaxing and spending time with my parents. Anyway, I had just finished my call with Aaron and was about to leave Coast City for the real coast. As for Rose, I had called her before breakfast to get to her before she left for school, which automatically kept our talk shorter than usual. Neither had anything big to tell, so we simply talked about this and that. As soon as I was out of the city, I called out Zatu and Pidgey as well, so they could accompany me together with Nyx. So here I was leisurely walking the last few kilometers until the coast with some of my trusty Pokemon by my side, and just 40 minutes later we found ourselves on the edge of a cliff just looking down what had to be 90 to 100 meters to the water. Considering the fact that he could see the road go slightly upwards when he looked in the direction he came from, he could safely presume that the land inwards was even at a higher height above sea level. Since just walking in a straight line from Coast City towards the coast itself apparently led one towards a cliffy area, I had to walk along the cliff until I reached a beach area. The question was in which direction I should walk, east or west. The eastern side was closer to the route system and human settlements, since that was the direction the majority of Kanto's cities were located, at least from Coast City's perspective. Not only that, I knew that there was the harbor that belonged to Coast City in that direction as well, so I would have to walk quite a bit further eastward to leave its area of influence. At least if I wanted to explore a relatively untouched area. The western side, on the other hand, had no such settlements or routes close by, since this was the direction towards Jado region. The route system was more than 500 kilometers from the coast, excluding the part with Cyan City, so the farther I left Coast City behind, the further I would be in the wild, well, as wild as one could be in the human territory while outside the danger zones. I ultimately decided to walk towards the west, to get away from others, so that I could freely go about my exploring. This way I could let out all of my Pokemon without anyone being able to see them. However, before I went on my way, I decided to see if I could get a glimpse of the island Cinnabar City was on, since it was supposed to be right across this part of the coast, but as one would expect, the about 400 kilometers distance was too much for me to even make out a silhouette. Despite knowing that my expectation was foolish, I shook my head in slight disappointment before I started to jog at a comfortable pace towards the west. Pidgey flapped her wings to balance herself atop my head at the sudden increase in speed before she released an indignant cry at me. I let out a short laugh before I apologized to her. She released a slight huff and took off into the sky instead of sitting back down. She joined Zada, who had been already flying along somewhere above me. I smiled at her behavior before looking to my side, where Nyx was running alongside me, easily keeping up. It took us an hour to find our first genuine beach. The beach itself was surrounded by cliffs, but I could see multiple ways to safely get down to it if I wanted to. However, the area of the beach looked too small for my taste. Furthermore, we were still too close to my starting point, so we resumed jogging. It took us another 2 hours of jogging to find a beach I was satisfied with as my first exploration spot. During that time we had seen 2 or 3 other shores, but they were either too small or too rocky for my taste. We also ignored any of the wild Pokemon we came across as long as they left us alone, which they did. That was mostly due to my awesomeness, but my multiple escorts may have had a role in it as well. Since we finally found a place, I took out some drinks that I distributed to everyone, since we had been jogging/flying for about 3 hours, and even if it had been a comfortable pace, one did get really thirsty after keeping it up for such a long time. Anyway, now that I had decided to set this beach as my first exploration point, I had to find a safe way down. The cliffs around this place were not high as the ones at the beginning, but they still seemed about 60 meters, so still high enough to isolate the beach from the inland. So, while everyone was drinking, I decided to survey the whole cliff along the beach to get an idea of the size of the beach itself and to see if as well as how many ways down there were. Once our thirst was quenched, I started to walk along the cliff edge to check out its side. While I was walking along the cliff checking to see if there were any safe ways down, I also observed the beach, which was one of the main reasons I even bothered to look for any safe routes instead of making my way down by cheating. The whole checkup took me nearly an hour and ended with me finding no safe or easy way down. Nonetheless, I now at least had an idea of the beach's size. It was a bit more than 5 kilometers long and from my estimate seemed to be on average 500 to 600 meters wide. This meant the whole beach part of the place was somewhere between 2.5 to 3 sqkm big. Not included in this were any caves that might be in the side of the cliff. Now that I had checked along the whole cliff and found no safe or easy way to get down, it was time to get down using the alternatives. At least this meant that it would take others some effort to get down, as long as no flying or psychic Pokemon were involved, or a rock type, since those might be able to manipulate the cliff to make a way down, or, you know what, at least there would be effort involved, which most would not bother with. Anyway, I could use my aura to climb down the cliff or use my telekinesis to float down, but I decided to just have Zada teleport me and Nyx down. Pidgey just flew down and gave me a smug look. Ignoring her antics, I released all my Pokemon except for the Magikarp. They all started to check out the new environment except for Mothra, who flew towards me and hugged me. "Yeah, I missed you as well." I hugged her back, before addressing everyone since they had settled down a bit. "As you guys and gals can see, we have reached the coast and I have chosen this beach as our first exploration point. While we are here, you guys can stay out as long as you want. There is no need to stay inside the space or your balls," I told them while letting my gaze roam between all of them. I noted that they all seemed interested for now, but I still decide to add the other option as well. Those of you that decide that they would prefer to stay inside the space just need to ask and I'll let them inside. You don't need to stay out if you don't want, as long as it is not for training purposes. They all nodded and released excited cries. "Alright, you can start roaming the area if you want, but try not to stray too far from the rest of us," I added, and everyone gave an affirmative cry before they started either chattering with each other or leisurely walking around. I allowed everyone to do whatever they wanted for 20 minutes before I called them over. It was time for lunch, so I took out something to eat for everyone. I decided to start checking the area after lunch, but for now, it was time to enjoy the food. Chapter 106, Exploring the Beach. After lunch, I told everyone that they could do what they want as long as they didn't stray too far from the rest of us. I mentioned to Xatu and Pidgey that I might later need their help for a bit. Everyone expressed their understanding and they started to split up. Mothra and Butterfree just moved around the vegetation-filled part of the beach. Seb and Gaia moved towards the sandier area while still staying in sight. Nyx and Teddiursa just strolled around, curious about the new place we were going to stay at for a while. Pidgey was following the two from the air, while occasionally landing on a branch or Teddiursa's head, which did make me chuckle with how funny it looked. My boy Zata decided to just chill and found himself a comfy spot not far from where he previously was. Now, this just left Queen Bee and Optimus Prime, Lackey Prime. The two were actually approaching me, and a moment later I found out why. Apparently, Queen Bee preferred to return to my space and Lackey Prime followed her as a faithful lackey should. After fulfilling their request, I observed my Pokémon for a while to make sure everything was okay and that the few wild Pokémon I could see left them to their devices. Satisfied with that being the case, I started thinking about what I should start with. During my survey atop the cliff, I got to roughly observe the whole beach, and it could be divided into 3 areas/parts. Starting from the foot of the cliff, the first third of the beach had a lot of vegetation with some medium and large-sized rocks here and there. From what I could tell, since I was currently standing on that part, the ground was comprised of regular if not pretty soft earth. After that came the second third of the beach, which could be seen as the transition zone between the first and last third of the beach. Here, the vegetation started to get sparse and the ground turned sandier the closer one got to the final area. After that came the final third of the beach that comprised mostly of sand with a rare patch of vegetation or rock here and there. This one was the part of the beach closest to the sea. After mulling over my options for a while, I decided to start at the beginning, which was the side of the cliff. I was going to walk along the bottom of the cliff and check if there were any caves, while also keeping an eye out for anything useful. Any caves that I found would be marked on my mental map. Then I would do a brief check before leading the investigation to once I was done exploring the beach. After I made my decision, I called over Xatu and Pidgey. "Alright, I plan to check out the cliff and I want your help." I began once they had arrived in front of me. The two were listening and agreed, but I could tell that they wanted to get back to what they were doing a bit as well. "Here's what I want you to do. I want you to fly along the cliff a few times at different heights to check if there are any cave openings. With your flying speed and keen eye, it shouldn't take you too long to finish." From their deadpan look, I would say they did not seem to think that my witty wordplay was funny. TCH, tough crowd, I thought before I went on. "Once you're done, come to me and tell me what you found. After that, you can go back to doing what you want." I finished and they agreed. "Try not to provoke the Pokemon nesting/resting on the cliff," I added before they took off. I had seen and could still see that Wingull, Spearow, Pidgey, and Taillow had made nests on the side of the cliff. Wingull were the most abundant, followed by Spearow, while Pidgey had the fewest number from what I had seen until now. Now one could wonder why I did not keep one of my Pokemon around as a safety precaution. Simple, I was confident that could keep myself safe long enough for my Pokemon to come to my side. As long as my attacker was not too strong, above the bronze stage, I could defend myself using my aura and psychic abilities. Anyway, since I went down the cliff right after reaching the western end of the beach, I only had to walk in one direction, the east, to check this side of the cliff. So, I made my way east while carefully checking the cliff to see if there were any cave openings or any openings in general. Just 5 minutes later I made my first discovery, a relatively small hole in the wall. The hole was a bit larger than 30 centimeters, but I couldn't fit in even if I tried to, since it was not wide enough for me to crawl through. My guess was that it was made by some Diglett, which did not mean that the Pokemon currently living there had to be one if there was one living there. Ekans or some other small Pokemon could be staying there as well, even if it would be tight even for them. After probing the opening with my abilities, I was unable to detect any living being inside, so I continued my walk. Not even 2 minutes later I saw a Diglett burrow up, but it got startled when it discovered me and went back underground. I checked its status when I saw it and simply let it leave after seeing its potential. Species, Diglett. Gender, male. Type, ground. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Sandvale. Talents, none. Affinities, ground. Well, seeing it this close to the previous hole in the cliff answered the question I had concerning its origin. Just a few minutes later Zatu and Pidgey came back. From what they told me, they found no cave openings and the only holes in the wall were too small for nearly any Pokemon to fit in. Zadat told me that he had no problems during his search, but apparently, a Spearow tried to harass Pidgey. She kicked his ass a bit because he would not leave her alone, and Zadat had to intervene to placate the situation. According to him, Jedi Master Zatu went all *hand swipe *. You do not want to escalate the situation on them, which solved the issue. That was totally what he told me. So, after I praised them for a job well done, they went back to the others and I resumed my search. While I was doing my thing, I saw a few Wingull and Spearow flying around or resting in nests, and I kept checking those that were close enough to fall under my range. Unfortunately, the best among those only had yellow potential, so I ignored them. I saw an oranberry tree or two as well as a Lotad that was ambling through the vegetation. It briefly froze when our gazes met, but just went on with its business when it saw that I decided to ignore it, which I did because it only had deep red potential. About 20 minutes after that I found another hole like the first one, that I had classified as Diglett Tunnel, and this time I managed to find a Diglett inside during my probing. The last time I forgot to do this, but this time I used my psychic abilities, mostly telekinesis with a touch of telepathy, to check how a Diglett's lower body looked. Pthopped. I couldn't stop myself from laughing at what I had found. It was honestly both a bit sad and cute, its lower body I mean. Well, Diglett did have arms and legs, after all. They just were hopelessly small, and I am talking about T-Rex arms level small. The sound I made while laughing startled the Diglett and it hurried away. I let it escape for the usual reason. It took me another half an hour to reach what I estimated to be the halfway point. I had seen a few Rattata and a Scentret during this time as well as 2 more oranberry trees. Just as I checked my watch and noted that it took me 1.5 hours to reach this point, I saw Mothra and Butterfree flying over. It turned out they had enough for now and wanted to return to their place, so I took them into my space. Once I did that, I resumed checking the cliff. I reckoned that if I took just as long to cover the second half as I did the first, then I would be finished right around the time to return home. Anyway, just a few minutes and I saw another berry tree, this one being a citrus berry tree. It grew closer to the cliff than the others did, and while gazing at it I stumbled on something. This caused me to come face to face with Gaia, and I am not talking about my night arena. I was slightly peeved, and hearing some Spearow as well as Wingull laughing, most likely about me, did not help. I was about to kick what I thought to be the rock that made me stumble, but managed to stop myself in time when I noticed that it wasn't a stone at all. No, it turned out to be a Shuckle, and while I did not particularly like the species, I decided against kicking it. After I calmed down a bit, I thought that it kinda made sense for me to stumble upon one of these near a berry tree, since they're known to hang out near those. Additionally, this area was pretty good for them since it had soft earth and sand it could hide in and enough food to eat. The semi-isolation from the inland was a small bonus as well. Despite my slight bias against the species, I checked up its status to see if it was worth catching, and fortunately got disappointed. Species, shuckle. Gender, female. Type, bug, rock. Potential, light yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, sturdy. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, rock. The poor thing did not leave its shell the whole time, so I used my telekinesis to softly move it beside the tree trunk and continued on my way after dusting off my clothes. Some 20 minutes later I came across a slightly different hole than the Diglett one, and upon probing it I saw an Ekans inside. I don't know how it did, but it seemed to have felt my probe and did not like me snooping, because it came out slightly angry for being disturbed in its own home. The good thing was that I would have no problem handling or because frankly, I was stronger than it was, but I didn't want to hurt it since it was kinda my fault. Species, Ekans. Gender, male. Type, poison. Potential, deep orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, poison. Once it came out of the hole and stared at me, I tried to radiate calmness and regret. It seemed to calm down a bit after that, but from what I could feel was still slightly peeved. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I'll give you a lepa berry and we'll forget this ever happened. I showed it a lepa berry that I took out of my bag. When it looked like Ekans was still going to attack me, I decided to forego the diplomatic approach and used my telekinesis to pressure it a bit. Look, I am sorry, okay? Just take the berry and go back inside. All right? I waved the berry in my hand to emphasize my point, and I could feel that Ekans finally gave up attacking me. It nodded, and I floated the berry to it before I released it from my telekinesis but kept up my probe. Ekans swallowed the berry, threw me a last look, and went back into its home. I kept up checking the entrance to see if it would return, but it didn't, so I went on my way once more. I saw a Yinma pass by, which made me remember the one with the ancient gene that slipped through my fingers, but this one was a dud. At least I knew that there were most likely a few Yinma visiting this place on occasion. It was 30 minutes later that I came across a cave opening that was 1 m high. I did not even need to investigate it, because a few Mariel were standing at the entrance. What I did do was to smile and wave at them in a friendly manner, while checking their potential. The Mariel waved back, and one of the smaller ones used a weak water gun to make my hair wet. The taller one scolded the little guy, who just laughed, and I waved them off, showing that I was not angry at the prank. The bigger Mariel nodded thankfully, and I resumed my walk. The Mariel were not bad, with 3 of them having deep orange potential, while the little one had light yellow potential, but that was not good enough for me. It took me another 30 minutes to reach the eastern end of the beach, and I did not find any other holes in the cliff after the one with the Mariel. I did see some wild Pokemon, but none of them stood out positively. Now that I had finished checking this part of the cliff, only the sides on the east and west were missing, since the beach was surrounded by the cliff except for the front, where the sea was. However, it was time for me to go back home, so I would have to postpone that to tomorrow. I called out to Zata, hoping he would hear me, and he did, so I had him teleport me to the others. The moment I was beside them, I greeted them and asked them about what they did while I was busy. Nyx and Teddy Ursa were the most animated while retelling the things they had seen and done. I had to laugh a bit at their overenthusiastic behavior. Once everyone was done, I recalled them except for Zatu, and we returned home. Chapter 107, Exploring the Beach, 2. Yesterday, I checked the whole side of the cliff on the back, and today I'm going to check the sides. Mute had Mew in it, so let's hope I get lucky. To that end, I had Zata teleport me to the spot we first appeared on, since that was the westernmost area of the beach. I called out everyone so I could give them some orders. Yesterday I let you do whatever you wanted, but today you'll have to train for a while. They took what I said in strides, since they like getting stronger, which training helped with, and I had to nod seeing their behavior. Now before I give everyone their tasks, I want to know who wants to stay here and who wants to stay in my place. As soon as I closed my mouth, a short cacophony of different voices was heard, and I rubbed my forehead at the noise they caused. Okay, I understood nothing since all of you spoke at once. So let's try this one more time, but this time one after the other. They did as asked, and the result was not unexpected. Good. Now just to be clear, I don't expect you to train the whole time. You only have to do 2 90-minute sessions, one now and one after lunch. I paused a bit to look at them and saw their excited looks. What you do between or after training I leave to you. Just try to not cause any trouble. I may have looked a bit longer at Nyx, Teddiursa, and Pidgey when I said that. Naturally, the three of them had perfectly innocent looks on their faces, as if they had no idea what trouble even meant. With that out of the way, let's talk about what you have to do. Except for Xatu, Mothra, and Butterfree, the rest of you are going to do physical training. Queen Bee and Weedle are going to keep climbing up and down a tree, while the rest of you is going to keep running back and forth on the beach. The sand is going to make this harder than normal, so it will be a good exercise. When I said that there was slight grumbling from Nyx and Teddiursa about Pidgey flying while they had to run on the sand, while Pidgey was snickering at them. The poor thing thought it was safe. Pidgey, I bought a harness just for you that weighs 1 kilogram, so don't worry, you get to have a good exercise as well. This time it was Nyx and Teddiursa that were snickering while Pidgey was the one grumbling. I ignored their antics and went over to Queen Bee and Prime. I bent down and stroked her head. I'm going to pull you inside now. Make sure you do the exercise, but don't overdo it. I'll pull you out once it's time for lunch. They warbled an okay, and I put them inside my space. Afterward, I turned to the runners. All right, you're going to run in the middle area from one end to the other and so on. You don't have to run at your fastest speed, but jog at a constant one. So make sure you don't get separated by too much. Oh, and Pidgey, you only have to keep up with the others. After I said that, I took out the harness and secured it on her body before I send them on their way. Once they got going, I turned to Mothra and Butterfree. I want the two of you to try to learn Signal Beam. Mothra warbled a confused "what's that?" before I could finish that I ignored to continue. Now I know that you don't know what that is. I shot a look at Mothra. What I want you to do is use Psybeam as the basis, but instead of psionic energy you have to use your bug type 1. In short, you have to collect your bug energy and release it as a beam. The two nodded at that. Don't worry if you don't get it down today, something like this takes time. Once we are home, you can ask Emerald or Cyan to show you what a signal beam looks like. I added before putting them inside my space. Afterward, I focused on Xatu. I want you to try to learn Miracle Eye. It is a move that will allow you to use your psychic moves on dark types. Actually, it should allow you to hit anyone, as long as no other move interferes. I described the effect of the move, which caused Xatu to nod. Definitely useful. How am I supposed to go about learning that? He sent over telepathically. To be honest, I am not sure as well, but I've got some ideas. The first is to saturate your eyes with your psionic energy while focusing on your intention of hitting your target. If that's too general, focus on dark types. With a bit of luck, focusing on his intent while sending his energy towards his eyes should awaken his Sharingan, I meant Miracle Eye. The other option is trying to adjust, for a lack of better words, the wavelength of your psionic energy, but I am more optimistic about the first one. He nodded when I said that. I shall try to do so. He replied with telepathy. Also, I hope you can occasionally check up on the others as well, I added, and he agreed. Once Xatu went on his way, I thought about Miracle Eye. The *N move was not among the moves I had currently unlocked, which was why I had to improvise. Nonetheless, I was optimistic about my first suggestion. The reason I was not sure, despite having knowledge on moves in my Knowledge C, was that the instructions for moves were all linked to the move tutor profession. Now the thing was that profession was divided into sub-professions that each focused on one type, and they were divided into 5 grades as well. It honestly made sense since not all moves were equal, but that meant for me I had to invest even more time into it. I had chosen the psychic, bug, flying, water, poison, and normal ones. Since I had only so much time, I had to prioritize certain things, which led me to be at grade 2 for the psychic, bug, flying, water, and grade 1 for the poison and normal type. Now, which grade a move was assigned to depended on its strength, complexity, and effect. Sidebeam, for example, was a grade 2 move, while Signal Beam was by my estimate a grade 3-1. The instructions I gave Mothra and Butterfree were my own deductions, but I was pretty sure that they were correct. As for Miracle Eye, I had no idea where it was locked behind, but by its cheat-like effect, I would guess either grade 4 or 5. Still, I hope that my suggestions work. I mean, there is an I in the name after all. This was also the reason why I was willing to pay other move tutors for moves I had not unlocked yet, but was unwilling to do the same for moves that would be locked by them, since I could someday do the same without the lock. Anyway, I walked over to the side of the cliff and started checking it for any caverns. At least both cliffs/walls, west and east, were only as long as the beach, so 500 to 600 meters. Just 10 minutes later, a third of the way I think, I found a hole in the cliff, and this time it even was a cave opening. Why was I so sure? Well, the hole was a bit more than 3 meters high as well as 3 to 4 meters wide, and I could not see the end of the tunnel. What I did see were 2 Zubat and a Diglett. I made a mental note of the location and resumed my examination, since I was not planning to enter before I was done checking out the beach. It took me only 30 minutes, but I was done with the west side. I only managed to find one more hole, but that one was a Diglett tunnel. My guess was that it was linked with the large cave I had found, but I had no way to check that out right now. Actually, if the cave turned out to be one of those cave system types, it could be possible that it stretches through the whole cliff, which would make it pretty big. I was a bit curious at that thought, but shelved it since it was not time to explore the cave yet. Now that I was done with the western cliff, only the eastern one was left. I did not want to disturb Xatu, so I started running towards the other side. About 5 minutes later I reached the eastern cliff and began examining it. Except for a Diglett tunnel I saw right after the first 20 meters, the first half of the cliff was clear. Just 2 minutes after I reached the part of the beach where the sand began, I found a relatively large hole in the cliff. The hole was about a meter high and a bit more than half a meter wide. I naturally directly started probing it with my psychic abilities, but immediately stopped as soon as I noticed the Psyduck inside. Wouldn't want to increase their headache or cause their psychic power to get triggered after all. I used my aura sense to check how many life signals I got and felt 5, so I began probing the cave once more, but this time I was being much more subtle and careful while doing it. The cave was about 20 cubic meters in size, and there were 5 Psyduck in there. Taking a few steps back, I just used my telekinesis to softly touch the Psyduck to check their potential. The good news was that their psychic energy did not explode. The bad news was that their potential was bad. Well, at least I learned that I should use my aura senses first to check if there were any living signals, before using my psychic ones to get a picture of the place. After that little event, I resumed my work. I did not find any other holes in the cliff, but towards the end I saw a slowpoke walking towards the water, as well as another one lying on a boulder not too far from the first one. I assumed that the first one was going to start fishing for food. Their potential was okayish but not good. Still, I kept watching it to see if it was going to catch something to eat or if it was going to get bit by a shelter, causing it to evolve instead. While I was waiting, Pidgey flew over so that I could take the harness off her, which I did. After 15 minutes it got lucky and caught a Magikarp that it flung towards the beach before it finished the job. I left afterward a bit disappointed that I didn't get to witness it evolving. Since I was done with the cliffs, I decided to check out the vegetation part/third of the beach next. So, I did just that until it was time for lunch. Once it was time for lunch, I called those inside my space out and those on the beach over, and we all ate together. I asked them how they were doing and encouraged those that were trying to learn new moves. They obviously hadn't succeeded yet. Once we were done eating, I reminded all of them to not forget to do their second session before placing those that wished for it back to my space, and they all went out once more as well. I naturally did not forget to secure the harness on Pidgey once more for her second session, and she did come back to me about 90 minutes later so that I could remove them once more. Anyway, I renewed my effort to check the first third of the beach, and by the time it was time to go home I had completed the survey of it. During my inspection, I saw more than 10 Spearow, 2 Pidgey, 6 Taillow, and more than 30 Wingull. A few of them had deep orange or light yellow potential, 1 Spearow and 2 Wingull to be specific, but that was not good enough for me, so I mostly ignored them. There was an instance where one of the Taillow did a pit stop on my shoulder, and I don't mean sh****ing but sitting, which was pretty cool. On another occasion, I thought 3 Spearow were going after me, but they actually landed on the oranberry tree behind me. Thankfully I did not react violently before the situation cleared up, or that could have ended badly. I would have totally won though if anything like that had happened. I also saw a lot of the usual candidates. Tens of Rattata, Sentret, and Zigzagoon. I even witnessed on 2 occasions how a Sentret and Rattata got eaten by an Ekans. Of those I saw 3 in total. As one would expect from the beach, even its green area, I also got to see some water types. My guess was that they most likely came to get something to eat. Whatever the reason may have been, I got to see another Psyduck and 3 Poliwag. I also saw 3 Marill, but I was not sure if those were new ones or the ones I saw in the little cave yesterday. At least, this time I didn't get wet because of the experience. I also found a new type of berry, the Pasho berry. Name, Pasho berry. Type, water. Class, F. Uses, contains nutrition and water-type energy. Can be eaten as food and used as a supplement. It's especially beneficial for water-type Pokemon. Around the tree, I managed to see another Lotad and 2 Surskit. Not too far from there, I managed to see a Yinma fly by, and shortly before I was done I saw a group of 4 Wooper walking/waddling leaving the vegetation area in the direction of the cave. None of the Pokemon I saw were good enough for me to want them. The best one was a Rattata that only had yellow potential, but it was still great to see so many kinds of Pokemon. So, I was pretty happy with the day, especially since I managed to find a new berry type. I obviously called everyone over once I was done with my undertaking, and I spent 15 to 20 minutes just talking about what they had done, before recalling all of them except for Zada, who brought me home. Chapter 108, Exploring the Beach, 3. The next day I returned to the beach, and the first thing I did was to call out everyone. I made sure they all wanted to follow the same arrangement from yesterday. After I did that, I sent them off once they were ready and knew what they had to do. Once my Pokemon were off doing their thing, I started with mine. Since I finished the survey of the first third of the beach yesterday, I was going to complete the second third today. This was the transition area where the beach went from bountiful vegetation to mostly sand. I was currently debating how to go about my survey. I could walk from this end to the eastern one, from there a bit forward and then back towards this end. After that, I would repeat the process until I had covered the whole transition area. Another option was to just walk forward to the end of the transition area. From there I would walk a bit to the east and return to the other end of the transition area. This would then be repeated until I had covered the whole area. The options were practically me doing either horizontal or vertical S's until I was done. I heard there used to be an old mobile game called Snake that one could play on humanity's mightiest shield, the indestructible Nokia, where one had to do that S motion after the snake got too big. Anyway, after thinking it through, I decided to go with the second/vertical option. Decision made, I walked a bit to the east, about 30 meters, to get away from the cliff and started walking forward. This way I could check 30 meters to my left and right while walking. Any more than that and I was more likely to miss stuff. This was the most cost-effective method, where I noticed most things. Obviously, I still missed some, but to get everything I would need to comb through the beach meter for meter, and that would take a long, long time. I knew what I was talking about since that was what I did to the area around our property, but I did not plan to do that yet since it took too much time and there was no guarantee that I would find something more that way. Maybe I would do that sometime in the future when I had nothing better to do, but it was unlikely. It was more probable that I would simply move on to the next beach once I thought I was done with this one. Still, who knew what would happen? I was leaving that decision to the future me. Anyway, I started walking forward while looking left and right to see if anything stood out. If I thought something or an area was suspicious, I used my abilities, Psychic/Aura/Observe, to check the area more closely. My first round, which translated to walking from one end of the area to the other end, after which I walked 60 meters to the east and turned back to the other end, took about 15 minutes. As I had expected, I did not see anything out of the usual. Only some Wingull as well as Spearow flying above my head and a Rattata, Setret, as well as a Zigzagoon or two scurrying around. The next 2 rounds were much the same, just with an additional Ekans I saw during the second round and a Diglett that suddenly popped up in front of me during the third round. I nearly stumbled over it, but I did manage to stop myself just in time. The Diglett gave me an apologetic look and I waved it off. Seeing my reaction, the Diglett gave a bow and left. It was actually one of the stronger Pokemon I had seen on the beach until now. Most of those I managed to observe were at the Iron stage, while this guy was at the low Bronze stage. The strongest one so far had actually been the big Marill that I saw yesterday, the one that had apologized for the behavior of the small one. It, or rather she, had been at the mid-Bronze stage. Now that I thought about it, I was starting to wonder why she had chosen not to evolve yet. Anyway, where was I? Ah, yes, I had just finished my third round and now I was about to begin the next one. While I was walking 60 meters to the east, I came across a Krabby. I involuntarily started laughing because for some reason I remembered a certain greedy crab. Well, the Krabby seemed to take offense at my laughter and waved its pincers at me while sending a bubble my way. I just used my telekinesis to lift some sand that I used to block the bubble, after which I took control of the sand it was standing on. I caused Krabby to sink a bit and used the sand to immobilize it. Once it was unable to move its feet, I addressed it. "Sorry Krabby, I was not laughing at you, I just remembered something funny," I told him, and he did not seem to really believe me. "I'm serious." "Still, how about I give you a berry as an apology and we forget the whole thing?" I had no interest in catching him since he only had deep red potential and I certainly had no plans to kill him for something so minor. I was no psychotic young master after all, which was why I chose to solve the problem the easy way through a bribe. Not really having a choice, Krabby could only agree. I gave it an orange berry and it went away, but not before gurgling in a slightly pissed tone. Chuckling to myself, I continued on my way. By the time I was done with my 6th round, Pidgey flew over to get rid of the training harness. Once I took it off, she left back the way she came from. I did not see any Pokemon that I had not already seen today during the last 2 rounds, but I was hoping something interesting would come up soon. Well, by the time lunch arrived, I had managed to complete my 20th round and I did see some interesting things during those 14 more rounds I completed. During the 8th round I came across a Shuckle, but this time around I noticed it beforehand, so no stumbling or anything like that happened. I knew that Shuckle was known for making some great juice, so I tried to see if it was willing to trade some juice for a few berries. It agreed and I gave it a few orange berries in exchange for it filling half of a 0.5 L bottle with juice. Now that I had the juice, I was actually unwilling to drink it. Name: Shuckleberry Juice. Type: None. Class: F. Uses: it's a drink produced by a Shuckle inside its shell using berries. Its taste changes depending on the berries used for its production, but they all taste good. Once consumed, it helps restore the consumer's vitality slightly. I decided to ask my mother if she wanted to drink it and put it away. During round 11 I actually saw an Nincada, which I absolutely did not expect to see here, or more specifically in Kanto. I mean, this actually was the perfect environment for it since there was a lot of sand, an area with berries and other edible vegetation, as well as a cave not too far from here. Nonetheless, I did not think that I would get to see any Nincada outside of Hoenn or maybe the Viridian Forest. It was kinda cool for me every time I saw Pokemon in a place I did not expect it to turn up. Anyway, when it saw me it quickly burrowed back into the sand, but I had enough time to check it out and it only had orange potential, so I let it go. I actually came across a gang fight during my 14th round. 4 Wooper were standing opposite of 3 Krabby. Not too far from one of the Krabby was the reason for their little standoff, a Pearl. I naturally chose to check it to see why they were making such a commotion because of a simple pearl. Name, Shelter's Pearl. Type, water, ground. Class, F. Uses, a pearl made from accumulated sand by a shelter, though it discarded it since it got in its way. Contains water and ground energy. Can be used as a supplement to help water and ground type Pokemon. Well, that explained why this was happening, and I had to admit the pearl looked useful. Both groups had been keeping an eye on me as soon as I turned up near them. I obviously checked them out as well, and all of them were only at the iron stage, so nothing I couldn't defend myself against. Since that was the case, I approached them and offered them a deal. I would take the pearl, and in exchange, I would give each group an aquamarine of the same class. They stared at each other for a bit, looked at one another, and finally agreed. I took the pearl, pulled out 2 F-class aquamarines from my space, and handed one to each group. After that, I ignored the groups and resumed my walk. During round 18 I came across a ground chip. Name, ground chip. Type, ground. Class, F. Uses, it's a fragment of a ground gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store small amounts of ground energy from the environment. Contains ground-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help ground-type Pokemon. I was hopeful that I would find a ground gem somewhere on the beach since I found a chip of it in here. So, I was quite enthusiastic when I called the others over after finishing my 20th round. I asked them how they're doing and if they were having fun. We ate and talked for about 30 minutes before we were done. I allowed everyone to go back to do their thing after reminding them about their second session. I secured the harness on Pidgey once more and watched them all go. During round 22 I found another ground chip and I encountered a pair of Marill during my 23rd round. I, unfortunately, witnessed a group of 3 Scentret eating a Wooper during round 25, but besides pity for the Wooper, I did not feel disgusted, because everyone gotta eat, you know. Anyway, Pidgey came back during my 26th round for me to take off her harness, which I did. I also luckily managed to find the gem I had been thinking about. Name, raw ground gem. Type, ground. Class, E. Uses, it's a piece of raw gemstone that can absorb and store ground energy. Contains some compressed ground type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help ground type Pokemon. It looked like a palm-sized light brown crystalline block, and it was useful too. I was starting to think that I was being really lucky, and just 3 rounds later during my 29th round, one of the Spearow that I checked actually turned out to have pretty good potential. Species, Spearow. Gender, male. Type, normal, flying. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, sniper. Talents, none. Affinities, normal, flying. Now, no matter if I was going to keep him for myself or give him to my mother, I was definitely going to catch him, so I decided to use the direct approach. I for the first time used the full power of my telekinesis to clasp the Spearow and levitated him in front of me. Spearow struggled to get out of my telekinetic grip, which strained my control, tiring me a bit in the process, but I held strong. I stared him in the eye and boldly told him what was going to happen. I'm going to catch you. I am stronger than you, so you can't win against me, and I still have some Pokemon that are also stronger than you, so just give up. I felt its unwillingness but also its resignation. Its struggle was diminishing by the second. Don't worry, I can guarantee you that after this you will always have enough to eat, and you will also get much stronger than you would have gotten on your own. I was using all my abilities to emphasize my truthfulness. Spearow's struggle had greatly reduced at the food part and completely stopped after I mentioned his future strength. Seeing his reaction, I asked if he wanted a battle or if we could directly skip to the part where I caught him. He looked thoughtful for a moment and conveyed that there was no need for a battle. Do you want to say goodbye to someone, or do you want to stop somewhere before I catch you or we leave for the day? I asked him, and he shook his head in denial. Good, I said, and took out an air ball that I then used to catch him. The ball only shook twice before the capture was complete. I put him inside my space and let him out inside the house. I did not want him to see my space yet, since I was not sure if I was going to keep him or give him to my mother, so letting him out inside the house was the easiest solution. After the whole analysis process, it turned out he was assigned to Pidgey's habitat, which just got increased a bit in size. At least his potential was increased to light blue, so that was great. Once the process was over, I recalled him again and left his ball there while I resumed my inspection. That capture seemed to have used up my luck because I did not find anything new by my 38th round. It was time for me to return home as well, but there were still about 3.5 rounds left for me to finish checking the whole transition area. I could literally see the end, but finishing the thing would cause me to be late, so I had to postpone it until tomorrow. I called everyone out and the others over, and we talked about their progress and what they had done today. Afterward, I recalled them all except for Xatu and had him bring me home. Chapter 109, Exploring the Beach, 4. On Pocket Day, I left the house an hour earlier than usual since I had to finish the second area first before I could start with the beach's final third, the sand-dominant area. Everyone knew what they had to do, so I left them to it. Since a few days had passed since we came here, the excitement of the new place had worn down a bit, so everyone was back to being more interested in their training. Most Pokémon, mine included, took great pleasure in becoming stronger, for them training was something that was fun. This meant that my Pokémon actually enjoyed training, even if they occasionally got sidetracked by something new, but as they say, variety is a spice of life. Mothra had actually managed to use a pseudo-signal beam once yesterday, so it shouldn't take her long to officially learn the move. She had refused to ask my parents Butterfree for a demonstration, and I had decided to accept her choice. Yet, her talent had shown through, once more helping her immensely in her endeavor, allowing her to grasp signal beams so fast without any substantial instructions or clues. Once she got the move down, she would give Butterfree some tips while increasing her own mastery. Xatu, unfortunately, had not made much of a headway with Miracle Eye, but that was pretty normal. Not only was Miracle Eye a pretty complex move, but he also had not much information to go by, so he had to mostly fumble through on his own. Besides, he had only been going at it for 3 days, and learning stronger or complex moves could take weeks or even months without outside help, so 3 days was nothing. Still, this did show how much of a boon Mothra's talent was, since it helped her learn new moves pretty fast. Anyway, back to the current situation. I finished the rest of my rounds in a bit less than 1 hour, but nothing new came up. At least I could start with the final layer now. The first round came up empty, like really empty, since I didn't even get to see some of the regular Pokémon I normally encountered. That was a bit curious, since I had walked by the home of the Psyduck, as well as the place I had first seen the Slowpoke at, but this time I saw none of them. Maybe it was too early for them. I mean, it was not even 8:30, so they could be sleeping. While doing my second round, I saw a Wingull flying above me, followed by another 2. The 3 were playing in the sky, and I just watched them play for a few minutes, since I still had not lost my fascination with Pokémon, and seeing them play like this was great to watch, at least in my opinion. After watching the first Wingull doing a few loopings and barrel rolls avoiding the other 2, I resumed doing my rounds. I even saw a Psyduck moving towards the vegetation area, probably for breakfast, while I saw 2 Slowpoke fishing for breakfast during my third round. By the time I was done with my third round, I was wondering where Pidgey was, since it had been more than 90 minutes and she had yet to come to me to get the harness off her. Still, I simply shrugged after briefly thinking about it. If she wanted to keep wearing it, I saw no reason to say otherwise. I was not worried that anything had happened to her because she hung out with the others. Anything dangerous would have caused a ruckus that I would have definitely heard. So I just kept doing my own thing. At the beginning of my fourth round, I encountered my very first Azumarill, so I got a bit excited. I immediately checked her status, and I had to say she was not bad. Species: Azumarill. Gender: female. Type: water, fairy. Potential: deep yellow. Stage: bronze stage, high. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: thick fat, huge power. Talents: none. Affinities: water, fairy. At least her strength was pretty good, while her potential was not bad. She would definitely make a good sparring partner later on if I could get her to agree. She was a fairy type, and those were known to be really friendly as long as one did not try to harm them. I waved at her and she smiled while waving back at me before she went on her merry way while I not skipping. During the next few rounds, I saw a few crabby walking along the sand as well as a Asteria just lying on the sand allowing the water to wash over it again and again before it receded once more. Just when I was wondering if it was dead I saw a corfish of all things approaching it. Once corfish got to 3 meters distance of stereo it stopped since the stereo stood up showing that it was in fact alive. I got a bit closer during that time so that I could check their status, especially since this was my first old corfish. They both turned out to be disappointing potential-wise. The stereo was stronger than the corfish, so I was interested in seeing what it would do, but it simply started walking backward while keeping an eye on stereo. Still, while it was keeping an eye on the stereo it did not notice the Fiero approach through the air from behind. I saw Fiero initiating drill peck a few moments before it reached corfish who just heard it approaching. Since there was a threat in front of it, in the form of stereo, it apparently decided to do a half-turn to assess the situation. This was a big mistake since it should have either tried dodging or at least used harden or something like that. Since it didn't, corfish received a drill peck right at the top of its head. While a disoriented corfish was waving its pincers around trying to keep Fiero away, I saw stereo slipping away into the sea. Fiero capitalized on corfish's disorientation to launch a flurry of fury attacks all aimed at corfish's head, specifically its eyes. Despite corfish doing its best to defend itself, Fiero succeeded in landing some more hits on its head, worsening its situation, especially after Fiero managed to blind one of its eyes. Corfish tried to use Bubble Beam and Razor Shell to get rid of Fiero, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. The difference in their strength as well as the disadvantaged start it had led to it succumbing under Fiero's merciless assault. While this was happening I checked Fiero's status and observed the whole fight. The end result did not surprise me at all, since Fiero was stronger than corfish to begin with. It was at the high, bronze stage, while corfish was only at the low, bronze stage. If one added its ambush at the beginning into consideration it would be weird if corfish won. Now, some would ask why corfish did not evolve since it was most likely strong enough to do so. The answer was simple, it couldn't. Initiating the evolution process took a few undisturbed seconds which Fiero did not give it, not to forget its disorientation. After Fiero finished off the corfish it took a look in my direction before it grabbed the carcass with its claws and took off. I had been ready to defend myself in case it tried to attack me as well, but after it left I allowed myself to relax once more. After that excitement, I continued doing my rounds. An hour later I came across Pidgey, Nyx, and Teddy Ursa. It looked as if they were playing catch but inside a limited area. Pidgey kept flying low enough that the other two were able to reach her without having to jump too high. This was one of the games that I had told them about that doubled as a training exercise targeting multiple aspects at once. Once they noticed me they ran/flew over as fast as possible. We talked for a bit and I found out that Pidgey did not come to me after her training session, because she had mostly gotten used to the weight of her harness by now. She decided to keep wearing it to keep passively training. She was definitely low-key bragging in front of Nyx and Teddy Ursa, but I decided to ignore that while praising her for her effort. A few moments later I continued on my way and the trio resumed their game of tag. I saw a few Wooper and Poliwag near the water as well as some Magikarp and 2 Goldeen inside the water, but other than that everything was calm. At least that was the case until 1 hour before lunch. I was just doing my rounds as I had been for the last 4 hours, observing my surroundings for any interesting Pokemon or items, when I noticed something different about the sand in a certain area. It looked as if the place had received an impact some time ago, or if someone had dug a hole in that place before refilling it. I obviously went over to see if I would find anything. Unfortunately, I was unable to see anything useful, so I decided to check the area with my abilities to see if I would find something inside the sand. As luck would have it, I discovered something about 30 meters deep. Name: Comet Shard. Type: None. Class: D. Uses: it's a shard that fell off a comet and landed on the planet. It has retained the ability to absorb and store small amounts of cosmic energy from the environment. Contains cosmic energy and can be used as a supplement to help Pokemon that have a connection to celestial bodies/objects. I naturally used my telekinesis to slowly wiggle it upwards towards myself. The sand between me and my prize made lifting it harder, but a few minutes later I finally managed to get my hands on the comet shard. It was the size of my palm, had a light blue, and felt cold to touch. As for its shape, it looked mostly oval. After that discovery, I was happy to have checked the deeper parts of the sand, and I would be lying if I said that I was not musing what I had missed by not doing the same for the whole of the beach. Yet, doing so would drastically increase the time it took me to go over the beach, so I decided to be satisfied with the current situation, for now. I resumed my rounds, and by the time lunch came around, I had checked slightly more than half the area I was planning to go over today. I called everyone over / out for lunch, and everyone directly noticed the joyous mood of my Butterfree. Butterfree told me to check his potential, which I did, and I saw why he was in such a happy mood. He had successfully reached light blue potential. I congratulated him, and the others followed as well. Right after, Mothra came over and eagerly told me that she succeeded in learning Signal Beam. I checked and saw that Signal Beam did show up as a novice move in her move panel, so I praised her as well. She danced happily in the air upon hearing my praise before she gave me a hug that I returned. The others decided they wanted some of that hug action as well, so they joined in as well, and we ended up in a huge hug pile. Now I had to add that the Spearow that I had caught yesterday was not among this pile. Actually, I had not even called it out for lunch. After I recalled Spearow yesterday, I switched the ball to stasis mode until I had decided what to do with him. Was I going to keep him for myself or give him to my mother? I didn't know yet, and until I did he was staying in stasis. Anyway, after breaking up the hug pile, we started talking about the things we did while eating our lunch. I told them about the Spearow that I saw as well as the comet shard that I found, and they told me about the things they did. Apparently, all of them had decided to do some extra training, and I praised them all while also making sure that they knew not to overdo it. Once everyone was full, I pulled the ones that wished to return to my space, and the others split up once more, while I resumed my survey. I saw some more of the Pokemon I had already seen, such as Wingull, Wooper, Krabby, and Slowpoke, but none of them had light green or better potential. I also did not find any new items, at least until about 2 hours after lunch. Right in the place the water receded from the beach, I saw something glistening in the sand. When I checked it out, I found something useful. Name: Water Chip. Type: Water. Class: F. Uses: it's a fragment of a water gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store small amounts of water energy from the environment. Contains water-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. I was pretty happy with my find and continued my walk after storing it inside my space. Nothing noteworthy happened until about 80 minutes or 5+ rounds later. I could not believe what I managed to see just a few minutes ago. I saw an honest-to-new Vimpod chilling in the shallow water. It escaped the moment I checked its status, and I had no idea if it felt my telekinesis or if something else had startled it, but it remains a fact that I had seen AF*************************************** Vimpod at a beach in Kanto. Species: Vimpod. Gender: male. Type: bug, water. Potential: deep orange. Stage: Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: Wimp Out. Talents: none. Affinities: bug, water. Still, it did make sense, because of what I knew about the species. I know that its habitat varied from beaches to seabeds, so it was not too far-fetched for them to spread across the whole sea, just like all the other species living in the sea. Sure, they would be much rarer than in Alola and the western continent, but there should be some on beaches or the sea on all continents. Anyway, after that, I did not find anything noteworthy during the last hour before I had to stop. Just like yesterday, I had 3 to 4 rounds left for the completion of the final third, but I decided to do it tomorrow before I started my personal training. I was simply going to have to once again come over 1 hour earlier. With that decision made, I called everyone over, and after I took off the harness from Pidgey, we did our routine talk about what they did. We spent about 20 minutes talking, and I put them all away except for Zata before I had him bring me home. Chapter 110, Training. Today was the day I was going to focus on my own training. Since I had started my exploration trip towards the coast, I had neglected my aura and psychic training, but now that I had reached the goal, I had decided to set Dial Day aside for my personal training. Well, at least it was supposed to be me purely focusing on that, but since I did not manage to complete my survey yesterday, I still had a leftover area that needed to be checked. This was the reason I left an hour earlier than usual, so that it did not cut into my official training time. I had just now finished checking the last part of the beach. Unfortunately, nothing noteworthy came up, but I got to see a remoraid and a goldine, so at least that was interesting. This was not the first time I saw a remoraid, and the last time I had not thought much about it, but I don't know if it was because it was so early in the morning or not. I suddenly started wondering why a fish, remoraid, would evolve into an octopus, octillery. Anyway, sudden Pokemon biology question aside. Now that I was done with the beach, it was time to start my training. I had decided to divide the day into 2 parts. During the first half, I was going to focus on my aura, and during the second half, I was going to focus on my psychic training. I called out Zatu and had him teleport me on top of the cliff, since the beach was not a good place for what I planned to do next. I thanked him and told him he should do his miracle eye training first, after which he could do what he wanted for a while. I informed him that I would call him later on, since I was going to need his help. The others were staying inside my space. Today they would have to do their training and relaxing in there, but I would call them out for lunch. Since it had been some time that I last tested them, I was planning to go over my physical and aura prowess first, before starting my aura training. So, the very first thing I did was check out my status. Name, Mikhail Geo. Species, human. Gender, male. Age, 4+ years. Trainer class, none, senior/unofficial. Affinities. Elements/concepts. Psychic/psionic, supreme. Aura/life, supreme. Bug/growth, supreme. Pokemon. Psychic types, supreme. Fighting types, supreme. Bug types, supreme. Talents. Comprehension, supreme. Energy manipulation, supreme. Survival, high. Bonds. 16, weak. Pokemon roster. Zatu, Mothra, Butterfree. 13 more Pokemon. Pokemon. Zatu, Mothra, Butterfree. 500+ more Pokemon. Occupation. Tier 1 First Class Psychic, Peak. Tier 1 First Class Aura User, Peak. Tier 0 Top Apprentice Ballcrafter. Physique. Tier 1 Bronze Stage. Mind. Tier 1 Bronze Stage. Soul. Tier 1 Silver Stage. Condition, healthy, excited. Masteries. Psychic. Minor Telekinesis Advanced. Minor Telepathy Advanced. Minor Psionic Energy Manipulation Proficient. Aura. Minor Emotion Sense Proficient. Minor Aura Sense Proficient. Minor Aura Speech Proficient. Minor Internal Aura Manipulation Advanced. Techniques. Telekinetic Grip, Sand Rope, Psionic Shield. Everything was as I expected it to be, yet I had to admit it was great to see everything on paper, especially the mastery section. I was proud that I had managed to raise them all to such high degrees in such a short time, at least compared to the norm. Now that I had looked over my status screen, it was time to go over my physical prowess. First of all, my physique. According to my latest measuring, I was 145 centimeters tall, which put me somewhere in the 11 to 12 years old category height-wise. My weight was 45 kilograms, which was nearly 10 kilograms above the average, but those were obviously purely muscles in my case. I was built like a mini Bruce Lee, just a bit better looking. Ahem, slightly narcissistic moment aside, it was time to measure my strength and speed. I could skip the endurance part for now, since I remembered running for 3 hours but still being able to run more. I could see how high my endurance was some other time. Anyway, I already had bought and stored all kinds of weight, so I took out some of them to start my strength test. The first aspect would be my pure strength, so I started lifting the weights I took out. I began with 100 kilograms, which felt pretty easy, so I decided to directly double the weight. However, I had no problem lifting 200 kilograms as well. Since that was the case, I increased the weight by 100 more kilograms, but I was still not feeling a strain. I raised the weight by 50 kilograms, and after that by another 50 kilograms, but I was still not at my limit. Nonetheless, I started to really feel the weight, so I took a 5-minute break to make sure that fatigue did not influence the result. I kept increasing the weight by 10 kilograms, and at 450 kilograms I reached my limit. This was really impressive, considering that this was purely my physical strength and that my current physique was only that of an 11-year-old. After taking a short break, I decided to repeat the test, but this time I was going to use my aura to boost my strength. I began with 450 kilograms for obvious reasons, and feeling the strain, or more like the lack of strain, I chose to directly raise it to 600 kilograms. Yet, that still felt easy, so I lifted 700 kilograms next. I slowly kept increasing the weight while taking the occasional short break to recover for a bit until I hit my limit. It turned out that the maximum I could lift while boosted by was 810 kilograms. Once I determined my regular and boosted lift capacity, I chose to find my comfortable carry weight next. I chose to carry the weight like a backpack for this, and after some tests, it turned out that 80 kilograms was the weight I could carry for a prolonged time while actively moving/walking. I repeated the test once more while boosted by my aura and got 144 kilograms this time around. Once I was done with my strength tests, I proceeded with my speed ones. I was going to have Zada help with this one, but first I started to use 2 twigs to mark a distance of 100 meters. After that, I called Zada over and gave him a stopwatch to measure the time it took me to cover those 100 meters. Since I wanted to know my max speed, I started roughly 30 meters before the start so that I could leave out the time needed at the beginning to accelerate to my top speed. I did 3 rounds to make sure the result was more or less correct, and the result was that my maximum running speed was 80 kilometers per hour. I took a short break before I repeated the test while my aura boost was active. This time my speed came up as 140 kilometers per hour. After that, I did 3 more speed-related tests. The first was to see how long I could keep up my ordinary maximum speed. I had Zada help me out with these tests as well, and the result of the first one was 5 minutes, which was really impressive. Still, I had to take a 5-minute break and eat an orange berry as well as lepa berry before I was ready for the next test. That one was a repeat of the previous one, just with the active aura boost. Surprisingly, I actually lasted longer despite running faster. However, the fatigue I felt afterward was much more severe as well. I had to rest for 20 minutes before I was feeling well enough to continue, and that was with the help of berries. Still, that did make sense since I was not only physically exhausted but also used up quite a bit of my aura reserves. The third test was to see how fast I was when I was running at a comfortable speed, one I could keep up for a few hours if I had to. Surprisingly, the result was 40 kilometers per hour, which was awesome. This meant my cruising speed was roughly as fast as the fastest runner in my previous life, as well as nearly double the speed of the fastest long-distance runner who actually covered more than 21 kilometers in an hour. After those tests, I decided to do 2 more to see how fast my walking speed and leisure walking speed were. My regular walking speed turned out to be 10 kilometers per hour, which was impressive since that used to be my running speed in my last life. The speed of my leisure walking turned out to be 5 kilometers per hour, which used to be my regular walking speed. Overall, my walking speed seemed to have doubled, while my running speed was much, much higher in this life. One important thing I had to bear in mind was that I was still not fully grown, so those results were definitely going to improve in the future. Doing all these tests took nearly all the time I had allotted for my first half, and I was only left with 1 hour until lunch. Since that was the case, I decided to simply use the time to determine the limits of my current aura abilities as much as I could during that time. I started with my minor emotion sense. The maximum range I could detect emotions was 80 meters, but the farther away from me the target was, the vaguer the results got. When I was focusing on a target in front of me that was not actively suppressing his/its emotions, I could differentiate between their emotional nuances like excitement and happiness. However, if it was someone that could mask or suppress its emotions, then I would only be able to get a positive, indifferent, or negative feeling. I naturally had Zada help me with these tests, and for the next one, I called out some of the others as well before returning them. What I did was test what happened when I tried to feel the emotions of multiple individuals at once. The result was that I could get a rough read for up to 3 individuals, but more than that, and it just all mixed into something chaotic. Once I was done with testing my emotion sense, I did the same with my aura sense. The maximum range of this one was quite a bit larger at 120 meters. I could use it to detect the aura/life force of individuals in that range, while it did get rougher the farther away from me the target was. As long as the target was not suppressing it, I could use their aura to roughly guess their strength/life intensity. This was obviously only possible if I had a reference for said strength/life intensity. I could also roughly determine their current health status, but this was also limited to those that couldn't suppress/mask their aura. Naturally, the same was true for sensing an individual. If he/she/it was able to suppress/mask their aura, I would be either unable to sense them at all or I would have a much harder time doing so. I also did the test with multiple individuals test using my aura sense, and I had no problem detecting a high number of individuals, but if they were clustered together it got hard to differentiate between them. After taking a 10-minute break, I started testing my minor aura speech. I found out that it worked best in a radius of 30 meters around me. After that it got worse until it became useless at 60 meters. The good thing was that I could target either a single individual or multiple at once, without significant loss of effectiveness. However, as one would think, targeting individuals worked the best. The range of emotions I could convey was pretty extensive, covering most of them, but some nuances were still too hard, such as feeling hopeless and gloomy. Once I was done with that, only the minor internal aura manipulation was left, and I tried my best to test that one with the resources available to me. I was able to roughly determine that I could use my aura to boost a single aspect of my body by 80%. Included in this were my jump distance/height, strength, speed, endurance, thinking, regeneration, and reflexes. I was actually able to more or less accurately test the first 4, but the last 3 were much harder to determine, but I had no reason to think otherwise. When I focused on boosting 2 aspects simultaneously, I had trouble doing so, but in cases where I succeeded, the boost got reduced to 50%. I was unable to focus on 3 or more aspects simultaneously, but I could use my aura for an overall boost, which was about 20%. I, unfortunately, did not have enough time to measure how long I could keep that up, since I already had extended my aura session by 30 minutes, but except for that I was done anyway. Right now it was time for lunch. Chapter 111, Training 2. While we were eating, I started asking them how they felt and how their training was going. I also decided to check their status to see the latest progress they made, and the one that stood out was Teddy Ursa because he reached the mid-bronze stage since the last time I checked the status, which was just 2 or 3 days ago. Name, none. Species, Teddy Ursa. Gender, male. Age, +4 year. Type, normal. Potential, light blue, 62.4%, 65.8%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, low, mid. Vitality, F-E. Strength, F. Endurance, G-F. Agility, G-F. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Immunity, Ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, happy. Masteries. Neutral energy manipulation, beg. Techniques. Lick, beg, scratch, beg, sweet scent, beg, play nice, beg, charm, beg, brick break, beg, fire punch, beg, feint attack, pro, Fury Swipes, Pro. ADV. It looked like multiple of his parameters increased simultaneously or at least back to back. Well, the training I had Teddy Ursa do did target those parameters, so it made sense that they increased. Move-wise, I told him to focus on Fury Swipes if he wanted to train them, since I had a plan that involved Fury Swipes and Slash. As for our bond, that one had been upgraded more than a week ago. Anyway, I was happy to see his progress and praise him, which made him happy as well. While they were telling me about their training, Seb uttered a request. What he said sounded like, and I. Neato. Edo. Rin. Oh, neato. Reno. Since I had a telepathic link going, I knew what he was actually saying. Big bro, me and Gaia want some weights for our training, like the ones Pidgey has. We noticed that they seem to help her progress and we want in. When he said that, Gaia nodded to show her agreement, and the others threw in that they wanted some as well. Mothra flew over to me and started to circle me while repeatedly saying me too. There was something really funny seeing a gigantic Butterfree behaving so childish that I just had to chuckle. It did not take long for Nyx to join Mothra and for Teddy Ursa to get dragged in as well. My chuckle turned into a full-blown laugh at that. The others made amused faces at the antics of those three, and once I stopped laughing, I addressed their request. Alright, if that's what you want, then I can do that. Mothra and the other two, who had stopped when I started talking, began to celebrate after hearing my answer. Their jubilation made me chuckle once more. I already bought the necessary weights and harnesses for everyone, so I can secure them on anyone that wants them, I added, and I saw them smile at that. I do have to say that the weight everyone is going to start with is different. Once I think you are ready for it, I might increase the weight, but only then. I don't want you guys to make fun of each other because of this, alright? I glanced between Nyx, Teddy Ursa, and Pidgey when I said that. I had bought that stuff for everyone a while back and it had not been cheap, but in the end it didn't even put a dent into my finances. Anyway, I was going to have them all stay outside for the rest of today since I am going to need their help during my psychic practice, so I will need to change locations first. After I made that decision, I told everyone that I was going to recall them until we reached the area I was planning to do my training. Afterward, I asked Zata to teleport me to a clearing I had seen on the way to Coast City. Once there, I released everyone and proceeded to secure the harnesses on them. I gave everyone what I thought was a good starting weight for them, ranging from 500 GR for Weedle to 6 kilograms for Seb. As soon as I was done with it, I told them that they could do their own thing while I did my own training. Naturally, I did not forget to inform them that I might need their help at some point. For my first test, I called Zata over. Zatu, I want to do the intrusion routine. This was the training routine I created together with Zata to test/improve my ability to detect mental intrusions. Zata would use increasingly refined attempts to intrude into my mind while I would have to detect them. This also helped him refine his skills in telepathy, so we were killing 2 Spearow with 1 stone. Ho, alright. Do inform me once you fail to keep up with me. Zata needled me and I had to chuckle. Sure, I will tell you when I feel that your attempts don't get any better. I shot back in jest and we both smiled before getting serious. Don't forget to start off easy. I remind him and he simply nods in return. For the next 20 minutes, Zata kept using increasingly subtle mental probes on me, but I managed to detect all of them, even if the last few were starting to get pretty hard to detect. Alright, that's enough. You seem to have hit your plateau since the last few probes were about the same in difficulty. I decided to stop the exercise. I thought I was going to succeed, but it seems I still have to improve. Nonetheless, I have come closer, so it's only a matter of time. Zata nodded before lamenting over his failure. You did get much better. The last few were getting harder to detect. I praised him, and it was true. He had come a long way since we had started doing this exercise. I would say his telepathy had improved a lot thanks to this, and I honestly believed he was as good in this as Psychic's a stage or 2 above his own. After that, I began working on my telepathy. First was my current maximum range, which was 120 meters. As long as an individual was inside this range, I would be able to detect an unmasked mind. This was also the area in which I could link/connect minds, but the farther away from me the less the number of links became and the more tenuous the connection. The maximum number of links I could currently create was 8, but we, Zatu and I, had managed to find some kind of workaround for this. I called everyone over so that we could use our telepathy on all of them for the next part. Just like me, Zata could create mental links as well, and his number was a bit higher as well at 12. What we did was to use the link between me and him as the bridge for cross-link communication. What someone in Zata's link system said got transferred to my link system through the mental connection between us and vice versa. So as long as something was said mentally to everyone in my link system, Zata heard it since he was a member as well. Since Zata heard it, the members of his link system heard it as well. The same happened in his system with me. I am pretty sure that we were not the only ones that had this idea and that at least the military was making use of this, but we came up with it on our own, so I was proud of us nonetheless. After we did this exercise for a while, I broke the connection and thanked everyone for their help. They went back to their own thing while I started working on the next part, reading minds and memories. I found myself a willing wild Pokemon as a training partner, this time a Rattata, and began reading its mind. After making sure there were no problems with this part, one began reading its memories. When I first started doing this, I could only access the memories of the last few minutes, but through training, I managed to increase that to the last few hours. Once I was done training how to access memories as well as trying to increase the time span I had access to, I gave the Rattata some berries and let it go. It couldn't help me with refining the subtlety of my mental probe, since it was unable to feel it. So, I called over Zata once more, and we repeated our first exercise, but this time I was the one releasing the probe and he was the one that had to detect it. We did this for a while before I decided to stop, and I thanked him for his assistance. Unfortunately, this was all I could currently do with my minor telepathy, since manipulating memories or thoughts/minds were still out of my reach, and I believed they would stay as such for quite some time. Not that I had not seen if I could do what I did, but that was also why I thought the way I did. Anyway, by the time I was done with telepathy, I was left with less than 3 hours until I had to return home. Next, I began focusing on my telekinesis. The maximum range of my telekinesis turned out to be the same as with my telepathy, 120 meters. The worsening of my control further away from me was the case here as well, but that was only for harder manipulations. After testing my current range, I took out my weights and began levitating them to discover the highest weight I could carry. It turned out that my current maximum was 130 kilograms. This was 10 kilograms more than the last time I tested it, so I was happy. Since I only weighed about 45 kilograms, I could levitate myself. I could kind of fly, but it was currently pretty wonky and slow, so I only did to slow my fall or to train it. Levitating objects and others was easier than levitating myself. After landing back on the ground, I began my next exercise, which was levitating sand. I did this in 2 ways, resulting in 2 alternative ways to perform the exercise. The first was forming sand orbs, while the second was sand threads/ropes. Both made use of 1 kilogram sand piles, but their different forms allowed different movements and difficulties. I tried to levitate as many piles as I could at once and found my current limit at 15 piles. This was only 15 kilograms compared to the 130 kilograms I could lift at most, but the need for focus and concentration was different. I tried to perform complex manipulations of the sand, like shaping forms instead of orbs or performing complex movements with the ropes. In such cases, the maximum number of piles I could levitate was drastically reduced to just 3. I actually wanted to test for how long I could perform all exercises, but I did not have enough time to do that, so I chose to do only one for now. I decided to see how long I could keep up 3 sand piles while shaping them into various forms. In the end, I managed to persist for 45 minutes before I was spent and had to quit. Since I had less than an hour left, I decided to move on to my next psychic ability, minor psionic energy manipulation, after an involuntary 10-minute break. I had developed 4 methods I used my psionic energy manipulation in: to create small platforms, to cover a small part of my body in a second skin, to create small shields, and to create small weapons. The number of platforms I could create depended on their size, and depending on the number as well as the size of the platforms my energy consumption varied. However, the maximum I managed to construct simultaneously was 8. Furthermore, I could use these platforms to walk on the air and water, as well as cross any terrain that was hard to traverse. It also allowed me to make use of my physical speed if I managed to keep up with the construction. While flying with Slash could most likely replace it, it still had its uses. Next up was my second skin, which was just that. I used psionic energy to cover my skin with it, creating a second layer that was able to tank some damage. It kept my skin safe from any harmful substances as well. I used to be able to cover a whole arm in my second skin, but after my tests, I learned that it had increased to an area equal to both of my arms. Once I had finished with my second skin, I shifted to my barriers. I derived them through a combination of the platforms and second skin. After my tests, I learned that the current maximum size I could form was double the size of my palm. So, a circle with about a 12 centimeters radius. My energy consumption here also depended on the size and number of barriers. The maximum number of barriers I had successfully constructed was 4, but those were smaller than my maximum. This only left my small weapon creation, and here I had chosen to focus on daggers and arrows. I found out that the highest number I could create at once was 12. I could use these weapons either directly or move them with my telekinesis. I had managed to divide my time efficiently enough because once I was done with checking my weapon creation ability, it was time for me to return home. Chapter 112, First Dive. After dinner, I decided to bring up the Spearow that I had caught. I had ultimately decided to give him to my mother instead of keeping him for myself. So, once we were all sitting on the couch, I pulled out Spearow's ball for my parents to see. My father had an exasperated face that screamed again, which made me chuckle, while my mother simply had a curious look. "Honey, are you going to tell us why you pulled out a pokeball, or are you waiting for your father to crack and ask first?" My mother chuckled while asking me that, which made my father release a sigh. "Ha, ha, ha. Really funny, honey," he returned in a dry tone before turning to me. He released another sigh, and I could visibly see him relaxing while he was expelling the air. Sigh. "Yes, Mikhail, do tell us why you pulled out a Pokeball this time. Did you save another Pokemon that wanted to join you afterward?" he asked in a humorous tone, and my mom giggled because she apparently thought his joke was funny. "Nope, not this time," I said with a shrug. I came across a Spearow that gave off a really good feeling, so I decided to catch it because such cases are pretty rare. They both nodded at that since they knew how hard it was to find Pokemon with good potential generally. My observe function aside, and even then finding them was pretty rare. "That's great, honey." My mother complimented me, but before both of them could say anything else I continued. "Thanks. Anyway, I may have caught it, but I already have Pidgey, so I thought about it, and since Dad already has Sky, I decided to give Spearow to Mom," I said while looking at them. My mother released a short cry of happiness before she hugged me and pinched my cheeks a few times. While my cheeks were suffering, my father started laughing at my helplessness, and I shot him a glare that just made him laugh some more. "Ahem. That was well reasoned, son. Besides, you already gave me Lotad, so your mommy would have pouted if you had given Spearow to me as well." My father complimented me before saying the second part in a teasing tone, which made my mother protest indignantly. "Hey, that's not true. I wouldn't have pouted," she protested while shaking her head. My father just gave her a deadpan look, and for a while, they simply stared into the eyes of each other. Just when I was thinking if I should interfere, my mother broke their staring contest. This was one of the rare cases he won, which made my father chuckle for a bit, but being the smart person that he was, he decided to placate her. "I know you wouldn't do that, dear. I was just joking," he said before he kissed her on her right cheek, making my mother giggle. Deciding to ignore my parents' antics, I passed the ball to my mother while telling her some stuff about Spearow. Spearow's potential should be about the same as Epona's potential, and strength-wise, he's at the low, bronze stage. My mother accepted the ball from me, and instead of putting it away as I had expected, she called Spearow out after changing the ownership of the ball. After he appeared on the coffee table, he examined his surrounding before his gaze settled on me. "Hello again, Spiro." I gave him a small wave while greeting him, before pointing to my mother. "This is my mom. She's a good trainer that will be able to help you get stronger. I am sure you two will get along really well," I told him while looking into his eyes, before leaving him to his fate. I meant to my mother. Spiro focused on my mother after I said that, and she stood up so that she could approach him. I left the Spiro thing to her, and after she was done, the rest of the evening and weekend went mostly like normal. The only other noteworthy event was my mother's Sneasel breaking through to the bronze stage on Gru Day. That had been yesterday. I had just now arrived at my beach once more. Since I was done exploring the beach, for now, I had 3 options available to me. I could explore the cave I had found during my survey, or I could go diving to do some underwater exploring. Finally, I could also check out the sea on a boat or while swimming to see if I could find an island or two. Maybe do some fishing or just look around enjoying the view. I eventually settled on doing some diving first. So, I entered my space, went into my house, and changed into some swimming trunks. After that, I took the swimming goggles as well as the rebreather and left my space again. I then walked towards the water and kept walking until the water became high enough to reach my belly. The temperature of the water was not cold as I expected it to be. It wasn't pleasantly warm, but it was pleasant enough for me to not have to care about it. I put on my goggles as well as my rebreather, and once I did, I called out all 4 of my mid-bronze stage Magikarp. They started circling me as soon as they were in the water and came closer to me one by one so that I could hug each of them. Afterward, I began to move forward again, but this time by swimming. I kept swimming forward for about a minute before I thought that the water had become deep enough to enjoy diving, so I began to do that after that point. The first thing that got my attention were my Magikarp, and I went up to each one of them to stroke their sides a bit. Then I focused on the surroundings, but mostly on the seabed. I was at this point, by my estimates, a bit less than 1 kilometer away from the beach. I could see a lot of patches of seagrass and some seaweeds as well. The sand at the seafloor seemed light brown. There were some fish swimming around as well as the occasional Magikarp. I swam closer to some of the seaweeds so that I could check them out, but they turned out to be regular stuff for the most part, with some azure kelp here and there, but I already had that one. While I swam towards the closest patch of seagrass, I noticed that there seemed to be different kinds of seagrass growing in this place. The patch I was currently approaching resembled regular grass and had flat, stiff blades that were on average 16 to 25 centimeters long, with the longer ones growing up to 33 centimeters. There were also some small corals, but there were too few of them and they were majorly overshadowed by the grass. I checked them both out and the coral came out as such, while the grass seemed to be called shoal grass. Unfortunately, nearly all of the grass I saw was regular shoal grass, but I did find some that looked and felt healthier than the others. They belonged to the longer group and turned out to be useful. Name: Vibrant Shoal Grass. Type: Water. Class: F. Uses: it's a blade of shoal grass that has absorbed water energy until it mutated. Contains some grass energy and compressed water type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help grass and water type Pokemon. I saw regular fish and some Magikarp swimming between the shoal grass and even spotted 4 Krabby walking on the sand. I observed them for a bit and saw them occasionally eating some of the grass, preferably the vibrant ones, as well as some of the fish swimming around. I checked the sand as well, but it turned up as just regular sand. After seeing nothing else that was useful, I swam towards the other patches of seagrass, especially the ones that looked different compared to the shoal grass. The next patch of grass was much shorter than the shoal grass and had oval blades that looked on average 5 centimeters long. After checking them, I learned that they were called paddle grass. Nearly all of them were just normal, but after looking for a bit I saw one that looked more vibrant than the others. The problem was that it was about to be eaten by a barboach, but hey, at least I got to see my first barboach. I decided to let it eat it, but I naturally had to check out its status before I started looking for another blade like that one. Species: barboach. Gender: male. Type: water, ground. Potential: light orange. Stage: iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, oblivious. Talents, none. Affinities, water, ground. After checking my first barboach, I began looking for another one of those special paddle grass that I could take for myself. While searching for that, I saw another 2 barboach. Interestingly, there were a lot of regular fish swimming around, but only a single magikarp, which was a lot less than around the shoal grass. Maybe they thought the paddle grass was too short. Anyway, it took me a few minutes, but I did eventually find another one. Name, Vital Paddle Grass. Type, water. Class, F. Uses, it's a blade of paddle grass that has absorbed water energy until it mutated. Contains some grass energy and compressed water-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help grass and water-type Pokemon. Once I had stored the vital paddle grass inside my space, I swam towards a patch that had some of the last different-looking grass species, at least as far as I could see. I had noticed that while I was swimming around checking out stuff, my Magikarp had been following me around, which was good and exactly what I wanted them to do. The interesting thing was that I saw them occasionally munching on some of the grass or some of the regular fish. They also deterred any of the Pokemon from approaching me on their own. If I was the one approaching the Pokemon, they did not interfere, but once a Pokemon/Magikarp tried to swim towards me on their own, my Magikarp scared/send them off. I naturally had no problem with this and felt happy instead. Anyway, I arrived at the patch of grass I had aimed for and immediately checked it out. They looked flat and ribbon-like and seemed to be some 30 centimeters long. I checked them and found out that they were called Goldeen grass. The surrounding area was a bit more active than the others, and as the name of the grass would suggest, I saw some Goldeens swimming between the grass blades well, in addition to the Magikarp and regular fish. Not only that, but I also saw my first tentacle there. I naturally started looking for a better version of the Goldeen grass. I mean, since the other 2 had some, then this one should have some as well. It took a while since the grass blades were petty long touch, making it harder to see between them, but I found one. Name, Lively Goldeen Grass. Type, water. Class, F. Uses, it's a blade of Goldeen grass that has absorbed water energy until it mutated. Contains some grass energy and compressed water-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help grass and water-type Pokemon. After I stored one of them inside my space, I began to just leisurely swim around the place for a bit, since I had gotten the materials that directly stood out to me. While I was swimming, I started to think about the regular fish swimming around the place. I saw that my Magikarp liked to eat them, since they seemed to gobble them up occasionally while swimming beside me. So, I decided to relocate a certain number of them into my marine subspace. I needed to reserve an area for them to keep the Magikarp inside from eating them all before they could multiply, but that was among the functions, so made sure of it. Once I made the decision, I would occasionally put some of the small groups of fish I came across while swimming around the area, checking the Pokemon and looking for some useful things inside my marine subspace. Chapter 113, First Dive, 2. After about 20 minutes, I decided that I had seen enough of the area and chose to swim a bit further out. While I was moving forwards, I was also observing my surroundings, which meant I saw a lot of grass fields consisting either of one of the 3 species I found or a mix of them. Thankfully, those were not the only things I saw, or it would have gotten boring pretty fast. No, I also saw small regions of seaweeds, as well as various corals, and areas where all of them grew. These regions/fields served as places that fish, krill, and Pokemon congregated either to live around or for food. It was while I was observing the colorful sea floor that I decided to grow the regular versions of the sea plants I had collected until now inside both the pond and the main space, as well as inside the marine subspace. They would serve as a food source and grew much faster than their special counterparts. There was also no maximum limit I had to worry about, so I immediately planted them in both places, shielding them until they had grown enough, which shouldn't take too long since they got optimized as well. The improvement included nutrition value as well as growth speed. It also allowed them to survive in all water environments. The same was true for the fish I imported into my space. I had settled on 4 species, and while they would never become like Pokemon, the optimization by my space made them healthier, more nutritious, and tastier as well. It also accelerated their growth/maturity speed and allowed them to live in any water environment. By now I had relocated hundreds of sardines, herrings, mackerels, and sea breams. I kept them in separate areas, for now, to allow them to multiply some more. I also saw firsthand the effect the optimization had on them. I had chosen these 4 species because they were medium-sized, and all of them grew by 10 centimeters after the optimization. Sardines went from an average length of 30 centimeters to 40 centimeters, herrings had an average length of 40 centimeters, which became 50 centimeters, mackerel went from 35 centimeters to 45 centimeters, and sea breams grew from about 35 centimeters to 45 centimeters. My space turned them into the perfect food source for my Pokemon, and I would have no scruples selling them for money as well since they had no other use besides as food. I occasionally swam down to check the fields when I saw a new type of plant or coral or some Pokemon besides Magikarp. I had gotten a new type of seaweed that way called brown kelp, which was kinda like the cousin of the azure kelp. Name: brown kelp. Type: water. Class: F. Uses: it's a piece of kelp that has absorbed water as well as some ground energy until it mutated. Contains a bit of grass energy, some ground energy, as well as concentrated water-type energy, increasing its purity. Can slightly aid acclimate ground types to water energy. Can also be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. As for the types of corals, I had seen until now, well, there had been quite a few of them. They were named after things they resembled. So far I had seen some tree corals, horn corals, table corals, vase corals, brain corals, and whip corals. All of them could be found in different colors, the most common being brown, green, blue, red, and orange, which made coral fields look like colorful and beautiful places. But that was enough about the basis that was sustaining the ecosystem in the sea. Let's focus on the reason I came here in the first place: Pokemon and precious materials. On the precious material front, I had unfortunately not found anything yet, except for the brown kelp. However, the Pokemon front was much more promising. Well, not because of their potential, since I had not found one with satisfactory potential yet, but because of their diversity. While I was swimming forward in a loose S-shaped movement checking the various fields I saw, I also came across various Pokemon species. The most abundant were naturally the Magikarp, but I also saw quite a few Remoraid. I came across 2 Chinchou while checking my first small coral field. They had created a house that was slightly concealed among the corals. When I discovered them, they were about to shock me, but thankfully I managed to use my Jedi powers. I meant my aura abilities to calm them down. After I persuaded them of my harmlessness towards them and that I had no plan to expose their place, they turned out pretty cool. They allowed me to watch them for a bit, and I got to see them hunt some fish using their electricity. At the same coral field, I also found a shelter that was just chilling between some of the corals. I saw a few Goldeen and Tentacle among the areas with long grasses and or seaweeds. Not in the same areas, mind you, because they did not seem to like each other that much. I knew, or at least assumed this, because I saw a Goldeen fighting against a Tentacle in one of those places, despite there being just about enough space for both of them. My guess was that they did not want to share their prey/bounty. Furthermore, I also found a few Barboach, and from my encounters, I inferred that they preferred areas with short grass/seaweed and or corals. Among the other coral fields I checked, I found 2 more Shelder and surprisingly 2 Clampearl as well. Those species seemed to prefer to live in areas with corals, but that did not mean they could not be found outside of it, since I knew that Shelder also liked to hide under the sand. However, these were not the only species that like corals. I came across Staryu on multiple occasions while checking the areas with corals, and I even encountered a Horsia. After the Chinchou, it was the most aggressive of the Pokemon I met during this dive. I was pretty sure, if not for the 4 Magikarp that were accompanying me, it would have attacked me, but when it saw them moving towards it once it showed signs of aggression, it ran/swam away. Still, I believe that Horsia to be the exception, because I met 3 more Horsia, yet none of them reacted as aggressively as the first one. While only one of them was really relaxed, the other two were peaceful as well. Since I encountered all four Horsia in areas with corals, I began to theorize that they preferred such environments. Obviously, this did not mean that they stayed exclusively in such places, but it was most likely their most preferred choice. Anyway, it had been a few hours since I had entered the water, and a quick look at my watch confirmed that it had been 4 hours already, so I had about 1 to 2 hours until it was time for me and my Pokemon to eat lunch. By now I was more than 3 kilometers away from the beach despite spending so much time checking many things and moving in an S shape. I was not planning to swim back, since that would cost me more than 20 minutes, I think. I was not sure since I had no idea how fast I could swim, but the important point was that it would take too much time. I was going to swim up and call out Zata so that he could teleport me to the beach. Knowing this, I could continue to spend the time until lunch on swimming further out, and I did just that. Until now the coral fields I came across could have been categorized as small, but right in front of me, I was seeing one that definitely could be called large. I stopped for a moment and used telepathy to tell my Magikarp to stay alert and cautious. We were pretty far out right now and I had no idea what I could come across in a field this large, so being careful was important. I began swimming around the field checking between the corals and generally keeping an eye on the whole place, and I got to see a multitude of Pokemon species. It looked like the large size of the field meant that they were willing to share the place without fighting among themselves for the territory, even if they seemed to have divided the area into districts/zones. I saw a lot of Magikarp, and they were the only ones that were everywhere, but that was kinda the norm so far. I saw more than 30 Remoraid and even 2 Octillery as well. The two seemed like the leaders of part of the southern zone belonging to the Remoraid. One of them was at the mid-bronze stage, while the other was at the high-bronze stage. None of their potentials was better than Deep Orange. The zone to their left seemed to belong to a group of Krabby led by a single Kingler. I saw like 15 Krabby but had no idea how many more were in places I couldn't see. I got curious about Kingler's strength since he had to be stronger than the Octillery, being the sole leader and all that. Since I knew that Kingler was at least at the high-bronze stage if not higher, I acted pretty cautiously while approaching it. I had been much more carefree about approaching the Octillery since the strength of my Magikarp and my own gave me some confidence for us to stay mostly unharmed. Against Kingler I was not so sure if my Magikarp could stay unharmed or not, so I behaved much more prudent. I moved towards the direction its back was facing before I moved closer. Even then I made sure to stop as soon as Kingler was inside the range of my telekinesis. After that, I acted in the softest manner possible while brushing past its body to check its status. Species, Kingler. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, yellow. Stage, silver stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, hypercutter. Talents, none. Affinities, water. It turned out I was right. At the low, silver stage, Kingler officially became the strongest wild Pokemon I had seen at sea, at least up to this point. After I was done with my check I carefully moved away. Afterward, I returned to the Octillery zone and from there to the right to check which species had settled there. It turned out that a large part of the right/east side of the coral field belonged to the Goldeen. I was sure that I saw nearly 100 Goldeens swimming around, but there could have been more than that as well. Nonetheless, the size of their zone alone told me that their leaders were pretty strong. The bosses of the Goldeen zone were 2 Sea King, and they were not the only Sea King in there, just the strongest ones. Besides the bosses, I saw 2 more Sea King, both being at the mid-bronze stage. I had to launch another ninja-style operation to get close enough to the leaders to check their status through my telekinesis. For this one, I even took back my Magikarp for maximum stealth. After I slowly made my way over swimming as close to the floor as possible, I successfully checked them both. They were both at the low, silver stage, which together with the mid-bronze ones explained the size of their territory. Before I explored the rest of the coral field, I called out the Magikarp once more, who proceeded to swim towards me. They complained about me staying behind on my own, telling me that they had to protect me. Their behavior and their feelings made me happy, so I stroked their sides for a while. A few minutes later I resumed my exploration. I learned that the rest of the coral field, which was most of the northern and northwestern side, belonged to the Horsia line. Now, despite their territory being as large as that of the Goldine, I saw way less Horsia than I did Goldine. I only managed to see 40 or so Horsia, but I did spot 5 Cedra. The behavior of the 5 made it obvious, to me, that one of them was the leader, while the other 4 were its direct underlings. When at one point I saw the leader call over the other 4 to tell them something before sending them away, I followed one of the underlings to check its status. I noticed that it was doing a patrol, and after checking up on the other 3 confirmed that they did the same. All 4 of them were at the high, bronze stage, which was impressive and told me that the leader was at least at the low, silver stage. After doing yet another ninja-worthy operation, this time with my Nincarps, I got close enough to check its status as well. As soon as I did, it turned in my direction, and we, my Magikarp and I, immediately stopped moving. Apparently, it decided to ignore us after sensing no danger or ill intent, because I saw it turn away once more after a few moments. We relaxed once that happened, but still moved away as soon as possible. Once we were at the border between the Horsia and Goldine zone, I finally checked the status screen that showed up. Species, Cedra. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, silver stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Seeing her strength being at the mid, silver stage, I start thanking all legendaries that she decided to ignore us after detecting something, because if she hadn't, I would have had no other choice than to hide inside my space. Who knew for how long I would have had to stay there if that happened? Fortunately, nothing like that happened. Still, it was moments like these that made me appreciate my emergency exit, aka my space, even more. Anyway, once I calmed down after that little surprise, I took a look at my watch. I saw that it was time for lunch, so I decided to start swimming upwards. While I was moving towards the surface, I took a peek in the northern direction, since that was where I was moving after lunch. That's when I noticed a large swarm of tentacle led by 3 tentacruel moving towards the coral field I had just explored. There were hundreds of tentacle, and their movement towards the coral field meant that I was about to witness a territory war. Chapter 114, Underwater War. I wouldn't say that there were tentacle as far as I could see, but seeing a decently sized swarm of them moving in one direction was impressive nonetheless. I decided to swim up a bit more so that I could get a better view of what was about to happen and to be closer to the surface in case something unexpected happened. Still, to reduce the probability of getting dragged into the conflict, I positioned myself above the Horsia area of the coral field. Once I was satisfied with my position, I focused back on the situation below me. While I knew that a lot of casualties were going to happen, I couldn't stop myself from getting excited at the prospect of witnessing a territory war. First of all, was the situation of the intruders, the tentacle. As I previously noted, the number of tentacle was pretty large. If I had to use numbers, I would say there were a bit more than 200, maybe 240. This was the largest group of wild Pokemon moving together I had seen until now. The Magikarp inside my subspace didn't count, since they were mine and didn't move like one. At that thought, I looked over to my 4 Magikarp and saw that they were also observing the event below. I could feel their nervousness as well as excitement, and it was good to see that we were on the same page. After a moment of deliberation, I called out the other 2 as well. All right, we are about to witness a war between some intruders and the dwellers of the coral field below us. I began saying through telepathy to bring the 2 newcomers up to date. They all turned towards me as soon as they heard my voice inside their heads, ignoring the situation below for the moment. Knowing I had their attention, I continued. I want you to stay alert while we are watching the war. I have positioned us in a way that should be relatively safe, but in case more than 3 unevolved Pokemon approach us, I want all of you to use Hydro Pump in their direction. They all gave their acknowledgement without any hesitation, and I was satisfied with their swift reaction. The resulting water flow caused by their Hydro Pumps should buy us enough time for me to recall them, cover the last 5 meters to the surface, call out Xatu, and get the F***K out of here. Even a silver stage Pokemon would get delayed long enough by 6 hydro pumps for me to execute my evacuation plan. In the minuscule chance that there is a gold stage Pokemon amongst the attacking swarm, I would have to hide inside my space instead, which meant I would have to wait until the situation below settled down enough for me to leave my space and run away. I would prefer it if Scenario 2 never happened, but it was good to know that it was available if I had no way out. Anyway, back to the tentacle swarm. Besides the 200+ tentacle, there were 4 tentacruel as well and not 3 as I had previously thought. Apparently, one had been moving inside or behind the swarm when I looked over them the last time, but it had joined the other 3 while I had not been watching. I had no idea how strong they were, but since they had the gall to attack the coral field, at least 2 of them should be at the silver stage. Still, I was pretty sure they had scouted out the place beforehand because the tentacruel were adjusting their movement in such a way that they were moving towards the Krabby and Remoraid zones. Apparently, their goal was not the whole field, but only the zones of those 2. That made sense since I did not believe they could have taken on the Horsia and Goldeen zone as well. Hell, I was sure they would be hard-pressed with just taking on the Horsia zone on its own. Still, I was curious if the Sea King or Seadra were going to help out the Krabby/Remoraid zone, or if they were simply going to watch while the tentacle swarm took over those 2 areas. Even if they decided to stay out of the conflict, it was uncertain if the tentacruel would stop at those zones or not. Even if I personally thought that they would stop, since the combined area of those 2 zones was more than large enough for them. As one could see from my thoughts, I did not believe that the Krabby or Remoraid were going to win this one. As long as they were not hiding some strong members, they were pretty much SCR**wed. At that thought, I decided to look over at them and saw that they had noticed the danger coming towards them. The leaders were mobilizing all their members, and I finally got to see how many of them there were. It was a bit surprising that I had missed so many of them, but I honestly had been more focused on being stealthy than trying to find all residents. I had previously only detected 15 Krabby, but from what I could see there were about 50 to 60 Krabby gathering behind the Kingler. The same was true for the Remoraid as well. I saw about 80 of them gathering behind the 2 Octillery, but what was even more surprising was that I saw another Octillery coming out from somewhere in between their coral area I had not checked. It directly moved in front of the other 2 Octillery, and from their behavior, I could see that the newcomer was their real boss. Honestly, that made some sense, since I had wondered how they managed to keep their zone with just a, mid, and high, bronze stage Octillery. Turns out they had someone stronger that I had not seen. All of this took place pretty fast, less than 2 minutes actually, and by the time they were ready the tentacle swarm was close enough for everyone to see their rough number. It looked like seeing the disparity in numbers prompted members of both species to evolve, because I could see how multiple Pokemon in both zones started to light up. I could somewhat understand that their decision, even if it was not the smartest one. They decided to evolve for the boost in strength their new form gave them, but the truth was that they now had to fight in a body they were not used to. It was a smaller change for the Krabby but a rather big one for the Remoraid, and while their new body came with the instinctive knowledge on how to move, it still took some time to adjust enough to fight as fluid as before the evolution. As for why they had not evolved before this, that was because all Pokemon normally preferred to delay their evolution by a substage or more to get the most out of their current form. Krabby and Remoraid could evolve somewhere around the high, iron stage, so those that did evolve just now were most likely either at the high, iron stage or low, bronze stage. It took less than a minute for their evolution to end, and now there were 5 more Octillery as well as 6 more Kingler in the ranks. The leaders did not seem to be happy with that development but did not react, besides motioning for the newly evolved ones to get behind them. The tentacle had now come close enough that all sides were practically face to face, and at that moment the swarm split into 2. About 60% of the tentacle moved towards the Octillery/Remoraid led by 2 of the tentacruel, while the rest moved towards the Kingler/Krabby. As soon as the swarms came close enough, the leaders on the defending side gave the attacking signal. The Krabby and Kingler used Mudshot to attack their part of the tentacle and tentacruel, while the Remoraid and Octillery used Psybeam to attack theirs. The swarm responded by using Water Pulse, which they followed by using Acid, more to contaminate the water than to attack the defenders, I believe. The defenders answered that with a collective water gun, which send the acid back in the direction of the tentacle and away from them. They simply ignored it, and after those opening moves both sides got close enough to finally clash. The whole thing turned chaotic pretty fast, and I had a hard time keeping up with everything that was happening. So, I decided to keep most of my focus on the boss fights. On a quick side note, while I was looking all over the place trying to keep track of all the fights, I noticed some of the Horsia and Goldine as well as their leaders were keeping an eye on this situation, but they did not interfere with the battle. Anyways, I tried to keep up with the boss fights, so I was forced to move my head from the left to the right every so often to watch both boss battles. On the Kingler front, the leader was fighting one of the attacking Tentacruel, K1, while 3 of the newly evolved Kingler were fighting against the second Tentacruel, K2. The last 2 Kingler were fighting against some of the stronger Tentacle. On the Octillery front, the leader was fighting a Tentacruel, O1, while the 2 older Octillery were fighting the second Tentacruel, O2, together. All newly evolved Octillery were being engaged by multiple Tentacle, and since their number was higher than that of the defenders, they could afford to do so. The most important and interesting fights were those involving a Tentacruel. I saw the boss Kingler using Razor Shell on both of its pincers during its fight. Tentacruel used a water pulse swiftly followed by an acid that blended into the water pulse, but Kingler, B, simply cut the acidic pulse in half using one of its razor shells, which made both halves miss it. However, splitting the attack was not enough for it, so Kingler used its other razor shell to send one of the halves towards the other Tentacruel fighting its underlings. While Kingler was doing that, Tentacruel attacked with multiple of its tentacles using poison jab on each one of them. It was impressive that it could use 4 poison jabs simultaneously, and it even moved its tentacles in such a way that it attacked from 4 directions. Kingler saw poison jabs coming at it from the left, right, above, and below, so it tried to block them with its razor shells but only succeeded in blocking 3 of them. Kingler even managed to chop off one of the tentacles, yet it still got hit from above. The strength behind Tentacruel's attack caused Kingler's feet to buckle and made its body crash into the seafloor, creating a big dust cloud in the process. Still, this did not stop Tentacruel's offensive. It fired Bubble Beam at Kingler's position, which not only served to damage Kingler but also absorbed the dust in its way, passively thinning the dust cloud as well. I could not see if the Bubble Beam managed to hit Kingler, but I saw that Kingler returned fire with its own Bubble Beam. During their Bubble Beam exchange, the dust settled and I got a clear view once more. I saw Tentacruel sending a sludge wave right behind its Bubble Beam, and while the first was being countered by Kingler, it noticed the second a bit too late for an effective counter. I noticed both of its pincers gaining a metallic hue, which meant it was trying to use the steel energy of Metal Claw to defend against the poison move. Unfortunately, its pincers could only cover so much of its body, so it still got partially hit and damaged by Sludge Wave. Tentacruel did not stop and continued with its offensive by sending over water pulses one after another. This forced Kingler to defend itself, so it used Crab Hammer to bat the water pulses away. It even managed to block one of them by batting another at it. Still, Kingler seemed to conclude that it would lose if they continued to fight a long-range battle because it used something that looked like Stomp to jump in Tentacruel's direction. The combination of moves that followed impressed me greatly. Kingler fired a water gun from its mouth downward to boost the momentum it gained through its jump. On top of that, it pointed its pincers ahead while using Razor Shell through them. This combination of water gun and Razor Shell turned Kingler into a water drill that was heading towards Tentacruel at a fast speed. Seeing Kingler approaching it in such a dangerous fashion, Tentacruel reacted in the smartest manner possible. It used Hydro Pump to attack Kingler head-on, which not only slowed Kingler's momentum but also propelled Tentacruel backward, further away from Kingler, opening the distance between them some more. Kingler had to stop its combo eventually since it could keep it up, which was also true for Tentacruel's Hydro Pump. Nonetheless, the exchange ended with Kingler being unable to close the gap. No, it even widened a bit. This led to a period of cat and mouse where Kingler wanted to get in close range while Tentacruel tried to maintain the distance between them. While that was happening, I observed the situation of the other Kingler/Krabby, and it did not look good. There were still 3 Kingler fighting the Tentacruel, K2, but those were not the original 3, since I could see the body of a dead Kingler on the floor. Two of the fighting Kingler were moderately injured, while the third one seemed relatively unharmed. The Tentacruel, on the other hand, was only slightly injured, and from this, we could see that it had the upper hand in this fight. The three Kingler were trying to box it in by attacking from three directions so that it had to divide its focus, but the difference in their strength only allowed them to keep a tentative stalemate, where they were even a bit disadvantaged. I also looked at the rest of the area and I could see that there were a large number of casualties. Even though there were more tentacle bodies among the dead since two Kingler were fighting against the tentacle, the Krabby had already lost half their number, so they were the ones on the losing end. After getting a brief picture of the current situation, I returned my focus on the boss fight. Chapter 115, End and Aftermath. At the same time, the fight on the Kingler front was happening. *T was also going down on the artillery front. Thanks to my relatively high position, I was able to keep track of both fronts simultaneously with just a slight tilt of my head. The artillery leader was fighting against Tentacruel, 01, and the fight looked more even than the boss Kingler one. Most likely because artillery had no problems participating in a long-range battle, which Kingler did. The two older artillery I had first believed to be bosses were fighting the second Tentacruel, 02, together, and sadly, at least for them, they were at a disadvantage despite double-teaming the Tentacruel. They really needed some assistance, because their chances at survival looked bleak at the moment. Unfortunately, their potential backup, aka the newly evolved artillery, were being engaged by multiple tentacle and unable to aid them. While they were stronger than the tentacle fighting them, the tentacle made up the difference with their number. They could afford to play the numbers game, especially since they only needed to hold on until Tentacruel was done with its opponents. After that, the front would fall like a stack of dominoes. Anyway, focusing on the boss battle. Tentacruel, 01, did the opening move by sending a sludge wave at artillery B, which artillery stopped by freezing it through ice beam. It followed that by using what looked like bullet seed to break the frozen block into smaller pieces, which were sent back to Tentacruel using hydro pump. All this was nearly perfectly chained by artillery and happened in a matter of moments. Nonetheless, it had to take a breath after that move chain, which was why it couldn't capitalize on Tentacruel being wide open after having to defend against its counter. Tentacruel was initiating its follow-up move, but when it saw the chunks of ice being sent its way, it was forced to switch to Bubble Beam instead. After releasing two Bubble Beams back-to-back, the Tentacruel used Poison Jab to block the ones that got through to it. When it was finally done destroying the last chunk of ice, it saw the artillery sending a Psybeam at it, which forced it to swerve to the side as fast as it could to dodge the attack. It sent over a volley of poison stings while dodging, which forced the artillery to stop its Psybeam to dodge as well. Tentacruel used the brief pause in their exchange to use a water pulse, which artillery answered with a water pulse of its own. I saw how the two bosses began a fire exchange using water pulses. While that was happening, I took a look at my Magikarp and I saw all of them spellbound by what they were witnessing. Especially Stan, my regular Magikarp, was seriously observing the water pulse exchange that was happening. He would occasionally shift his focus to other fights that were happening, but all battles he was keeping an eye on had something in common: a generous amount of water pulses were being used in them. The others, on the other hand, were simply watching the battles as is. Anyway, I focused back on the happenings below. Tentacruel, 01, decided to use Bubble Beam instead of Water Pulse as its next move, and artillery froze the attack with an Aurora Beam before sending the ice balls back using Water Gun. Tentacruel used a Hydro Pump to stop the fast-moving ice balls, before gripping them with its tentacles. Then it physically threw them back at artillery before boosting their speed by pushing them with a water gun of its own. Artillery copied its move chain, which led to an ice ball tennis match that lasted until the frozen balls couldn't withstand the pressure/damage by their moves anymore and broke. Artillery seemed to have anticipated that, because as soon as it happened it used Octazooka, which Tentacruel swiftly blocked with a Bubble Beam. Still, as a result, a big ink cloud was created, which covered Tentacruel, blocking its sight but also obscuring its position. That, however, did not seem to bother artillery, since it initiated a bloody hyper beam, which it promptly fired into the ink cloud. I was briefly wondering why it would do such a wasteful thing before I remembered that artillery could learn lock-on. The octillery looked visibly more tired after that, but still swam towards the ink cloud as fast as it could, which kinda made me sure that it did not doubt that its hyper beam had hit its target. It dodged a weak water gun coming from the ink cloud before using one of its own to blow the cloud away. Once it did, Tentacruel turned visible once more, and it was not a pretty sight. Tentacruel was still alive despite eating a direct surprise hit from one of the most powerful moves on the planet, which showed just how tenacious Pokémon were, but it still got badly hurt as a result. It was bleeding blue blood from its head, especially its forehead, and it looked like it was struggling to stay afloat. Yet, this was a fight to the death, and understandably Octillery did not show any mercy at all. It fired an ice beam directly into its open wound, freezing the insides of its head. What it did not notice and couldn't have known was that Tentacruel, 02, had finished off the two Octillery it had been fighting and was approaching Octillery, B, from behind while it was finishing off Tentacruel, 01. I could see the dead bodies of the Octillery lying on the seafloor at the place they had fought. So, while Octillery was watching its foe sink after it died, Tentacruel, 02, arrived right behind it and prepared as many poison jabs as it could. I saw 5 of its tentacles shining in purple, and by the time Octillery noticed something was wrong, Tentacruel already attacked. Before Octillery could turn around, it got hit by 5 poison jabs from 5 directions. The attacks came from the left, right, above, below, and front, and as a result, Octillery got launched backward. While the attack was not enough to deliver a critical injury, Octillery still received a decent amount of damage while also being poisoned. It managed to stabilize itself pretty quickly, and I saw how it quickly looked over the battlefield. Once it saw that its 2 subordinates were dead and that only 4 of the 5 newly evolved Octillery were still fighting, it visibly wilted a bit. Seeing what happened next, I was pretty sure it had accepted the inevitable. It knew it was going to die and decided to at least allow some of its kind to escape the situation. It faced the approaching Tentacruel but shouted out a few commands at the leftover Octillery. Then it went on the offensive to keep the Tentacruel occupied while the other Octillery escaped with the Remoraid. On that end, 2 of the 4 Octillery went berserk, obstructing a large number of tentacle by themselves, while the other 2 gathered most of the surviving Remoraid to make a break with them. Of the initial 80 or so Remoraid, less than 50 were still alive, and of those about 30 were being led by the 2 Octillery to withdraw from the area. The other 20 were following behind them, but their main purpose was to cover their backs. If they managed to get away as well, great; if not, they at least had to allow the others to escape. By the time Tentacruel, 02, had finished Octillery, B, who had started to struggle harder and harder due to being poisoned, the evacuating group had successfully escaped. This was thanks to the 2 Octillery that stayed behind and the 20 Remoraid that covered their retreat. They had fled in the direction of the beach, which I was using as my temporary base, so I would most likely see a slightly higher number of Remoraid near the beach if they kept fleeing in that direction. Anyway, from the 20 Remoraid, only 10 managed to follow them, while 10 died covering for the others. The same was true for the 2 Octillery that stayed behind as well; they died a heroic death. Seeing the situation, Tentacruel sent about half of its remaining tentacle, about 50, after the fleeing Remoraid, while it led the other half, also about 50, to the Krabby/Kingler zone to help its brethren finish off the Krabby. When it arrived at the Krabby zone, it saw that the bosses were still relatively even, while the rest of the battles were in their favor. Tentacruel, K2, was fighting against only 2 battered Kingler, while 4 Kingler carcasses were lying around their battlefield. As for the Krabby, there were only about 20 left from the initial 60, but this had not come without its cost. From the nearly 100 tentacle that had swarmed the Krabby zone, about half had died. Nonetheless, with the reinforcement, the situation quickly turned into a victory for the tentacle. Tentacruel, 02, helped Tentacruel, K2, quickly deal with the last 2 Kingler, after which they both aided Tentacruel, K1, in killing Kingler, B. While this was happening, the newly arrived 50 or so tentacle helped the old ones kill off the remaining 20 Krabby, resulting in total extermination. If I didn't miss it, no Krabby escaped the massacre, but the Tentacle/Tentacruel swarm also paid a heavy price for their victory. Out of the 4 Tentacruel, only 3 survived, with one of them being moderately injured. From the 240 or so tentacle at the beginning, only about 140 survived. those hunting the fleeing Remoraid included, meaning they lost about 100 tentacle in this attack. Still, they now had a good-sized territory that would support them and then some. As for their numbers, that could be recovered with time. Noting that the war was over and that the tentacle had no intention of provoking the other two zones, which were not reacting aggressively as well, I decided to leave the area. While no one was seemingly giving ***T about me and my group, I planned to slip away, so I turned towards my Magikarp. I saw that they were all excited by what they had just witnessed except for Stan. He seemed to be in a trance, deeply immersed in his thoughts. I was wondering if I should rouse him from his trance when his eyes started getting brighter, and I could practically see its enlightenment. I observed in slight awe as he started producing a small ball of water energy in front of his mouth before he let it diffuse harmlessly. All I could think was awesome. Stan had managed to partly learn water pulse by observing all the water pulses being used all around the battlefield. The sheer number of water pulses that had been fired all over the battlefield had been in the thousands, but to grasp the basic idea through simple observation, no matter the high number of pseudo-demonstrations, was more than impressive. Here his high potential showed its worth, at least I thought so. He had the second highest potentiality of all of my current Pokemon, so I believe that had to have helped a bit. Anyway, I checked his status and saw that Water Pulse had been added to his moves section as initial, but I was sure he would be able to improve that to Novice Mastery pretty soon. I praised him happily before I recalled the 2 Iron Stage Magikarp. Then I began to swim away from the coral field towards the beach with my 4 Bronze Stage Magikarp following beside me. My goal was to see if some stragglers got separated from the fleeing group so that I could check them out. I was hoping that maybe the child of the leader would be among them if it had one. If it was, I was hoping it would have good potential. So, here I was swimming back towards the beach, instead of swimming to the surface so that Zata could teleport back, in hopes of encountering some stragglers with good potential. I did in fact encounter some stragglers, both Remoraid and even a Tentacle, but they all had unsatisfactory potential. I began thinking that I would end up empty-handed and decided to just swim back to the beach quickly when I encountered another Remoraid. Checking its status more out of principle than hope, I received a really big surprise. Species, Remoraid. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Hustle, Sniper. Talents, none. Affinities, Water, Flying, Budding. Not only did it have green potential, but it also had an additional flying type affinity. Yes, it was just a budding one, but the first step in making / having the affinity was always the hardest. Since it had a budding flying affinity, I would definitely be able to raise it using flying type supplements. Anyway, there was no way that I would let that Remoraid slip through my hands, so I turned to my strongest Magikarp, which was the one with the dragon typing, and told him with telepathy to knock it out. He did as asked and used an Aqua Jet boosted tackle, now dubbed Torpedo since it made him look like one, to attack the Remoraid. The Remoraid, not expecting such a swift attack, got blown back by the impact. Yet, Magikarp gave him no time to collect himself. He followed up his attack with a swift, before knocking Remoraid out with a final tackle, while Remoraid was getting peppered by stars. I took out one of my self-made water balls and threw it at the knocked-out Remoraid. While the ball was doing its traditional shaking, I took out another water ball in case it managed to break out of the first one. In the end, it turned out to be unnecessary since it was successfully captured, so I put the second ball back before approaching the water ball containing my newest catch. I put it away and praised Magikarp for his flawless performance before I began making my way back to the beach once more. Chapter 116, Cave. 1 week had passed since I witnessed the territory war while diving and caught one of the Remoraid that had managed to escape the tentacle. After I put it in my space, it received its own habitat that I placed to the west of my area in the center. It was only 900 square meters right now with an average depth of 15 meters, but it would get bigger in the future. I was planning to do the same for the south and east as well, so that all 4 directions would have a body of water in the future. So, I was keeping an eye out for any water types that were not too bad. Unfortunately, I hadn't found one yet, but I wasn't in a hurry, so that was okay. Besides, I would have the chance to get myself a Lapras in a few weeks, so there was that. As for Remoraid himself, the space upgrade was pretty useful. The 160% boost had literally increased his potential to the end of Deep Green at 99.2%, and during this week I had filled in the missing 0.8% with the help of supplements. Name: none. Species: Remoraid. Gender: male. Age: 2+ years. Type: water. Potential: light blue, 0.2%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: hustle, sniper. Talents: none. Affinities: water, flying, budding. Bond: Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks: none. Parameters: stage: iron stage, high. Vitality: A. Strength: A. Endurance: A. Agility: A. Energy capacity: A. Energy density: A. Resistance: fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, grass, minor. Condition: healthy. Masteries: water energy manipulation, big. Techniques: beginner. Lock-on, bullet seed. Proficient: Psybeam, Aurora Beam, Bubble Beam. Advanced: Water Gun, Water Pulse, Focus Energy. After speaking with him, I learned that he was indeed the son of the late artillery boss and that he had been personally trained by his father. This was also the reason for his high parameters as well as decent move masteries. On that point, I had adjusted the display of the move section hoping it would look more organized, and was happy with the result. Back to Remoraid, I had him train and stay together with my main Magikarp. They joined him in his pond, leading the old one to the non-team member ones. I did this because he had been understandably sad by what had happened, and it had only been 2 days that sad had been removed from the condition section. He was still sad about what happened, I could feel as much, but it was not as prominent as it had been at the beginning. I'd like to think spending so much time with my Magikarp helped the process. During this week I had Remoraid help Stan with his water pulse, while both tried to teach the move to the others as well. It took a while, but Stan had improved his mastery to novice grade, while the others had started to get the hang of it. As for what I had been doing during this week? Well, the next day I began exploring the cave I had discovered. So, from Mute till Pocket Day I explored the cave. On Dial Day I did my personal training, and like always the weekend was spent with my parents. Yesterday, I resumed my cave exploration, and I am doing the same right now as well. The cave system turned out to be much bigger than I had expected. I would even call it enormous. Still, I had no idea how large it really was, since I had not even managed to complete the first passage I had chosen to explore first. After I entered the cave for the first time and walked for a few minutes, I came across a point where the tunnel split into 3. One maintained the same direction, westward. Another one led towards the north, while the third one led northwest. I decided to keep walking forward, and during the last 4 days that I had been exploring this branch, I have been heading deeper and deeper and still had not come across an ultimate dead end yet. Obviously, the tunnel did not stay the same all the time. I sometimes felt the path going slightly upwards, while other times it was going slightly downwards. Occasionally tilting left or right was naturally par the course. During my time here I came across streams of an underground river multiple times. I saw 2 underground ponds/lakes and came across multiple more branching points. Some of those ended in dead ends, while others combined with other tunnels. I had to backtrack multiple times when I reached a dead end, but I honestly found the whole experience pretty fun. Exploring the unknown was great. Now one would wonder how I was seeing anything if there was no sunlight, and I would have to say the answer was twofold. First was my trusty sidekick Robin, sorry I meant Zatu, who used flash to lighten the surroundings a bit when necessary. Great idea on my part to have him learn that one. The other light source was luminous vegetation. There were actually a few types I came across the cave, but the most common one was the luminous moss. It grew nearly everywhere, and depending on the day and night cycle it would illuminate the cave in a greenish light. I collected some of them since they could be used with some other materials to create a supplement that helped improve one's energy density. There were also luminous mushrooms and vines, but most of them had negative effects, so I only collected those that could be used by poison types. Also, Zubat, Sandshrew, Diglett, Geodude, Rattata, Wooper, Paras, Poliwag, Slowpoke, Barboach, and Krabby were only some of the Pokemon I met during this time. Well, I was actually the only human inside the cave system, at least as far as I knew. I mean, I haven't seen another human yet, so until I did I was going to believe that I was the only one that knew about it. Still, this meant there were no trainers I could challenge, so I fought against some of the stronger wild Pokemon we came across, like Golbat, Sandslash, and Raticate. When I said we, I meant Xatu, Nyx, Teddy, and me. I kept those three out so that they could keep me company during the exploration. I did call out the others for battles and lunch, while they spent the rest of the time inside my space. Right now, I was returning to the last branching point since the path I had chosen ended in a dead end. I was keeping up a leisurely pace and Xatu was walking right beside me. Nyx and Teddy were too energetic, so they sometimes got a bit bored because of our walking speed. When that happened, they would run around the areas we were passing to check if they could find anything interesting. They naturally did this while staying in a visible range. Anyway, while Nyx and Teddy were busy turning the area upside down, I turned towards Xatu. Say Xatu, it's been some time since we last talked about it. How is it? Have you thought about getting your own name? It was something that I was genuinely curious about, and Xatu did a shrug at my question. Well, I told you I was going to think about it, and I did. I just haven't come to a decision yet. He telepathically told me before he snickered a bit. You seem to be more anxious about the whole thing than I am. Chill, bro. I'll tell you once I feel ready for a name. Sometimes, when he said things like chill, bro, I wondered if I had corrupted him too much, since psychic types were supposed to be all logical and all that jazz. Nonetheless, I preferred him this way, so everything was good. Being too logical would be a bit boring, and being too quirky would get annoying. My side, namely balance, was superior. We beat the dark and the light side since we had cookies and milk. Anyway, back to the conversation. Alright, I'll leave it to you. It's your name after all. I conceded with a nod. Say, how's it going with Miracle Eye? Made any progress yet? I asked in a curious tone, and I could feel Xatu's annoyance as soon as the words left my mouth. Xatu released a frustrated sigh. Arg, that sh*tty move is so hard to learn. He complained a bit, before sighing some more. At least I made some progress. Or more like I think I did. Xatu tilted his head while saying that, then he shook his head and continued. Anyway, it's going to take me a while longer until I manage to use it. That alright, I knew it was going to be really hard to learn Miracle Eye. You can take as long as you need. We're not in a particular hurry anyway. I patted his shoulder in encouragement, and it was true too. The move was a complex one, so him having some trouble was to be expected. After that brief but important conversation, I looked around for Nyx and Teddy to see what they were doing. I found them a bit in front of me on the left. Nyx was speaking with a graveler that was definitely not here when we passed this area while heading towards the dead end. At least, I think so. Maybe it just managed to disguise itself perfectly, causing me to overlook it. Anyway, Nyx seemed to have come to an agreement with Graveler, because Teddy went to the side and started rooting for Nyx while she started to fight Graveler. Graveler began bombarding Nyx with rocks, which she all successfully dodged. She fired a Swift in return, but Graveler chose to ignore that and used Bulldoze instead. This forced Nyx to jump in the air to escape the move, but Graveler used her inability to dodge midair to send over a volley of rocks, using Rock Throw. However, my little Nyx used Copycat to release a volley of rocks herself to not only block some of Graveler's rocks but also as stepping stones to change positions in the air. As soon as she landed on the ground, she used a quick attack to shoot towards Graveler. Once she was close enough, she jumped up, did a spin, and delivered a momentum-boosted iron tail. She used the force of the clash between her tail and Graveler to jump away and assumed a ready position while checking her foe's situation. Graveler was slightly out of it after her successful offensive, and it looked like her attack caused quite some damage. Nick, seeing the situation, began creating a shadow ball when Graveler waved his forearms indicating his surrender. Seeing that she had to disperse her move, which took a bit to safely do, after which she went over to Graveler. Teddiursa cheered at her victory and joined them. A moment later Nyx turned around and walked up to me. She asked for a few citrus berries as well as a few hard stones, which I gave her. I took out 4 citrus berries and 3 E-class hard stones. Nyx thanked me, before calling Teddy over to help her carry the things. They carried everything to Graveler and handed them over. It thanked the two and directly ate one of the berries as well as one of the hard stones. Afterward, it took the rest into its arms and walked away. Nyx and Teddy returned to my side and I praised her for her great performance. After that, it took us a few more minutes to reach the fork, and this time we entered the other path. I noticed the path moving slightly downward, but this was not uncommon, so I ignored it. We checked out the places we were walking past, and Teddiursa and Nyx would occasionally challenge some of the stronger Pokemon we came across. If the Pokemon accepted, they would battle. They regularly switched who would fight and who would do the cheering, but they would come to me every time for some compensation that they gave their opponents. At least for those who agreed to their request. The ones that simply attacked us, 'cause that happened a few times, got trashed and were left knocked out without anything to show for it. It took more than 20 minutes, but the tunnel opened up to a medium-sized room. Unfortunately, I couldn't see another passage anywhere, which meant this was a dead end as well. After checking the room for anything useful, I would have to return to the fork before the previous one, since both of this fork's paths ended in dead ends. Alright, guys and gals, you know the drill. Check the place and see if you can find something useful. Once I said that, Nyx and Teddy started running all over the place, while Xatu and I slowly moved around trying to detect something useful. We all combed through the room, but it looked as if we would have to return empty-handed. At least it did before all of us noticed a stone that was a bit larger than a fist, which gave off a peculiar feeling. I couldn't tell what the feeling it gave off was, but all 4 of us noticed it nonetheless. After checking it out, I knew what the feeling was, and I had to admit this was an extremely lucky find. The stone came up as an ancient stone on the status screen of my observe function. Name: Ancient Stone. Type: Rock. Class: D. Uses: it's an extremely old stone that has somehow managed to store large amounts of energy from the environment during ancient times. Contains compressed and thus purer energy with an ancient aura and can be used as a supplement to help rock-type Pokemon, as well as trigger the evolution of some Pokemon. May provide slight insights into ancient power. From what I understood, this stone could trigger the evolution of Pokemon like Tangela, Yanma, and Piloswine, without them having to learn ancient power and raising its mastery. It seemed like just learning the move was not enough to trigger their evolution as it was in the games. No. Here they had to raise their mastery of ancient power to advanced as well before their evolution got triggered. The ancient stone allowed them to skip the step, so it was pretty useful in that regard. On top of that, it would grant knowledge on ancient power after the evolution, if the Pokemon had not already learned it, but it would start at the novice grade. I told the others what it was and we celebrated our lucky find. Afterward, we made our way back to the fork before the one we had just entered. Chapter 117, Cave 2. After I discovered the ancient stone the day before yesterday, I found nothing else of importance that day. I also went about exploring the western branch of the cave yesterday. Unfortunately, I did not manage to unearth any new things, but I got to explore many passages and got into a few fights, so the time was well spent. Still, I was starting to go deeper underground, so while doing my thing yesterday I began to wonder how there was enough air down here. I was unsure if the air produced by the moss and vegetation was enough to supply the whole cave system. Now, I know it was actually a bit late to think about it since I had already been walking down these paths for a week, but in my defense, I had been distracted by the rush of exploration. Still, the saying better late than never fit perfectly in this situation, so after dinner that day I began to do some research on the topic. As a result of my extensive research, asking my parents, looking into some of the books in our library, and doing 2 hours of internet research, I managed to learn the reason why I didn't get any air poisoning or fell unconscious because of thin air / lacking air supply. It was a combination of 3 factors. The first was, as I had expected, the luminous moss and other vegetation producing breathable air. The second was minute cracks in some places in the rock's walls and ceilings that allowed for air to move between the inside of the cave and outside. Finally, the third factor was all the small and large streams that went through many areas of the cave system. The streams helped establish a natural circulation draft. One of the important things this did was to introduce new air and moved old air, which prevented stale air from forming. So, not only did the vegetation and streams serve as a source of food as well as water for the cave dwellers, but they were also the source of breathable air inside the cave system. Today was Pocket Day, so it was the last day I could explore the cave for this week. Tomorrow I had to do my own training, and after that was the weekend, which meant I could only resume my exploration on Arc Day. I had just finished lunch and was currently investigating the right passage of the latest fork I had come across. The number of times the passages split was high enough that I had to mark the walls at each fork to separate which passage had been explored and which one hadn't. I made a large X on the wall at the entrance that symbolized that I had entered the passage at least once. I did this in 2 different places in case one of them somehow got destroyed. If I had fully explored the passage, I added a large C beside the X to show that I was done with the passage. I also created a crude map of everything I had found so far, because it helped me keep track of my progress, and who knew when it would become useful. I mean, as far as I knew, I had discovered a giant cave system, and I was sure many people would be interested in it if they knew about it. Anyway, besides fighting some Pokemon and coming across another stream, I had yet to find anything useful during my investigation of the passage. Nonetheless, I was having fun exploring, and my Pokemon were having fun doing that as well as fighting, so that was okay. Like at the stream I found earlier, for example, I saw 2 Sea King there just chilling in the water with a few Goldeen, so I challenged the Sea King with my Bronze Stage Magikarp. I also had Remoraid and the Iron Stage Magikarp fight against some of the stronger Goldeen. Since the school of Sea King / Goldeen were an agreeable bunch that was willing to entertain us, I gave them some berries in return. As for right now, I was still going deeper into the passage, but to be honest, the air began to feel a bit heavier the further I walked. It was not because the air was turning bad or anything, just that there was a heavy atmosphere coming from ahead. Xatu, Nyx, and Teddiursa were feeling the effects as well, since they were not behaving as leisurely in Xata's case and excited as well as enthusiastic in Nyx and Teddy's case. They chose to stay close to me as we walked deeper. While I was thinking about what could have caused such an atmosphere, 3 Ghastly just popped out of the wall to our right playing tag with each other. Naturally, all of us got startled by their sudden appearance, and my Pokemon reacted a bit trigger-happy. Teddiursa's right hand was set alight with fire, showing that he prepared a fire punch. Nyx was in the process of forming a shadow ball, and Xatu was shimmering in pink energy. Seeing the situation, the Ghastly did what all sensible beings would have done: they ran as fast as they King could. Despite my surprise, I managed to check their statuses before they vanished behind the walls again, and fortunately none of them had good potential. I said fortunately because they ran so quickly and I hadn't missed one with good potential. That would have been sad because I definitely wanted a Ghastly or 2 for myself. Oh, and some Duskull would be awesome as well. Anyway, seeing that the Ghastly had run away, my Pokemon canceled their moves but stayed alert. The question I had after that was if they had been here before and were the reason for the atmosphere, or if whatever caused the heavy feeling had been here first and was indirectly or directly responsible for their formation. If it was the first, then everything was okay, but if it was the second, then whatever was ahead was probably a bit dangerous. Once I came to this conclusion, I called out Seb and Gaia. I would have called out Butterfree and Mothra as well, but the tunnel was too small for them to move / fly freely. Thinking for a bit, I called out Pidgey as well and told her to stay on my head and be alert. Now that everyone that would be useful was out, I addressed them. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep moving ahead, but I want all of you to stay alert. It may get a bit dangerous, and if I think it's above our pay grade, we'll hide inside the space. Otherwise, I'll leave it to you." All of them gave an affirmative cry and we began to carefully move forward. I just noticed that I was not seeing any Pokemon, not even the really common ones like Rattata and Zubat. Whatever is causing this seems to have them spooked. It's most likely a Pokemon and the others are staying away to avoid getting eaten or something along those lines. I thought to myself. A few minutes later I saw that the passage led to an opening, which meant there was a room ahead of us. We were most likely going to find the cause for this on there. Alright, everyone. Whatever is causing this feeling is most likely in there, so be on alert while we are inside. I tell them in a semi-quiet volume. Seb and Gaia are the ones that enter first with me and Zata right behind them. Just as we get a look at the insides of the room, a green cloud, which I believe to be sleep powder, heads towards us. Pidgey reacts before I can even say anything and uses a gust to blow the cloud back to its sender. I look in the direction the cloud came from and see the largest parasect I have ever seen or heard about. It was easily 3 times the size of a regular parasect, closing in on the 4 times. A regular parasect was about 1 meter in height and about that much in width as well as length, but this one looked to be 3.5 meters in height with about 3 meters in width and length. Truly, the first Pokemon I saw with a giant gene. At least that was my assumption for its size. It was inside the 120 meters range of my telekinesis, so I quickly checked its status to see if we had to run or not. Species, Parasect. Gender, male. Type, bug, grass. Potential, yellow. Stage, silver stage, low. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Well, the good news was that it was not so strong that I would choose to run away. It was at the low, silver stage, and even with the boost from its giant gene, we would be able to take it out if we all fought together. I normally did not like to gang up on any Pokemon, but if I had to I would tell them to do it. Hopefully, this wouldn't end in a bad manner, but since this guy seemed to be the cause of this dreary atmosphere, I was unsure about that. Parasect belonged to the group that generally only achieved sapience at the mid, gold stage, and even a giant one would need to reach the low, gold stage for it to happen, I think. So, persuasion or parley was most likely out of the window. All this took me just a moment to think of, and by the time I came to this conclusion, the others had entered the room as well, while the cloud had reached the Parasect. It naturally ignored the spore, since it was immune to it like all Pokemon that could use the move. It had to be spore instead of sleep powder, since that was the one it could learn as far as I knew. We come in peace. I tried to address it to establish that we were not planning to harm it, but it ignored me and initiated another attack. I think it tried to use Giga Drain, since that and Absorb were the only long-range moves Parasect could learn, at least as far as I knew. Seeing its actions, Zata stepped in front of us and blocked the move with Protect. I tried to project Calm, but Parasect did not change its aggressive stance and advanced towards us. I did a quick sweep around the room and saw quite a lot of skeletons. Knowing that a fight was inevitable, I called out Mothra and Butterfree as well. I told them via telepathy what had happened, since that was faster than talking, before I addressed the others as well. That guy is not going to leave us alone. He's trying to eat us, so we are going to take it down permanently. He's stronger than all of you individually, so we are going to attack it together, I told them, and they all nodded. The only long-range move he should have is Giga Drain, and he should be slower than all of you, so the plan is to keep a distance and bombard him until he is down. Don't let him near you, and we should win this one as a team. After my instruction, everyone started moving, me included, since I didn't want to become a target, and in just a few moments Parasect was surrounded from all sides. Our main damage dealers were Xatu, Mothra, and Butterfree with Psychic and Air Slash, as well as Psybeam and Air Slash respectively. Nyx did some damage as well with Shadow Ball, while Seb and Gaia only had Poison Sting as long-range moves. So, they could only play the role of distraction. The same was true for Teddiursa, who only had Sweet Scent that could be useful at long range. Even Pidgey decided to contribute by using Gust while flying above my head. We dutifully kept Parasect in the middle while keeping our distance. Each time he tried to reach one of us, the target would run away. Each time he tried to use Giga Drain, Zato would teleport before his target and use Protect. So despite being quite a bit stronger than any one of my Pokemon, he eventually fell before the combined assault of Zato, Mothra as well as Butterfree, with a little pinch from the rest. It would have been a really hard crisis-filled battle if we had tried to take it on individually, but by ganging up on it, I meant with teamwork, we took it down. I wouldn't say easily, but without too many hardships. Once it was down, I checked it from a distance to make sure it was not playing possum and noted that it was just knocked out for now, but heavily injured as well as bleeding. If left alone, it would die. At least, as long as it did not manage to dry a few Pokemon with Giga Drain. I once more swept a look at all those skeletons and thought about its attitude towards us. How many Pokemon did it have to kill, and in what fashion to cause ghost types to form? Not to mention the dreary atmosphere of the place. It's still alive, just knocked out for now. While it won't be able to survive if it can't take care of its injuries, I want to make sure it does not get the chance to do so. I swept a look at all their faces while I said that. Zato, who got my message to fastest, got a bit closer to it and used Psychic to finish off the knocked out Parasect. I checked to make sure that it was dead, and it was. Once that was out of the way, I praised everyone since they did a good job. We had a well-deserved group hug that lasted a bit. Still, there were a few points that stood out to me that had to be addressed, so after the hug I addressed them. All of you did your best, and I am proud of every single one of you. Still, I noticed some things that we will have to address in the future. I saw them listening with rapt attention. Seb, Gaia, and Teddiursa need to learn some long-range moves to balance out their moveset. Also, Zato, it would be great if you could try to teach the others how to use Protect. The ones I addressed nodded, since they had probably noticed the fact as well, and Zato had no problem with teaching them Protect. I gave them another round of praises to make sure no one fell down, and afterward I approached the carcass of Parasect. I knew that the mushroom on its back counted as useful material, so I was planning to harvest it. It came from a Silver Stage Pokemon, so I knew that it was going to be a D-class material. Its body could be used for food, so I was going to store that one too. I checked the mushroom and it was mostly intact, so I took out some tools and separated it from Parasect's body. It took me a while to cleanly separate the two, but I eventually succeeded. Once I did, I observed it before putting it inside my space. Name: Giant Mushroom. Type: Plant. Class: D. Uses: nutrition-rich mushroom that contains some bug and a lot of grass-type energy. This mushroom variant is much richer in nutrition and energy than other mushrooms. Can be eaten as food. Can also be used as a supplement to help bug and grass-type Pokemon. As expected, it was a D-class material, but it seemed to be among the top of the class. I was happy that could now get more of them inside my space. Once I put everything away, we checked the whole room. It was somewhat between a medium-sized one and a large-sized one. Still, besides a lot of bones, we did not find anything useful. Our mood was a bit somber seeing so many bones. We had accepted that death was a part of nature, but it still dampened our moods to see so many skeletons. We buried them all and left afterward. Chapter 118, Let's talk about evolution, everyone. After that slightly somber affair, I decided to stop our exploration of the cave for the day, because I was not really in the mood anymore. So, we went to a nice area on the transition zone of the beach where everyone could choose if they wanted to fiddle with sand or stay on regular ground. I called out Queen Bee and Weedle. Still, thinking that the topic should be heard by everyone and not wanting to leave out the Magikarp as well as Remoraid, I decided to move everyone inside my space instead. I placed us in front of Remoraid's pond where he and the Magikarp were staying. Hearing the commotion of our arrival, they swam up and looked over. I gave them a wave and the other greeted them as well. Afterward, I took out a few blankets and some food as well as drinks for everyone. Once I saw that everyone had gotten comfortable, I addressed a topic I knew would interest all of them. Alright, I want to talk about something you all find interesting: evolution. Once I said that I could see and feel the excitement in all of them, even in Zato, Mothra, as well as Butterfree, who had already completed their conventional evolution path. Except for Zato, Mothra, and Butterfree, all of you still have some regular evolutions in front of you. I began, and I could feel the slight disappointment in the aforementioned trio once the sentence left my mouth. Can't let that happen, can I? I thought to myself before I decided to change the order I was going to hold this conversation. Now, that does not mean that the path of evolution is closed for you three. I could feel their disappointment disappear when I said that, giving way to excitement. Especially for Mothra, whose eyes started to sparkle in a manner I only thought possible in anime. It seemed I had gotten too distracted by Mothra's twinkling eyes because I was pulled out of my thoughts by Xatu. The hell, bro? Why did you stop at the best part? You trying to build up suspense or what? Keep talking, don't leave us hanging. He broadcasted telepathically, and everyone nodded along. I had to laugh at Xatu's antics. How a member of the serious psychic type ended like this will be a mystery, but he was great and I wouldn't want him any different. I couldn't wait to see how the interaction between him and the next psychic type I caught was going to go down. Shaking my head, I focused back on the topic. Sorry. Ahem, as I said at the beginning, that is the case for regular evolution, but I want you to know that there is still more after that. Like it happened for Mothra, if you unlock certain genes you can augment your strength and your form will change a bit. At that, everyone focused on Mothra, which caused her to react both shy and proud. How she managed to portray two nearly opposite emotion at once I did not know, but it looked adorable. Still, once I resumed talking, they focused back on me. Yeah, through a lot of training, and I mean a lot, special supplements, as well as some luck, any one of you could unlock those. On top of that, all Pokemon species seem to have an extra evolution that only the best and strongest of their species can achieve. At least as far as I know, it's for all of them. When I said that, their excitement went through the roof and they began chattering among themselves excitedly. I cleared my throat to regain their attention, and it worked. They calmed down a bit, so I continued. Yeah, those genes and the extra evolution are the reason I always ask you guys to wait until a certain point before evolving. When I said that, I could see all of them gaining an enlightened look. They had not complained when I told them to do it, but this was the first time they heard why I did it. I heard Seb addressing me through the telepathic link Xatu had established. Big bro, can you tell us where those points are? He said, and the others agreed with him, just as curious as he was. Sure, I was going to mention it anyway. The reason for the evolution delay is to get the most out of all your forms/evolution stages. Depending on the number of evolutions a species has, the evolution condition/trigger, or even just the species, the optimal evolution point changes. I felt them hurrying/urging me with their gazes and got amused by their zeal. For those with one, regular, evolution, this happens at the high, bronze stage. I felt a twinge coming from Xatu's direction, accompanied by slight sadness and disappointment, since he had evolved once he settled into the mid, bronze stage. I sent him a measuring look before sending him a private telepathic message that he did not have to worry, since the small bit he had missed out on was being covered by his limit breaking as well as copious use of supplements with that purpose. Once I felt him settle down, I continued. Those with two, regular, evolutions, obviously have two such points. The first one was for their first evolution and happened to be at either the first limit break of the high, iron stage or at the low, bronze stage. The second one was for their second evolution and happened to be at either the first limit break of the high, bronze stage or at the low, silver stage. As soon as I said that, I felt a great wave of sadness coming off Butterfree, and felt as well as saw the pity the others felt for their friend who had slumped a bit at the information I had just shared. He was the only one of my Pokemon who was, negatively, affected by that info after all. Mothra did her best to comfort him and sent me a pleading look once she noticed it not really working. The others looked over to me as well, especially Xatu, whose face seemed to say, "What you gonna do now, bro?" I stood up and made my way to him, sitting down beside him. I softly put my hand on top of his head to stoke it, but besides a twitch, he didn't react. "Butterfree," I softly called out to him, and he looked up to me from his slumped position. "I promise you I'll do my best to help you make up for your early evolution. It may take a long time and a lot of effort on both our sides, but we'll make sure you make up for it." He looked me in the eyes and I could see the hope germinating inside them. I stopped stroking his head and hugged him instead. The others swiftly joined us and it turned into a huge hug pile. My Magikarp and Remoraid were, unfortunately, unable to join the hug mountain, so they decided to shoot a solitary, weak, water gun towards the air. I had to chuckle a bit seeing that since it made me remember the parade shots that were done in my past life. I knew it would be extremely difficult to make up for Butterfree's early evolution, but I was going to try to keep my promise anyway. I felt how the sadness began to lift off of Butterfree and get replaced by determination instead. He nodded at me and thanked Mothra and everyone else for trying to comfort him. Seeing the situation diffuse, I decided to continue. When the others saw that I was going to continue, they dissolved the hug mountain and everyone went back to their places. Ahem. Anyway, those were the two main evolution groups. There are naturally exceptions, with the major ones being the pseudo-legendaries like Dratini and the species that need an external trigger to initiate their evolution. When I mentioned the pseudos, no one reacted, but once the trigger evolution was mentioned, I felt the focus and some eyes increasing in intensity. As far as I know, all pseudo-legendaries have 2 regular evolutions, but compared to others with 2 regular evolutions, their optimal points appear later. The first one happens at the high bronze stage, while the second one happens to be at the low gold stage. I saw that while they thought that the snippet of knowledge was interesting, they were much more interested in the next piece of information. So, being the benevolent person that I am, I decided to not make them wait any longer. This leaves us with the external trigger group. I think the name is pretty obvious, but I'll still elaborate to make sure everyone gets it. I snickered a bit because many of them pouted when I said that. All species that require an outside trigger to begin their evolution progress fall under this category. All kinds of conditions fall under this, it's not limited to the evolution stones. When I said that, Seb and Gaia perked up. It could be the time of the day, an item, like a claw or scale, that is needed, or even the presence of another Pokemon. No matter what species it is, as long as the evolution gets triggered by an external factor, they fall into the external trigger group. All species that belong to this category reach the optimal point at the high silver stage. Once I said that I observed Nyx and I could practically see the gears in her head moving. The moment she realized that she would have to wait until the high silver stage to evolve was a bit funny, at least for me it was, so I had to chuckle a bit. Surprisingly, friendship evolution alone did not move one into the external trigger group for some reason. No species that evolved because of the power of friendship stayed in either the 1 evolution or 2 evolution group and followed their optimal points. Maybe it was because they could initiate the evolution whenever they wanted when the condition was met, just like with the strength condition. So, Pokemon like Munchlax fell into the 1 evolution group, while Riolu fell into the trigger group. Surprisingly, there were species like Feebas that changed groups depending on the method of evolution they used. If Feebas used the beauty factor and confidence to evolve, it belonged to the 1 evolution group, but if it used the prism scale, it belonged to the trigger group. My theory was that the prism scale used some of the capacity/potential of the Pokemon that the other version didn't, which meant it took longer to reach the optimal point when one wanted to use prism scales. Slowpoke were even more complicated. I shook my head since I got lost in my thoughts again. Among all of you, Seb, Gaia, Nyx, and once he hatches Growlithe as well need to reach the high silver stage to be ready for their evolution. When I said that I only felt resolution and determination from those 3. There was no way they were going to miss the optimal evolution point just because they wanted to evolve earlier, and their feelings and body language proved as much. All 3 of them gave a loud shout along the line of "We'll do it" and "Oh." They were full of determination like some shounen characters before a training arc. I had a hard time not laughing at that thought because I did not want it to look like I was laughing at their resolve or anything. Still, I could understand their need to hype themselves up, knowing that they had to wait the longest to evolve. Queen Bee, Weedle, and Pidgey belong to the group with 2 evolutions, and as soon as you reach the first limit break you can initiate your first evolution. The second one will have to wait until you reach the first limit break of the high bronze stage. The 3 of them just smiled and gave an affirmative waggle and chirp respectively. It won't take too long for any one of you 3 to reach the first point, so congratulations on that. I praised them and they were happy with just that. I looked around, making sure to look into the eyes of everyone while doing so. As for the rest of you, you only need to reach the high, bronze stage to evolve, and many of you are not too far off from achieving just that. Good job. Everyone concerned was happy and I could see them all imagining their future forms. With that semi-serious topic out of the way, we spent the rest of the time before dinner just relaxing, playing together. You know, classical bonding stuff. Once it was time I left the space with Zatu and we returned home. Chapter 119, Cub 1. I spent Dial Day doing my own training and the weekend was spent with my parents. Training went alright, but I was thinking about changing to 2 days instead of just one because one felt a bit insufficient since I had to divide it between my psychic and aura training. I'd think about it once I was done with the cave I was currently exploring. As for the time spent with my parents, we had a good time like always. We watched some TV, played some games, did some puzzles, listened to some stories, and ate some nice food. Just things one could do with the family that would entertain everyone. Naturally, we spent some time with mine and their Pokemon as well, and get this, I noticed that the potential of Sunny, my mother's Gloom, had finally improved to Yellow. I didn't tell anyone about it, since it was not that much of a change star-wise, but it was still better than nothing. That wasn't the most notable event though, no, that honor went to Azure's evolution to Kingdra on Gru Day. My father had managed to buy a C-Class Dragon Scale that came from a Gold Stage Kingdra, which I was unfortunately unable to replicate or reproduce because its class was too high. An important point to mention is that not every Dragon Scale counts as a Dragon Scale. For that to happen it needs to contain some essence in addition to Draconic energy. Regular Dragon Scales only retain some Draconic energy and can be from any part of the body. Dragon Scales are always from the breast area and need a long time to form naturally since they have to absorb and retain some of the dragon's essence as well. My father also got some blood from a Dark Gold Stage Kingdra, along with some supporting E and D class materials. Some of them got treated and mixed with the blood, while others were used as they were. Once everything was ready, he held the dragon scale against Cedra's chest and Cedra began to evolve. After it was over and while everyone was congratulating the freshly evolved Kingdra, I checked his potential. Unfortunately, it did not increase, but I was sure that it was not too far off from happening. On Arc Day and New Day I explored some more passages in the cave, but nothing notable was found or happened. Today I was inside the cave as well and the tunnel I was currently walking in seemed to head a bit downwards. A few minutes later we arrived at a dead end. As soon as we saw that there was only a wall in front of us I heard Nyx grumbling both vocally as well as mentally over the telepathic link that we kept active as a form of training and because it makes understanding what they are saying easier for me. Another dead end. Why do there have to be so many dead ends? This is the 4th time we ran into a dead end today alone. She grumbled and I had to smile. She was disappointed because we noticed that rooms no matter how small contain some interesting or useful stuff. Most of the time it was things I already had, but at least there was stuff to see. Dead ends on the other hand were nearly always devoid of anything interesting, which was why she began to dislike dead ends. Honestly, the rest of us were not thrilled by them either, but she was the most vocal among us. I crouched down and scratched her behind her ear, causing her tail to wag behind her. It also stopped her grumbling, while she enjoyed my masterful ministrations. I felt Teddy's envious stare, so I waved him over and scratched his head with the other hand as well. There was a reason why they liked getting scratched and caressed by me so much. I used some of the knowledge about massages from the grooming branch to help them relax and feel good. While I could only count as a beginner apprentice groomer, it was enough for some neat massage tricks. On a side note, the groomer profession was much more extensive than I had previously thought possible. It was no wonder there were so many specializations for it. Once I was done with calming Nyx, I stopped caressing both, which made them release a disappointed whine. I stood up and we returned to the fork from which we entered the current passage. There I added a C beside the X I had carved on the passage entrance. Since that one had been the last path at this fork, I backtracked to the fork before this one and added a C to the entrance of this branching point as well. Immediately after I went to the passage I had yet to enter and carved an X on the wall before I entered it. Just a few minutes later Nyx bounded a bit ahead. Moments later I saw her curiously observing a cub one that was keeping an eye on her as well, but it was alert and cautious instead of excited. I could totally understand its reaction. I would be cautious as well if a foreign Pokemon suddenly ran up to me and was eyeing me curiously. Still, this was the first time I saw a wild cub one. Cub one were actually quite an interesting species, at least for me, because of the Pokédex entry it had in my previous life. According to that entry, the skull on Cubone's head was the head of its deceased mother. If it really had been like that, then every time a Marowak or cub one laid an egg it would have to die afterward, which is obviously illogical. This had been one of the topics I had been most curious about, so I checked up on my knowledge to see if it was mentioned in there, but it was not among the knowledge on cub one I had access to, so I tried to see if I could find it somewhere else, but I had no such luck. Apparently, myths and origins of specific species were not among the knowledge I had asked for. Still, being genuinely curious, I looked if there was any information in books on myths or origins we had at home or online. Surprisingly, I found a few mentions in history books and school books. It was none other than Professor Oak that studied the topic and found the generally accepted answer. I had to look up some more info on the internet to get a more complete picture, but the whole thing was really interesting, so I had fun while doing my research. After Oak noted the visible resemblance between Cub one and Charmander, he began an in-depth research and concluded that sometime in the distant past the Cubone line had to have split off from the Charmander line through an event that happened to a variant. Cubone's general resemblance to Charmander and the similarity between the skull it wore and the skull of a Charizard supported that conclusion as well. However, after being unable to find an exact answer on how or why it happened, he delved into myths on the origin of the species. That was where he came across the myth that the skull on Cubone's head was from his mother, which apparently existed on Terra as well. Wanting to find the truth, he decided to leave the human territory to find larger Cub one/Marowak tribes to see if they had any stories about their origins. After multiple trips where he visited many tribes and talked with the elders as well as leaders, he learned that the story with the skull had some truth in it, but none had a concrete idea of the true origin. On his last trip, however, he got wind of some hearsay on a Cub one kingdom deeper into the continent that was supposedly the oldest Cub one tribe on the continent. Professor Oak asked around and managed to get some rough directions that he followed, which after months of searching led him to the aforementioned tribe/kingdom. There he not only learned the most credible origin myth, but he also discovered that Marowak had another evolution, but more on that later. Oak entered the kingdom and revealed the purpose of his visit. Thanks to the great strength of his Pokemon, he was able to safely enter into a dialogue with the elders and the leader of the tribe. From them, he learned that this tribe was so old that it was said that the founder of the tribe was the very first Marowak. According to their lore, the very first Marowak was born as a male ground-type Charmander variant to two regular Charizard. The father did not want to accept the newborn Charmander and supposedly even tried to kill him, but the mother Charizard did not allow something like that, opting to protect her hatchling instead. Apparently, the mother Charizard and father Charizard got into a bad fight, which ended with the mother driving off the father. However, she got badly injured as a result of the fight and shortly after succumbed to her injuries. If she really got hurt that badly during the fight with the father or if she got ambushed afterward by another party is unclear, but the hatchling blamed the father. Sad by the loss of his mother, he mourned her death and stayed by her side until only her skeleton remained. He then buried her skeleton except for her skull, which he wore like a helmet to have something to remember her by as well as to cover his head, since he subconsciously resented his father and by association the Charmander line. According to their lore, the Charmander variant then left their home and went outside to get stronger. It fought battles, survived, and got stronger. Their lore said that he was stronger than regular Charmander because he drew some strength from his mother's skull. By the time he evolved, he didn't turn into a Charmeleon variant but fused the skull of his mother, which he had been drawing strength from, with his head becoming the first Marowak. Since Marowak fused with the skull of a Charizard, his new form turned out to be a stronger species than Charmeleon. That Marowak looked less like a Charmeleon was a nice bonus for him. Now comes the highlight. After his evolution was over, he was apparently visited by Mew because he was the first of his kind. Mew then created a female Marowak to be his mate, so that they had the chance to propagate the new species. Once the pair of Marowak had their first egg and it hatched, their hatchling turned out to be a cub one instead of a ground-type Charmander variant, signifying their split from the species. They had a lot of children and managed to stay safe, which led to the successful propagation of their species. Anyway, the first Marowak eventually died and someone else took the leadership role of the tribe. Years passed, the tribe grew and leaders changed. Now, up until then the Cubone line, despite originating from the Charmander line, only had one evolution instead of two. Or so they thought, because no one evolved further than Marowak. Yet, at one point one of the Marowak that became the tribe leader actually managed to evolve a second time. He turned into Skelebra, a ground/dragon type that was in fact stronger as a species than Charizard. Through certain non-violent means that do not get elaborated on, Professor Oak learned that a Marowak needed to not only reach a certain strength before it could evolve, but also overcome the resentment towards their origin that had been ingrained into their genes by their progenitor. Once both conditions were met, Marowak would evolve into Skelebra. Since the second condition was quite vague, not many could actually fulfill it, but at the time Oak visited the tribe he had seen at least 20 of them. However, he said that he was sure there were more than that. Nonetheless, compared to the number of Marowak, that was a tiny number. After he learned the truth of the matter, he returned to Kanto to document what he had learned. Immediately afterward he visited Alola to analyze the alternative evolution Cub One seemed to undergo there, and what he learned supported everything he had researched before. It seemed that during the evolution process something on Alola caused the Cub One to synchronize with the resentment of its progenitor and access some part of its genes it gained from him, and in return also the Charmander line, resulting in a Fire/Ghost type Marowak. Fire because of the connection to the Charmander line, and Ghost because of the synchronization with the progenitor's resentment. Professor Oak also concluded that the Alolan Marowak was unable to evolve again because it synchronized with the resentment instead of overcoming it, which permanently closed the door to evolution for it. After he published his research, Cub One and Marowak became more popular for a time, but it was pretty hard to fulfill the vague second requirement, which meant not many managed to actually evolve their Marowak. Consequently, Cubone's popularity reduced again until it was at nearly its previous level. Still, there were trainers with Skelebra in Kanto, but they were really, really rare. There were only a handful overall, if I was not wrong. As for its looks, Skelebra kept the color scheme of Marowak. It more than doubled in size and broke free from its skull face. The Libra parts signified it overcoming the progenitor's resentment, and this was physically shown by it breaking free from the skull and gaining a draconic head. It looked like the mix of a Dragonite head as well as a Charizard head minus the antenna and two horns, those combined into a single one. The mixing of the two head shapes resulted in a head that was less round than a Dragonite one but not as rectangular as a Charizard one. Its hands had 3 claws just like its feet. The other notable point was that its tails gained 2 spikes. As for the skull, after it broke free from it, the skull didn't vanish. No, Skelebra kept it as a shield, while using the bone it had, which turned pointed, as a weapon. Well, I digressed pretty badly, but what all this research on resulted in was that I definitely planned to add one to my party, particularly after finding out about Skelebra, which was something I would have never done before all that research. I focused back on what was happening around me. Thankfully, Nyx and Teddy had managed to calm down and engage the Cub One in a conversation, while I went off into my own world thinking about the origin story of its species. I checked its potential, which was followed by me creating plans for his voluntarily capture. Species, Cub One. Gender, male. Type, ground. Potential, deep green. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Rock Head, Lighting Rod. Talents, none. Affinities, ground. The easiest one was asking Nyx as well as Teddy Ursa to persuade and tempt Cub One into joining me. I directly contacted them per telepathy and told them my request. They did as I asked them to and managed to get Cub One interested enough that he accepted to be captured by me if I managed to beat him in a battle. I obviously agreed and used Nyx to softly kick his ass since I already saw him as a new team member. After handily handing him his ass, I caught him using a common ball since I had yet to unlock the next batch of Pokeballs, which included the ground ball. Chapter 120, Cave 3. I let him out again and telepathically gave him a brief description of my space before I put him inside. My space did its thing and created a habitat for Cub 1 and improved Cub 1 as well. The habitat was an area of about 500 square meters that had a large hill in the middle which took up most of the area. The hill had a cave system inside that served as Cubone's new home. I placed the habitat somewhere in between the two ponds. As for Cubone's improvements, his potential got increased and he even unlocked a new talent. Name, none. Species, Cub 1. Gender, male. Age, 3+ years. Type, ground. Potential, blue, 34.7%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, rock head, lighting rod. Talents, conduct current. Affinities, ground. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Now, looking at the first part of his status screen, one can see that his potential was increased all the way up to blue and to 34.7% at that, which meant it had been pretty high up while he had deep green potential. As for the talent he unlocked, there seemed to be a synergy with his lightning rod ability, because conduct current allowed him to direct the electricity he absorbed through lightning rod as well as any static electricity he produced. While it did not turn him into an electric type in any way, it gave him the ability to occasionally use some electric moves against water types. Another thing to note was his age. He was older than 3 years old, which meant he had enough time to develop on his own. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, B. Endurance, S. Agility, B. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, A. Immune, electric. Resistance, poison, minor, rock, minor. Weaknesses, water, minor, grass, minor, ice, minor. Condition, healthy, eager. The influence of his age could be seen in his parameters. They were pretty respectable, especially his endurance, which had broken the limit once. The type influences were just like with every ground type, and his condition was good. He was eager to get stronger. Masteries. Ground energy manipulation, big. Techniques. Beginner. Growl, tail whip, false swipe, focus energy, leer. Proficient. Mud slap, headbutt, retaliate, boomerang, fling. Advanced. Bone club. I could see the influence of his age in the techniques section as well. Not a single one of his moves was left at the novice stage. The worst ones were already at the beginner mastery, while he even had one at the advanced stage. While he had mostly physical attacks, there were some long-range ones among them and a single special one. All in all, Cub 1 turned out to be a great catch. I informed the others inside the space about our newcomer and left him there to get acquainted with the others, while I resumed my exploration of the cave. A few dead ends and Pokemon fights later, we came upon a really large room with a lake inside. There were quite a few Slowpoke, and even some Slowbro around the lake, as well as a few Wooper and Poliwag along with a few Poliwhirl and Quagsire. Still, it seemed as if the Slowpoke were the bosses inside the room since they took the largest area for themselves. None of these species were inherently aggressive, so I could explore the room without having to be on the lookout for any attacks too much. Unlike one of the rooms that a colony of Zubat and Golbat lived in, I had to be constantly alert in that one. There was also the room with the Ekans and Arbok that I had to blitz through or risk constant attacks. Anyway, it was nearly time for lunch. I decided to have lunch now and explore the room afterward. I naturally called everyone out except for the water types, those I had to leave inside the space. While we were eating, a few curious Wooper, Poliwag, and Slowpoke approached us. The older ones kept an eye on them and us, but seeing nothing bad happening, they left the young ones alone. I gave them some berries and some of the food bars I had made for my water types after I saw them checking out our food. They seemed to enjoy it very much, and once my Pokemon were done eating, they began to mingle with them. I naturally did not miss the opportunity to check their potential, but like most of the time, I checked the potential of wild Pokemon. Their potential turned out average or worse. One good thing about the situation was that everyone seemed to have accepted us being there thanks to me feeding the young ones and my Pokemon playing with them. So, while they went to play with the room dwellers, Xatu and I were checking out the place to see if we could find anything useful. Unfortunately, we found nothing I didn't already have. I also checked the Pokemon I came across while checking the room, but none had any satisfactory potential, but the strength of some of them was another story. One of the Slowbro I checked was at the high silver stage, while another one was at the mid silver stage. There were also a low silver stage Quagsire, Poliwhirl, and another Slowbro among the ones I checked. All in all, a pretty strong lineup. Still, as I had mentioned, none of them reacted negatively towards us, and they allowed us to roam around unmolested. Once I was done with the room, I went up to the lake to check it out as well. I told Zata he should keep an eye on the others while I was diving before I jumped in. The first thing I noted was that there were Magikarp and Barboach inside the lake in addition to the ones outside of it. Then I called out my water types so that they could accompany me while I was checking if there was anything I would want inside. The lake was pretty large, so it took me a few hours to do a once-over, and by the end of it I did not find anything new. I also checked out any of the Pokemon I came across inside the lake, but they were all busts as well. Well, I actually discovered the entrance to an underwater passage, but I did not enter it since I wanted to finish checking the lake first. So, after I had done that, I swam to the entrance. I sent 2 Magikarps slightly ahead and followed after them with the rest. There were no other Pokemon inside the passage, and just a few minutes later the passage started heading upwards. It ended up leading to another surface point, presumably another room. I told the others to stay put and carefully went up to check the situation myself. I swam towards the edge of the hole and slowly lifted myself out of the water, trying to be as quiet as possible. Once my head was high enough for me to get a look around the place, I saw that the passage seemed to have led to a medium-sized room. I could see no Pokemon around the passage area, so I considered pulling myself up, but I decided to return to the previous room first. I was planning to bring Xatu and Butterfree with me so that I had someone by my side in case there was any danger in the new room I had discovered. Zata could also hopefully teleport us away in case the danger was above our pay grade. With that in mind, I lowered myself back into the water and together with my water types returned to the lake, where I called over Xatu as well as Butterfree. I explained the situation to them before I put them into my space. I told Mothra to keep an eye on the others and swam back to the new room. I once more told my Remoraid as well as Magikarp to wait for me at the entrance and pulled myself up as quietly as possible. Once I stood in the new room, I called out Xatu and Butterfree before we began exploring the room. We saw no one while checking out the first half, but somewhere around the middle of the room, a single Slowbro was standing. The Slowbro was observing us, and I was pretty sure he had been observing us the whole time we had been looking through the room, maybe even before that. It waved us over, and its stance, as well as face, gave off a peaceful feeling. While I was contemplating if I should go over or not, he contacted me telepathically. "Come closer, young one, I have no plan to attack you. I've been observing you for a while now, and it looks as if you are searching for something. I have the only things that should be of any value inside this room. I just want to talk for a bit, maybe we'll get to see if you have anything I am ready to trade with." I flinched when I first heard his voice inside my head, but while listening to what he said I felt no falsehood, so I slowly approached him with Xatu and Butterfree by my side. Once I was close enough, I used my emotion sense to see if I could make out anything suspicious, but I felt only peace and calmness from him, so I kept approaching him. Still, to cover all bases, I told Zata to be ready to teleport us back to the others in case anything happened. Slowbro's smile widened when I said that to Zata, making me think that he may have heard my telepathic message as well. Once I was in front of him, he motioned for us to get comfortable while he himself sat down. I followed his example while Xatu and Butterfree kept standing/flying. As soon as I sat down, he began asking me about the situation I had encountered inside the cave system so far, as well as the immediate area around the cave entrance. Apparently, it had been some time since he last left the room with the lake. He was the real leader of the Slowpoke and Slowbro, as well as the large room the lake was in. According to him, he preferred staying there in peace looking after the new generation, which was why it had been some time since he had checked the situation outside. I told him about the Pokemon I had seen during my exploration of the caves so far, as well as some of the rooms with ponds/lakes I came across. In return, I asked Slowbro if he had evolved with the help of a Shelder or through his own efforts, to which he said all Slowbro and his group had evolved on their own. This was impressive because this meant none of them had the weakness of possibly devolving or being dependent on another Pokemon. After that, we talked about some random things before I asked about the solely useful thing he had mentioned. He laughed at that and patted my hand, while he told me to wait for a moment. While he patted my hand, I used the opportunity to check his status. What I saw caused me to freeze for a second, before I relaxed once more. Species, Slowbro. Gender, male. Type, water, psychic. Potential, deep green. Stage? Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Me being unable to see his stage meant that he was at least at the mid-gold stage, possibly higher. Thankfully, he really was as peaceful as I thought he was, or I could have been in trouble. Slowbro used his psychic abilities to levitate two things over, which I identified as prism scales once they were close enough. He took them into his hands and told me they were left behind by the previous owner of the cave. It looked like a Milotic used to be the boss around here, but it left a long time ago and never returned. After it left, the Slowbro took over the leadership. The prism scales were left behind since it did not need them. I asked if I could check it out, and he agreed since he was confident that I couldn't run away from him. Name, prism scale. Type, water. Class, C. Uses, it's the scale of a Milotic that has been saturated in its energy and essence. Contains water-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. Can be used to help trigger the evolution of certain Pokemon. They're actually C-class, so I currently can't replicate or reproduce them, but I will be able to do it in the future. They are definitely useful and I want them, especially since I want to catch a Feeball or two. I returned the prism scales to Slowbro and told him I was interested. What do you want for them? I wanted to know what he was expecting so that I could bargain accordingly. What are you willing to offer? Instead of answering my question, he sent the ball back to my court. I had no materials that were of an equal class to the prism scales, and he would recognize that, so I will have to make up for the difference in quality with quantity. How about 2 Pasho berries, 1 psychic seed, and 2 aquamarines of a slightly lower quality than the prism scales you're offering? I was pretty much lowballing here, proposing a number that even I would not have accepted in Slowbro's stead. Still, that was bargaining 101, always offer much less than you are willing to pay, which was what I did. I took out the things I offered so that he could see what I was offering. Slowbro took a look at them and shook his head. Not enough, I need more than that. The things you are offering are not as good or rare as the prism scales. How about 20 Pasho berries, 20 psychic seeds, and 30 aquamarines? Apparently, Slowbro knew about the Tao of bargaining as well, since he returned my lowball offer with a highballed one. That was part of bargaining 101 as well. Always ask for much more than you actually want, so that any price reduction that happens during the bargain is still inside your acceptable range. No way, that's impossible. How about 3 Pasho berries, 2 psychic seeds, and 3 aquamarines instead? I increased my offer by a tiny bit. He naturally declined, and what followed was a back and forth while we slowly approached a number we were both okay with. My last offer, I really can't go any higher than this. How about 12 Pasho berries, 8 psychic seeds, and 10 aquamarines? I proposed, and Slowbro released a sigh before he finally agreed. While it might seem like I was giving him too many things, one has to consider that I gained multiple berries per harvest. I also received 2 psychic seeds every harvest, so the only material that took longer to accumulate were the aquamarines. However, I received that one long ago, so I had enough of them in stock that I could easily accept a loss of 10 of them. Anyway, I took out the amount we agreed upon and received the 2 prism scales in return. I was really happy with the result because I would have honestly given that amount for just a single prism scale, but I got 2, which was even better. I thanked the Slowbro and asked him if I could still check out the rest of the room, which he agreed with. So, I did just that. Together with Zatu and Butterfree, we checked out the rest of the areas we had not looked over. Unfortunately, we did not find anything, but it was better to come up empty-handed than miss something obvious. Once we were done surveying the room, I thanked the Slowbro once more for tolerating our activities before we returned to the lake room. I placed Remoraid and the Magikarp back inside the space, called over all my Pokemon, said goodbye to the dwellers of the room, and placed everyone except for Zatu, Nyx, and Teddiursa back into my space, before leaving the room to continue exploring the passages. Chapter 121, Good News. The rest of the week and the beginning of the next one went as usual. During the weekdays except for Dial Day, where I did my personal training, I checked the cave while the weekend was spent with my parents. Saw some more of the Pokemon I had already encountered during my time inside the cave, and battled some of the stronger ones. Came across dead ends, rooms, and occasionally a stream or pond the usual, but unfortunately I found nothing I didn't already have. On New Day of the new week, I encountered my first Onix, and I can say with 100% certainty that the data from my old world about its weight was bullsh*. I mean, at 10 meters it was a bit longer than the data said as well, but compared to the difference in weight it was laughable. The data said that Onix weighed about 210 kilograms, but they definitely weighed more than 940 kilograms. I mean, even anacondas on Earth weighed more than that, and their exterior is not made out of stone. Heck, I was pretty sure Onix's head alone weighed as much if not more than that. As for how I knew that Onix was heavier than 940 kilograms? Easy, I tried to lift it and couldn't. I did manage to lift a part of its body but failed to lift the whole body. My physical lifting limit combined with my telekinetic one was 940 kilograms, so the Onix had to have weighed more than that. As for how I managed to persuade Onix to let me lift it, I used the good old bribe strategy. As soon as I saw it, I checked its status. Once I saw that it was only at the low bronze stage, I knew that I could most likely handle anything it sent my way. So I approached it and offered Onix a hard stone if it let me do the lifting experiment. Onix agreed, and the rest is history. Also, Onix in combination with the other ground types like Diglett and Dugtrio explained why the cave system was so extensive. Yesterday, which was Girata Day by the way, went down pretty uneventful. Still, by the end of it, I was left with only a single passage that I had to explore. So, if that passage did not end up branching out too much, I would be done with the whole western part of the cave system sometime today. Right on time as well, since it was close to the time Lappers were supposed to migrate near the shores of Kanto, specifically through the area relatively near to Coast City. I definitely wanted to get myself a Lapras, so I was planning to scour the sea near Coast City for a few days in hopes of seeing/finding the migrating Lapras school. Hopefully, the event would happen next week, since tomorrow was Dial Day, which meant the weekend was around the corner. I would prefer it if the Lapras showed up after that, because it would otherwise cut into the whole weekend as family time thing we had going. In case I found out it was going to happen during the weekend, I could try to sell the event to my parents as a chance for a cool family trip, and it would be 100% true as well. Seeing a school of Lapras would be a thing to remember. Anyway, I followed along the passage with my trusty sidekicks by my side. During our survey, we came across 3 dead ends, 1 small-sized room, 1 medium-sized room, and 1 stream by the time it was time for lunch. I had Zata take us to the medium-sized room. It had a small pond that was large enough for my Magikarp and Remoraid. So, they could spend lunch with us, which was always nice. It helped nurture the cohesion between all my Pokemon and myself. I decided to check the status of everyone to see their progress, and I was satisfied with what I saw. Everyone had made progress of some kind, be it learning a move, increasing the mastery of one, or increasing their parameters. There was an increase in the percentage of their potential as well, no matter how minor it was for some. Still, the only ones that were anywhere close to an increase in potential were Drake, Medusa, and Jade. My Dragon-type, Poison-type, and Grass-type Magikarp respectively. Those 3 were missing only between 4% and 6% to reach Deep Blue potential. The best news was that Ignis, my Magikarp with Fire Affinity, had raised all his parameters to SSS. He was finally ready for his breakthrough to the Bronze stage. I waited until everyone had eaten their fill before I announced Ignis's achievement. Everyone was happy for him, and before the situation could turn into a cheer party, I told them that I was going to pull everyone inside the space so that he could break through. I placed all of us, poor land creatures, in front of Remoraid's pond, while our marine friends were deposited right inside the pond. I told Ignis that he could begin his breakthrough after I told the others inside the water to slightly distance themselves from him. Once they did, Ignis initiated his breakthrough, and like usual the phenomenon was not as big as that caused by evolution. Still, as it always happened when a Pokemon broke through, he started shining a bit because of the energy he attracted from the environment. Soon enough he surpassed the brightness that a normal breakthrough caused, signifying that the process to gain the additional fire typing had begun. The additional brightness was caused by the extra energy he absorbed from his environment to facilitate the changes he was going through with the addition of his new fire typing. Drake, Jade, and Medusa had gone through the same thing, so no one was surprised by the extra brightness or the slightly longer breakthrough time. After the light settled down, everyone got a glimpse at his new look. There were not many changes. His main body was still half burnt orange, half red, as it had been before his breakthrough. His barbels were a bit shorter than before, and occasionally steam or small flames appeared at the tips. The same happened at the tips of his two yellow-colored fins, and finally, his tail looked a bit wavier, I guess. Everyone congratulated him. Those inside the pond swam to him and rubbed against him while congratulating him. I entered the pond as well and hugged him while making sure to not get burned. In celebration of Ignis's breakthrough, everyone got some snacks I made, and while they were munching on the snacks I checked Ignis's new status. Name, Ignis. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Type, water, fire. Potential, blue, 92.7%. Genetic variation, fire variant. Abilities, swift swim, white smoke. Talents, none. Affinities, water, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly impulsive. His new fire type was displayed as it should be, and the 160% potential increase from his limit breaking led to him reaching blue potential, which was nearing deep blue at 92.7%. The fire variant in the genetic variation category was simply there to display him being a type variant of the regular, water, Magikarp. It did not give any boost. An important point was the change in his abilities category. Rattle got replaced by white smoke, which prevented others from reducing his parameters. As for his parameters, those got the well-deserved limit-breaking boost. Parameters: Stage, Bronze Stage, Mid. Vitality, G. Strength, G. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Thanks to that boost, Ignis started out at the mid, bronze stage. Well, more like his agility and endurance raised his parameter average enough for him to be considered at the mid, bronze stage. Next up were the influences other types had on him as well as his condition. Resistance: Fire, Major, Ice, Major, Steel, Major, Bug, Minor, Fairy, Minor. Weaknesses: Electric, Minor, Ground, Minor, Rock, Minor. Condition: Healthy, Happy, Excited. Well, the change to his resistances was pretty positive. He may have lost the minor resistance to the water type he used to have, since it turned to neutral because it balanced out with the fire type's weakness to water, but the positive changes more than made up for it. Ignis gained an additional minor resistance to the bug and fairy types, while his resistance to the fire, ice, and steel types increased from minor to major. As for his weaknesses, those, unfortunately, went from 2 to 3. While he lost the weakness to the grass type thanks to the fire type, he kept his minor weakness to the electric type and gained a minor weakness to the ground as well as rock types. Nonetheless, the overall positives outweighed the negatives by far. His condition showed that the whole thing went without a hitch, since no negative condition showed up, and his happiness, as well as excitement, were only natural. Masteries: Water Energy Manipulation, Beginner. Techniques. Novice. Water pulse, scald. Beginner. Not applicable. Proficient. Aquajet, tackle, flail, bounce, hydro pump, swift. Advanced. Splash. Mastered. Water gun. Unfortunately, he did not automatically gain fire energy manipulation mastery, but he did actually learn the move Scald upon gaining the fire typing. It along with Water Pulse were his only moves at the novice mastery, while he was proficient in the rest of his moves at worst. That Ignis learned Scald made a lot of sense actually, since it was just a slightly stronger water gun at a boiling temperature. He had actually mastered water gun, and thanks to his new fire type, increasing the temperature should come pretty easy. Voila, Scald. Anyway, after I let them enjoy the occasion a bit more, I left the space together with Xatu, Nyx, and Teddiursa. We still had to finish exploring the passage, so we got right into it. We followed along the passage and came across a few forks that led to dead ends, small rooms, and somehow always that one passage that led deeper. Nonetheless, 3 hours later, while walking along a passage that had the potential to be the last, we found ourselves in front of a dead end. Funnily enough, rather than feeling disappointed for walking into a dead end, all of us were happy. This dead end symbolized that we had finally finished exploring the whole western passage / part of the cave system. I was not planning to continue checking the northwestern or northern direction for now. Those two passages could be left for the future. I was going to focus on the Lapras school next, and after that, I was going to explore the coast some more. I knew that there could be islands near the coast where some rare Pokemon lived, at least according to my meta-knowledge the possibility was there. Even if that was not guaranteed, I knew from my conversations with the sailors that there were supposed to be Feebas somewhere along the coast. That was something I was definitely planning to check, but only after I got myself a Lapras. We made our way back outside, and at each fork, I made sure to check that each passage had a C for complete on the wall. We arrived in front of the exit of the cave system, and fortunately, all passages had the symbol, which meant we had not missed any of them. That would have been an unpleasant surprise that we were luckily spared from. Once we were outside, I checked the time and saw that I still had 90 minutes before I had to make my way home, so I recalled Nyx and Teddiursa before asking Xatu to teleport me to Coast City. There I asked around, especially the sailors, to see if they knew when the Lapras were going to show up. From what I found out, the migration was supposed to happen somewhere between next week and the week after. No one knew for sure when exactly they would arrive, since a lot of factors influenced their traveling time, but they were pretty sure it was going to happen next week at the earliest. I was pretty happy with that and made my way back home with a smile. Chapter 122, Captain Ahab. Right on Arc Day, I returned to the beach, but instead of entering the cave or diving into the sea, I approached the water and stopped to contemplate my next step. The plan was to check the surface of the sea to see if I could spot the Lapras, and I had multiple ways to go about it. The first was the classic boat, but it was too slow, so that one was out. The next one was checking the sea from above, preferably on a large flying type that could stay in the air for prolonged periods. While I, unfortunately, did not have such a flying type, I had some abilities of my own. Since my flying through telekinesis was neither fast nor safe, I could use my ability to create psionic platforms instead. I could them to run in the air, and in case something happened, I could use my telekinesis to keep myself up or slowly lower myself. Even if I were unable to do so for some reason, Xatu could do the same for me. The only disadvantage of this method was that it used quite a bit of energy. By my estimates, I should be able to keep that up for 2 to 3 hours, before I needed to rest for a bit. Eating some of the energy bars I made for Xatu and myself would help shorten the time I needed to recover. I made multiple energy bars versions that focused on different aspects by changing some of the ingredients. The one I mentioned earlier helped recover psionic energy faster. It was made using Oran Dash, Lepa Dash, Normal Berries, Psychic Seeds, and some Beedrill honey. Not only did it taste good, but it also allowed me to refill my reserves in 5 to 10 minutes instead of the 80 to 90 minutes it currently took me to do so. Deep meditation could accelerate that even further, and was something that I would definitely need once my reserves grew even more, but for now my energy bars had an awesome effect on us. Anyway, the next method was to use the platforms to walk on the sea instead of the air. That would cost less energy, but I would not be able to see vast areas like I would up in the air. Ultimately, I decided to do them all. Most of the time I was going to run atop the water, while occasionally running up the air to get a bird's eye view of the area. Whenever I needed to rest or got tired of those two methods, I would take out a raft and rest on it or use it to move for a while. The only problem with that plan was that I had no raft, but I had enough rope to make one, and there were trees everywhere, so finding some fallen ones was not that hard. I had Zata teleport us to the nearest woods and called out everyone capable of moving on land to search for fallen trees. We spread out, and in just 20 minutes we had found enough fallen trees to build a decently sized raft. I had everyone help with the building process so that the event could serve as a bonding process. Gaia, Nyx, Teddy Ursa, and Cub One removed the bark, and Pidgey removed the leftover dust as dirt on the wood with Gust. Mothra and Butterfree cut the wood to the correct size using Air Slash, while Seb used Horn Attack to punch a hole around the middle near both ends of the wood and in the center for the rope to go through. Queen Bee and her lackey used String Shot to gather the removed bark in one place so that it did not get in the way, while also securing the stacked wood. Zatu and I were using telekinesis to move the wood whenever necessary. Once all trees had been processed by us, I called Teddy Ursa over and had him initiate Fire Punch. Once he had the flame going, I had him hover his fist over the wood while Zata moved every part of the wood below his fist at least once through his telekinesis. This was to remove any excess moisture. I carved a seam in a circle around the wood at the location of the hole, so that the rope would move after I wrapped it around the wood. Then I took out 3 really long ropes and did a mega secure knot on one of their ends. I then guided one of them through one of the holes Seb created and wrapped the rope around the wood once, perfectly settling the rope in the seam I carved. I repeated this with the other 2 ropes and holes before Zata levitated another piece of wood over. I then guided the ropes through the holes of that wood piece as well, wrapped the ropes once around, and waited for the next piece of wood. I repeated this process until all pieces of wood were securely connected to each other. Afterward, I did another mega knot before I cut off the extra rope. I checked if the raft was robust enough, and it was great. Everybody cheered for our success, and I handed out snacks to everyone as a reward for their help. Surprisingly, it took us only slightly more than an hour to build a raft that was about 6 square meters. Since the raft was done, I placed it inside my space, along with everything I took out during the building process. I asked Seb, Gaia, as well as Nyx to dig a few wide holes and dump the tree bark we had removed inside before refilling the holes, which should increase their decomposition rate. Once that was done, I put away everyone except Zatu and asked him to return us to the beach. There I first tested the raft we built to see if it floated and to check if it stayed whole. After 5 minutes I thought everything looked good, so I stepped into the air and put the raft away. Then I began to walk out to the sea, while occasionally checking the compass to make sure of my direction. I called out Pidgey, and together with Zatu, they accompanied me during my journey through the air. The whole scouring trip had another purpose besides finding the Lapras. Every time I saw an island above a certain size, I marked its position on a provisional map I created so that I could check it out at a later date. In the anime, an island full of members of the Squirtle line was shown near the coast of Kanto. Even if that specific island did not exist on Terra, who knew if any of the islands I saw had some rare Pokémon? For this reason, I was going to check them out sometime in the future. Who knew, maybe I would find one that I wanted to claim or buy if it belonged to the government. An hour and I spotted the first island that qualified, so I roughly marked its position before I continued. A bit more than an hour later I descended onto the sea, standing on the water. I took out my compass, made sure I was still heading south before I began running. I ran for another hour before I took out the raft we made. I settled on it and called Zatu as well as Pidgey down as well, before calling out all my water types. They focused on me once they checked out their new surroundings. We are out on the sea, and the 3 of us are going to stay on this raft for the next hour. One of you is going to push the raft, and every 20 minutes the one pushing will switch with someone else. No worries, those that don't get a turn when the hour is up will get one the next time. They all looked at each other before Drake moved behind the raft. I nodded at that and addressed them once more. The rest of you can swim around the raft, just make sure not to swim too far out. Once I said that all of them except for Abai submerged, while Abai kept swimming beside our raft. 20 minutes later, all of them returned and Stan took over for Drake. After him Jade took over and 5 minutes into her pushing the raft I noticed violent movements below us. I told Zatu as well as Pidgey to stay put, took out my rebreather, and dove into the water. What I saw was something I had not expected to see this close to Kanto, but should have since I had seen even more unlikely Pokemon. 8 Carvania were fighting against my Magikarp and Remoraid. Well, 6 Carvania were fighting against them, since 2 had been already knocked out. The situation looked pretty much under control. The only ones that had a hard fight were Remoraid and Abai, who were at the high iron stage. The others seemed to be quite a bit stronger than their foes, especially Drake, who was fighting against 2 Carvania at once and still had the upper hand. In under 2 minutes everyone, except for Remoraid and Abai, kicked their Carvania's ass, even Drake. When it looked like they were going to help those two in their fight, I told them telepathically to let them do it on their own. So, while the two were fighting, I approached the knocked out Carvania to check their status. Since they were water/dark types, I couldn't use my telekinesis on them, which meant I had to directly touch them to check their status. Exactly because of that, I was currently touching each one knocked out Carvania while they were unconscious. Of the 6 I checked, the strongest one was at the mid-bronze stage, while the one with the best potential had only light yellow potential. None of them were worth capturing, and I briefly contemplated finishing them off, since they attacked us to presumably eat us. I mean, we could either eat them or I could sell their bodies. Nonetheless, I decided against it. I had no problem with my Pokemon killing their foes during battle if they came at us with the intent to kill, but I was not comfortable with dealing a delayed finishing blow to opponents that had been rendered unconscious. In the rush of battle, finishing them off after knocking them out was okay, but doing so minutes later really didn't sit right with me for now. I didn't know if it would stay like that, but for now, it was like that. Obviously, that did not mean I was going to help them in any way. I was going to leave them like this. If they survived, then that's their luck, but if they got killed and eaten by others while they were unconscious, then that was their misfortune. I was in the clear either way, and my conscience was clean. Whatever happened to them was a result of their actions after all. While I was thinking about all that, Remoraid and Abai won their fights as well. I congratulated all of them and thanked them for protecting the raft and us. Naturally, I checked the status of the newly beaten Carvania as well, and they turned out to be unworthy as well. Immediately after, I returned to the raft and we went on our way, leaving behind 8 unconscious Carvania. I told Zatu, Pidgey, and Jade what went down underwater, and they praised the others as well. 15 minutes later, Jade's turn was over, and the hour I had mentioned was up as well. I used my psionic platforms and began moving up to look for any land large enough for us to stop on. I managed to spot a really small island. I wasn't really willing to call it an island since it looked less than 2,500 square meters big, which was like 50 meters in both directions. Anyway, once I spotted the island, I went back down and told the others to move in its direction. Zatu as well as Pidgey lifted off, while I walked off the raft and stood on water, before placing it inside my space. Then we all headed toward the island, where I called the others out as well. Yes, the reason I decided to stop there was for lunch. We set up our blankets close to the water so that my water Pokemon could participate as well. I gave everyone their food, and while we were eating, I told them about the Carvania we encountered just a few moments ago. After I was done, everyone who had not been there praised the fighters, who were happy with everyone's praise. I recalled everyone after they had eaten their fill, except for Zatu as well as Pidgey, and checked my compass before we took off in the air. We spent the rest of the time I had until I had to return home for dinner scouring the area, but we saw no Lapras. Once the time came, I went down on one of the small islands I could see from high above. I did this so that Zata could memorize its coordinates, since I wanted him to return us to this point tomorrow. Chapter 123, Captain Ahab, 2. I spent the whole week checking the sea for Lapras, even dial days, since all the use of psychic abilities doubled as training as well. Naturally, I did not forget to briefly check the areas we already passed through. On that end, I had Zata teleport me to some of the islands we came across during our search. There I ascended to get a bird's eye view of the area before stopping at the latest stop of our journey. Since we did not have to waste any time on details and thanks to the vast view from above, we managed to cover a considerable area during this week. We even discovered a few truly large islands that looked promising. Pokemon-wise, there was less to talk about. During my stay in the air, I occasionally came across some Wingull, Pelipper, or Fearow, and while I stayed on the raft I would see the occasional water type. The coolest encounter was with a school of Mantine we saw on Pockeday. They had a few Remoraid that were accompanying them, and I noticed that each one I checked had at least a budding flying/air type affinity. Overall, it was a great moment, especially when we were in the middle of the school and some of the surrounding Mantine jumped in the air. They practically put on a performance for us and behaved pretty chill as well as friendly. I checked as many as I could and even had 2 cases where I couldn't even see their potential, which meant they were above the dark gold stage. I would have never thought I would see my first stage 6 or above Pokemon like that, so I momentarily froze when I processed that I was near 2 such strong beings. Thankfully they were just as chill and friendly as the other Mantine, so I had no reason to sh*T bricks. What was surprising for me, at least after that revelation, was that none of the Mantine I could see the potential of had good potential. The best I saw was light green, while most were in the yellow spectrum. The reason this surprised me was that I believed the school members to be descendants of the 2 super strong Mantine. Their potential being so average either meant the potential of the 2 was average, hence that of their descendants was average as well, or the 2 Mantine had really bad luck as far as the potential of their kids was concerned. I felt a bit bad for them at that thought. Anyway, the point was that I did not see the Lappers yet. The weekend was spent with the family and something hilarious, at least for me, happened. I still had the body of the Parasect, without the mushroom, lying around in the storage of my space, so being the awesome son that I am, I decided to share it with my parents. So, on Kaiday, I told my parents that I had stored the body of a Pokemon that had to be taken down by us and that I wanted to leave it to them what to do with it. I asked for us to move to the terrace so that I could take it out. My mother told me to just pull it out in the kitchen, and I just laughed a bit before moving outside. Insert slightly ominous laughter. I moved right back in with an apologetic look since I had left my Sylph Company bag inside my room. I had already placed the corpse inside before I stressed my parents. I still find it astonishing how such a big thing fits inside the bag opening. I was pretty sure some space/size manipulation tech was involved. Anyway, I returned with the bag in hand and looked into the eyes of my waiting parents while slowly opening the bag. I kept looking at them to see their full reaction and proceeded to take out the massive Parasect corpse. It created a big thud when it landed on the ground, and I fully got to see how the faces of my parents slowly turned gobsmacked. They just stared for like a minute at the massive body in front of them. My father then began to look between the body and me, trying to understand how such a giant was felled by little old me. All of us knew that in our world size was not everything, but the difference in proportions still had a huge visual impact on them. Unsurprisingly, it was my mother who reacted first, just that her reaction was not what I had expected, even if I should have. She turned her head in a slow, slightly mechanical manner from the corpse to me. Then in a surprising burst of speed, she came before me and began patting me down before she proceeded to hug the stuffing out of me. She didn't say a word, but she didn't have to. Her hug told me exactly what she felt. Still, I used my emotion sense and felt a mix of pride, urgency, fear, worry, relief, as well as concern whirling inside her, with concern being the most prominent one. My father's emotions were calmer than that, but I felt pride, urgency, and worry just not as rampant. I shot him a look to help me out of the death hug, but he just shot me a smile. I saw him release a sigh that helped him relax some more before he asked me how I came across the Parasect and how strong it had been. I told them about the precautions we took, its strength, our fighting strategy, the retreat options, and how it went down. By the end of my narration, both had proud looks on their faces, and my mother finally let me go. They praised me, especially my cautious behavior. My mother asked me what I had done with the mushroom on its back, and I told her I used it for my bug types. She nodded at that, and then we, more like they, began to talk about what to do with it. The consensus was that my mother would turn it into food. A part would go to us and the rest would be given to our Pokemon. The option of selling it was only briefly considered before it was discarded. Other than my surprise, the rest of the weekend was pretty calm. I resumed my search efforts on Arc Day and spent both it as well as Mew Day going around trying to spot the Lapras, unfortunately without any success. The first half of today had been not any different so far. With that in mind, after lunch, I decided to head a bit further south away from the mainland. I ascended as high as I could while being able to make out forms on the sea surface, which thanks to using aura to boost my eyes, was pretty high. I was starting to ride off today as well when I saw no trace of any Lapras after roughly 60 minutes, but I planned to keep up my search during the 3 hours I still had until I needed to make my way back home. Around 30 minutes later I began considering if I should switch to my raft instead. Just as I planned to make my way down I heard Zata's excited call, which was shortly after joined by Pidgey. When I looked in the direction they were looking at I saw a huge number of silhouettes on the sea. I was too high up to make out their shape, but by Zatu and Pidgey's reaction, it was safe to assume we had found the migrating Lapras. They had better eyesight than me and I had shown them what a Lapras looked like, so I was positive they would know if they saw some or not. We immediately moved towards their direction and I also lowered the height I was running at so that I could actually see their form. Once I came closer to their position my eyes finally managed to make out their look and I confirmed that they were indeed the Lapras I had been searching for. I was not sure if it was one school/pod or multiple schools/pods that traveled together during the migration, but there were hundreds of them. At least I believed there to be more than 9,000, just kidding, but there were definitely more than 600 of them. I stopped above them and started looking for the leader at the head of the procession. According to what I had learned, if I did not want my ass to be put on ice I had to first get the permission of the main leader to even enter the pod, before getting the approval of the group leaders to approach their members. So, I did exactly that. After I spotted what seemed to be the leader I moved towards the place they were moving to. I pulled out my raft, Zatu, as well as Pidgey, landed on it as well, and we waited for them to come closer. Then I took out a long piece of wood that I used as a paddle to move the raft closer to the leading Lapras. While I was closing in, the eye of all Lapras in the leading group focused on me. It was a bit nerve-wracking, I was not gonna lie, but Lapras were known to be generally gentle Pokemon and I did my best to express my peaceful intent. Since I was not attacked, I reckon that I was at least partially successful. I stopped in front of whom I believed to be the leader and got ready to convince him, her. Just as I was about to open my mouth, the Lapras I stopped in front of moved aside, allowing a slightly smaller Lapras to move in front of me. Apparently, my guess had been wrong. I cleared my throat to hide any embarrassment, which by the laughter the Lapras saw right through. The leader motioned for me to come closer and look down at me since I was standing on the raft and he was much larger than me. She scrutinized me for a while before she softly nudged me with her head. I naturally instantly used the chance to check her out. Species, Lapras. Gender, female. Type, water, ice. Potential? Stage? Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? I seem to encounter quite a few super strong Pokemon lately. Turns out she was at or above stage 6 as well. Anyway, after she nudged me she sent me a telepathic message that conveyed her approval. I was convinced that she sent the same message to the other Lapras as well since they all nodded at the same moment. These psychic abilities were the reason I did not use my telekinesis to try and check any of their statuses. I knew that Lapras had some talent in that aspect despite not having the psychic typing, so I decided to only use it after getting the approval from the leader as well as the group leaders. That way if they noticed it they wouldn't take it as an aggressive action, at least I hoped so. After I received her approval I moved towards the groups I had noticed from above. Each group seemed to have between 20 and 40 members, so there were quite a lot of groups. Once I got close to a group the leader would come to the front and inspect me. Most of the time I would receive their approval as well, after which I would enter the group and approach some of the Lapras to talk. I used my telekinesis to check the potential of the rest while using direct contact to check the ones I was talking to. All Lapras I talked to were really friendly and gentle. Unfortunately, the Lapras with the best potential I found after checking the 40 groups I had been allowed to check so far was only green. It had been a mid, bronze stage Lapras at that. There had also been a few Lapras with light green potential, but I decided to keep looking for now. I had only been going at it for less than 2 hours and still had around an hour before I would risk being late for dinner. What I noticed during my conversations with the Lapras was that only those below the silver stage were receptive to leaving the school. I had no problem with that, so it did not really affect me all that much. During the next 40 minutes, I came across 5 more light green or green potential Lapras that were receptive and even saw Lapras with light blue potential. Unfortunately, that one was at the gold stage and had no plans to leave. So, I could only regretfully keep searching. Just when I thought that I would find no Lapras with better than green potential that was receptive to the idea of following me, I actually found one. Species, Lapras. Gender, female. Type, water, ice. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, water absorb, hydration. Talents, none. Affinities, water, ice. Chapter 124, Lapras. As soon as I saw her status screen, I decided to settle on her. So, I dialed my friendliness as well as trustworthiness factor to the max and began enticing her to the dark side of him to my side. I told her some things about myself like my aura, which was always a plus for nearly everyone. I told her about my Pokemon, and about their training as well as all the things I did to help them get stronger, including the supplements, food, and so on. Lapras got curious about them and talked a bit to Xatu as well as Pidgey. Then she told me she wanted to see the others as well. So, after getting the permission of the pod leader and group leader, I first called out all of my water Pokemon. I had no problem with calling out all of them at once since they could stay inside the water. Once all my Magikarp appeared, they attracted not only the attention of Lapras but also a lot of attention of the Lapras around us. I should have expected as much since nearly all of them were variants. We, my Pokemon and I, all tensed a bit at the attention. Fortunately, they were only curious, so only curious looks got thrown our way instead of attacks. Once that became apparent to us, I began calling out the others as well. However, since the raft was only so big and the 3 of us were already occupying some space, I had to call out the others in pairs. Lapras would talk to them, then I would recall them and call out the next pair. During the time I was switching between Pokemon, she would talk to those that stayed out, and I used that period to explain to the newcomers why I called them out in the first place. Lapras got to talk with all my Pokemon and they all praised me as well as their situation during the conversations. This made Lapras more receptive to my efforts to get her to join me. We talked for a few more minutes, and while we were talking, I took out some Pasho berries to feed them to her. After some more cookies, I meant bribes, after we talked some more, I finally got her to agree to join me. Well, actually, she wanted to have a battle first and was willing to join me if we won. So, we approached the group leader to inform him of her decision to join me if I beat her. Wouldn't want him to think I was randomly attacking her after all. That wouldn't end well for me, that is. The group leader agreed to my request, so the group came to a stop after the group leader informed the big boss. Until now the school had been on the move, even while I was doing my whole recruitment thing. I mean, there was no way the whole school would stop moving forward just for me. That would have made no sense. No, I had asked Zata to move the raft alongside the Lapras through his telekinesis while I did my search/scouting. Yet, now that one of them had accepted my offer and wanted to battle, the leader of her group temporarily stopped their group to preside over the event while the rest of the school kept moving. The group would rejoin them after the result of the battle was out. They just had to swim a bit faster to make up for the distance the other had opened up between them. The Lapras opened up a large area in the middle for our battle, and Zata moved our raft to one end of the area while Lapras headed to the other end. I decided to use Zata for the fight, and I already had an idea how to win the fight pretty easily as long as Lapras did a single thing. If she didn't, it would take a bit longer to win, but I trusted Zata to win anyway. "I'll have Zata fight against you," I informed her before I looked over to Xatu and gave him a nod. I know you got this. I encouraged him and he casually took off the raft. Not gonna lie, that confident takeoff looked pretty cool on his part. Once both competitors were on the field, the group leader moved to the middle. It seemed like he was planning to give the start signal. He looked at both sides and once he was sure both were ready, he shot a water gun in the air to signal the start of the battle. As soon as the fight commenced, Zata began using Reflect followed by Light Screen. Those two moves formed a second skin-like layer on Zata that would reduce the damage he would take for a few hits before dissipating. During the time Zata performed his opening moves, Lapras used Mist Spreading, well mist, around the area, obscuring her position and keeping her parameters safe from outside influence for some time. Gust! Zata followed my instructions, blowing most of the mist away, returning the visibility of most of the area in front of him. Unfortunately, the area at her last location was still covered, but at least we had returned Zata's vision, mostly. Ice shards came flying towards Zata, which he stopped using Psychic. He could not send them back, despite them having revealed her position since they had a homing function, so he exerted some effort to crush them instead. Lapras immediately followed up her Ice Shard with an Ice Beam, trying to make use of him focusing on Ice Shard. Still, thanks to the swift speed at which he dealt with the Ice Shard, Zata had enough time to teleport away, effectively dodging her Ice Beam. Air Slash, I called out, and Zata fired the move at the place the Ice Beam came from. The attack slashed the mist in that spot apart, but I heard neither a cry from Lapras nor did I see her in the now mist-free space, which meant she had managed to dodge Zata's attack. Deciding to get rid of the mist, I gave out my next instruction. Close in a bit and then Gust. Get rid of that mist. As soon as I said the first part, Zata teleported a bit closer to the still mist-covered area and used Gust, blowing the rest of the mist away. Lapras, who was now visible once more, used the time Zata got rid of the mist to attack him while he was preoccupied. She fired another Ice Shard at him and immediately followed it with a Water Pulse. I didn't even have to give a command, seeing both moves approaching, Zata teleported away. While the Ice Shards followed him to his new location, Water Pulse completely missed. Zata used the time it took the Ice Shards to reach him to destroy them with a Shadow Ball. He followed the first Shadow Ball with a second one directed at Lapras, which she dodged by diving into the sea. Move higher, and keep an eye on the water. We had no choice but to wait for Lapras to resurface. However, that did not mean we had to sit on our thumbs during that time. Cosmic Mind, but stay alert and ready to dodge in case she decides to attack. Cosmic Mind was a combination move of Cosmic Power and Calm Mind. Both were parameter boosting moves that boost two parameters, and one of those parameters overlapped. We were trying to use that overlap to combine the two, but unfortunately, we had no luck so far. Still, the meaning remained the same. Zata knew that I wanted him to use those two moves as often as possible, and he began doing just that. Unfortunately, Zata only got to execute a single round before Lapras surfaced behind him and fired an Ice Beam at his open back. Dodge! I cried out and Zata did his best to follow my command. He had no time to teleport since it took a few precious seconds to teleport, and he knew that since I would have shouted teleport if he had enough time to do so. Zata did his best to dodge the Ice Beam, but he still got grazed, causing a small part of his back to slightly freeze. It made him plummet a bit, but he caught himself in a matter of seconds. Seconds Lapras used to perform Sing. Finally! Was what I wanted to scream. I had been waiting for that move all this time. I had a strategy that used moves like Sing against the caster and had been hoping Lapras would use it since I knew she knew the move. It had taken longer than expected, but she finally did. My next command was contrary to what one would expect since I did not tell him to dodge. Take it, but prepare a shift, I instructed instead, and I saw that Zata immediately understood what I planned. Zata sent a bit of his psionic energy to latch onto Lapras and allowed himself to be lulled into sleep. That was when my plan set into motion, because the moment Zata fell asleep, the energy he had latched onto Lapras got triggered. The energy he sent out was the precursor/part of the move Psycho Shift, which transferred any major status condition to the target as long as the target was not already inflicted with said status condition. So, Using the energy he latched onto Lapras as a bridge. Zata transferred his sleeping condition to Lapras instead, causing her to fall asleep while he himself woke up. Just in time to stop himself from falling into the sea. Taking advantage of her being asleep, I gave Zata his next instructions. Boost and then stored power. As soon as he heard me, Zata grinned and began to boost himself with Calm Mind and Cosmic Power. Once he reached his current maximum boosting capacity, he unleashed a stored power that had a base power that was 3 times as strong as a Hyper Beam. The move was pretty broken when one had enough time to prepare for it. OP as hell, please don't nerf. Described my thoughts perfectly in this case. The move hit its sleeping target and caused quite the bang as it landed. It even succeeded in knocking Lapras out in one hit. Seeing the results, Zata flew back to my side and landed on the raft. I was about to head towards Lapras to heal and wake her up, but before I could even say or do anything, the group leader acted first. He first cast a small rain dance just above Lapras, which nearly instantly woke her up thanks to her hydration ability. Lapras released a small sound of pain, but then the group leader used 3 life dews to heal most of the damage she took. One could visibly see that Lapras was recovering. I was not sure if her water absorb triggered or not because Life Dew did no damage since it was a healing move. If it did, then Lapras got double healing through a single move, which would be pretty cool. Still, the Life Dew was followed by a water gun that definitely triggered water absorb. He kept up the water gun until he was sure Lapras had completely recovered and stopped afterward. Each of her abilities alone was pretty useful on its own, but together they were so much more. Honestly, with the right conditions, her combination of abilities made her extremely hard to take down. I was lucky that she did not know Rain Dance yet, or the fight could have taken much longer. Still, we won and Lapras accepted her loss with dignity. She thanked the group leader before she swam up to us. She told me that she was ready to join me and I smiled at her. I pulled out one of my primed water balls and lobbed the ball at her. She did not resist the capture, so the process was completed pretty quickly. I promptly released her so that she could say her farewells to her group and family members. She bobbed her head in thanks and went back to her group to say her goodbyes. While she did that, I approached the group leader to inform him that we were going to join them during their return to the main school, since I wanted to ask the pod leader something. He accepted my request and told me to take care of the little one, which was obviously my new Lapras. After our short exchange, he called out to his group and we all started moving toward the directions the others had left. It took us less than 20 minutes to rejoin the main school, and once we did, I called over Lapras and we approached the pod leader. She nodded her head seeing my new partner, and I conveyed the reason why I came to her again. I asked her if it was okay with her if I brought my parents over tomorrow as well. Lapras were awesome as well as strong Pokemon, and it would be great if my parents got one as well, but I didn't want to arouse her ire by bringing over others without her approval. It was the right thing to do and had no relation whatsoever with her overwhelming strength. Thankfully, she didn't mind, but she told me that I shouldn't bring over anyone else. I thanked her for fulfilling my request and wished her and her pod a nice day. Afterward, I asked Zata to stop moving the raft, and we together with Lapras watched them get further and further away until they disappeared behind the horizon. Once they were gone, I turned to Lapras and telepathically told her about my space, before I pulled her inside. Chapter 125, Lapras, 2. I observed as my space began the analyzing process of Lapras. Analyzing, Lapras analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities, unlocking extra ability failed. Unlocking talents succeeded. Checking energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat, habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space, similar habitat found, adjoining habitats. I did not want it to be fused into one of the existing ponds or placed adjacent to them. Detected rejection by owner, scanning desire, placing habitat per desire, main space successfully expanded. Relocate Lapras to habitat, relocation successful. Energy storage at 28%. Process finished. The new pond was placed to the south of my area in the center of the space. It was about 6,300 square meters in size and about 20 meters deep on average. There was a mini iceberg in the center of the pond that took up about 600 square meters, and its top had a height of around 10 meters. It helped create the perfect environment for an ice/water type like Lapras. The important or more like the interesting thing was that outside of her habitat the cold temperature could not be felt, and even the water inside her pond was not too cold despite being in contact with the iceberg. Lapras, who appeared on the pond that was created for her, curious, looked around. She seemed really satisfied with her new environment, if I was interpreting the happy trilling sounds she was letting out correctly. I decided to check her new status while she was checking her new home. Name: none. Species: Lapras. Gender: female. Age: 4+ years. Type: water, ice. Potential: blue, 6.9%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: water absorb, hydration. Talents: rain absorb. Affinities: water, ice. Bond: Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks: optimistic. Well, she was a tad bit older than I expected, like around a year, but still pretty young. Still, she was pretty much near the current age of most of my Pokemon. Now came a really pleasant surprise: her potential. Apparently, the 160% boost by my space was enough to raise her potential from deep green to blue instead of light blue, which was nice. There was also her new talent, rain absorb. My space seemed to have used her abilities to derive the talent. It used the rain aspect of hydration and the healing from water moves aspect from water absorb to create/unlock a talent that healed her during/through the rain. It was kinda like the ability Rain Dish, which was an ability the Lapras species did not have. Well, abilities were species abilities/talents, while talents were personal talents. So, her getting a talent that was derived from her abilities but resembled an already existing ability was neither impossible nor too surprising, and it made her an even bigger threat than she had been before. I was definitely helping her learn Rain Dance as soon as possible. They were going to call her the Undying Lapras. ****. Ahem. Being optimistic was good as well. It would protect her from getting depressed or frustrated, or at least make it really hard for her to feel like that. Parameters: Stage: Bronze Stage, Mid. Vitality: C. Strength: D. Endurance: D. Agility: E. Energy capacity: D. Energy density: C. As far as her parameters are concerned, she was not too far off from the high bronze stage, which was great. Other than that, there really wasn't much to say about it yet. Next up were the type influences. Immune. Water. Resistance. Ice, major. Weaknesses. Electric, minor. Grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Rock, minor. Condition. Healthy, happy, excited. Thanks to water absorb, Lapras was immune to the water type. If not for that, she would have had a minor resistance to the water type instead. The only other resistance she had was a major resistance to the ice type. Then there were her weaknesses, which she, unfortunately, had a few of, for to be exact. Luckily, all of them were only minor, with her weakness to the electric and grass type being due to her water typing, and her weakness to the fighting and rock type being because of her ice typing. Her condition was pretty clear and could be explained by her new environment and her being an optimistic individual. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, Beg. Ice energy manipulation, Beg. Well, she had the energy manipulation for both her types, and they were both at the beginner mastery instead of the novice one, which was good. It showed that she invested enough time in training the manipulation of both elements and not just dryly executing moves. Techniques. Novice. Parish Song. Beginner. Confuse Ray, Body Slam, Ice Beam. Proficient. Sing, Mist, Life Dew, Water Pulse, Brine. Advanced. Ice Shard. Mastered. Water gun. This led me to her moves. She has a decent number of them, and the most useful ones were trained up pretty well as well. Well, except for Ice Beam, but that one was most likely a recent addition. Still, there were a few moves that I was planning on helping her learn, with Rain Dance being on top of that list, closely followed by Rest, and Sleep Talk in case she falls asleep but can't set up a Rain Dance beforehand. Aside from those, she would definitely have to increase her mastery of Ice Beam, and getting the basics of Hydro Pump down shouldn't be too hard thanks to her mastered Water Gun. Once all that had been accomplished, we could think about learning moves for type coverage like Psychic, Iron Tail, and Thunder. Once I was done checking her status, I entered my space as well and appeared in front of her. She looked a bit surprised by my sudden arrival, which made me smile a bit. I asked her what she thought of her new place, and she excitedly told me how much she liked it. After some small talk involving some of the things my Pokemon and I had seen until now, I told her I was going to recall her inside her ball since I was going to introduce her to my parents. She just happily nodded at that, having no complaints at all. You gotta love people with positive attitudes. I also told her that the space was a secret that only me and my Pokemon were privy to, so that she knew that she couldn't mention it outside our group. After that I recalled her and left the space, appearing back on our raft. I had only been gone for like 10 minutes, and Xatu as well as Pidgey had been keeping an eye on things during that time. I looked at my watch and saw that it had gotten pretty late. By the look of things, I was going to cut it really close to dinner, so I thanked Pidgey for her hard work and recalled her, before creating a platform to stand on. Xatu, seeing my move, took off the raft as well, and I stored it inside my space. I turned to him and asked him to get me home as fast as possible. I may have had a great excuse and all that, but I would still like to avoid being late. By the time we arrived in front of our home, it was exactly time for dinner, and with that I mean the moment we normally started eating. So, even my father should be home by now. Since I was not inside, I was late, even if it was only by a minute or two. With that happy news in mind, I entered the house and called out to my parents. "I'm home!" I shouted with a happy tone while I walked into the living room and looked straight to the dining table. I saw that the table was set, but the seats were empty. A quick swipe through the living room showed my father sitting leisurely on the couch, looking in my direction with an amused look. The reason for his amusement had moved right in front of me while I was looking at my father. My lovely mother stood in front of me with her arm on her hips and a look that was a mix of slightly disapproving and disappointment. You know, the kind that directly hit you in the feels and instinctively make you feel bad. "Mikhail, honey, could you tell me why you were late?" she asked in a really sweet tone that told me that she was pissed. As soon as I heard that her tone was sweet and her voice was soft, I knew that I had get up. If you did something and your mother screamed at you, she was only angry, but if you did something and she talked to you in a sweet tone, then trouble was brewing. Here, a way to defuse the cataclysmic event that was about to follow in such a situation. Step 1. Put on a really sweet smile and call out Mom in a really loving tone, the familial kind, not the adult kind for those that can't stop thinking the wrong stuff. Step 2. The mom has to be immediately followed by a warm hug. This, combined with you calling out to her in a nice manner, should defuse most of her anger. However, it won't solve the problem, which is why you have to do Step 3. Step 3. Divert the focus/topic to something else. Something positive/happy would be preferable. Now I have to give a disclaimer that these steps work best if you are a young child or young teen. Teens could pull it off as well, but the older the person performing the steps, the less likely they'll work. So, if you're not a young, handsome/cute person like me, well, tough luck. I naturally followed my sage advice to the letter. "Mom, I have to tell and show the two of you something great, but before that, we have to eat dinner. We don't want the super delicious food you made to get cold. Let me help you bring them over." I buttered her up just the right amount, and it worked splendidly. It put a smile on her face after all. "All right, you sly little cutie, you're off the hook this time. But only because you were late by a few minutes. Let's eat dinner. I am curious what your mysterious surprise is." She shook her head with a smile while she said that. Once I saw that the situation was diffused, I looked over to my father with a smile on my face. I saw that he had lost his gloating smile and kept looking between my mother and myself as if he could not believe that I got out of the situation smelling like roses. Heh, cuteness for the win, old man. I wiggled my brows at him and he released a snort that he covered with a fake cough. I helped my mother bring over the food as I said since I was a man of my word. We ate and as always it tasted great. After cleaning up the table we went to sit on the couch. Once we were comfortable I pulled out Lapra's water ball which made my father facepalm. Again? He asked in an exasperated tone that made my mother and I chuckle. Yup, and this time it's for me. I happily answered. What is it? My mother asked me curiously and my father looked just as curious despite his earlier act. I put on a satisfied smile because I knew this information was going to awe them. Lapras were awesome Pokemon and really popular, but they were pretty rare among trainers since it was not easy getting one. Do you remember how I mentioned hearing about a Lapras migration that was going to happen? I said while wiggling the ball. I found them and got the permission of the pod leader to look for a Lapras. I obviously managed to get one and she is great. I told them in a self-satisfied tone and they had odd expressions on their face. My mother directly smothered me in a hug and released a happy shout. Honey, that's great. I'm really happy for you. Lapras are really strong Pokemon and they are cute as well. She praised me happily. My father patted me on the back with a smile while agreeing with my mother. Your mom's right. You really lucked out with that one, take good care of her. Lapras are known to be gentle, friendly, and noble Pokemon, so treat her well. It's a Pokemon everyone would be happy to have on his or her team after all. I nodded at that before I mentioned the second part of my surprise. After I caught Lapras I talked to the pod leader and asked her if I could bring the two of you over as well so that you could see if there was a Lapras that was willing to accompany you. She agreed, so I could take you to see the school if you want to. I gave them the news and they were really happy with the news. My mother released a high-pitched squeal of happiness and my father laughed happily. Great job, son, / well done, baby. My parents said simultaneously while my mother smothered me in another hug. I told them I was going to go ahead with Zata tomorrow to locate the school once more since they would have traveled further during this time. Once I found them I would return home and we would take them to see the Lapras. After settling that we went out to our garden, specifically to the pond and I let out Lapras to introduce her to my parents. Chapter 126, Just training my Pokemon for a change of pace. On Pocket Day I did as I told my parents and had Zata teleport me near the place we separated from the Lapras. There we took off to the sky and head in the direction they moved to. Using the high height we were moving and we scanned the area for the pod. It took us nearly an hour of high-speed skyrunning on my part to get a glimpse of the Lapras. Once I did I went a bit ahead and looked for a place we could teleport to with my parents. You know, since they couldn't fly/levitate or stand on water. Fortunately, I did not have to look for long. After I found one we teleported home and returned with my parents. I briefly ascended to the sky to check if the school had already passed us. I spotted their silhouettes ahead of us, which meant they did in fact pass us already. Thankfully, they were not too far away, so I called out Lapras and had her carry us to the school. She had no problems ferrying us at all since the three of us combined weighed less than 200 kilograms and even if we added Zata to that we probably reached that weight. She brought us in front of the pod leader and I moved in front of my parents to greet her before I introduced my parents to her. She checked them out just as she had checked me before she permitted them to enter the school as well. We repeated the whole approaching group leaders for permission thing and surprisingly my parents got the okay from more group leaders than I did. I was convinced that it probably was like that because they were older. The group leaders were more at ease with them potentially choosing a member of their group just because my parents were older than me. That was blatant age discrimination, but there was nothing I could do about it. Besides, I already got my Lapras, so I ultimately got what I wanted. Anyway, most likely for the same reason, that being their age, older and stronger Lapras seemed to be willing to interact with my parents as well. I naturally helped them keep an eye on the potential of any Lapras they seemed interested in. In the end, they each found a Lapras that was willing to follow them and that I gave the okay potential-wise. They battled. My mother used Rivers, her Polyrath, who had apparently reached the high, silver stage while I was not watching, while my father used Azure, his Kingdra. They won as well as caught their pick, and we left after thanking the pod leader. As for their Lapras, my mother got a female at the high, silver stage with green potential, while my father got a male at the high, silver stage with deep green potential. Overall, a great haul. The rest of the week went as always. I did my own training on Dial Day while spending time with my parents during the weekend. During the next week, I decided to momentarily pause my exploration efforts and just focus on the training of my Pokémon. I used the time I was not supervising their training to do some of my own as well. The training of my Pokémon was split into two parts, parameter training and move training. Each day they focused on another parameter while making use of weights whenever possible, mostly for their physical parameters. The training of their energy parameters involved their moves. Using them to deplete their reserves, getting hit by them to increase their endurance, reducing the release gap, and so on. I thankfully knew enough exercises that helped with that aspect to avoid making the energy training dull. I was naturally aware that constantly doing the same thing would get boring, so I tried to think of different exercises that trained the same parameter for all parameters, not only the energy ones. My Pokémon also did not do more than 2 hours of training at once for one group. No, they kept switching between parameter training and move training every few hours. Breaks were essential as well, and sometimes I had to remind them to take breaks because they got too into it. This especially happened during their move training. My Pokémon all trained in both training types, but they were actually divided into two groups with a different main focus depending on whether they had started doing limit training or not. Those that had yet to proceed with their limit breaking focused more on their parameter training, roughly using 70% of our training time for that, since they had an easier time raising their parameters until they reached the limit. Those that already reached the limit and began doing limit breaking training focused more on their move training, because training their parameters took much longer than before. So, they spent 60% of their time focusing on their moves. As for their move training, there were two types here as well, learning a new move and increasing the mastery of an old move. It depended on the Pokémon which one was chosen. I generally told them to focus on two moves, where one was the main focus while the other was trained when the Pokémon got a bit bored/stuck with the first move, or needed a change of pace. Xatu was still trying to get down Miracle Eye, and he had made some progress. Unfortunately, it was still not enough to successfully use the move in any shape or form. The second move was Roost, and he could go to Pidgey for tips or if he was stuck, so the one was actually progressing smoother than Miracle Eye. On the other hand, Pidgey's main focus was Protect, and she could go to Xatu for help as well if she needed tips or was stuck. Protect was a new move for her, while her secondary focus was Agility, a move she already knew and simply had to improve her mastery of. I chose those moves to increase her survivability. Another one that could go to Xatu for help was Nyx. I had her focus mainly on stored power since it had the potential to be overpowered, and as my resident stored power expert she went to Xatu whenever she needed help. Workup was her secondary priority, something she had to figure out without help from someone that already knew the move. I naturally did my best to help like I always did when one of my Pokémon was learning a new move, but it primarily depended on her. The main reason I had her learn that one besides the boost it would give stored power was that the move boosted two of her parameters, namely her strength and energy capacity. Both were parameters that Umbreon was not too great at, so it would help her make up for that. Contrary to Nyx, who was trying to learn two new moves, Mothra focused on her old ones. She kept improving her mastery of Signal Beam, and whenever she got bored or wanted to do something else she trained her Bug Buzz. Her loyal number 1 underling Butterfree focused primarily on Signal Beam just like her, but his secondary focus was on learning Whirlwind. He was looking at Gus for inspiration while learning Whirlwind. He also went to Pidgey whenever he got stuck for too long. The funny thing was that Mothra had made more progress in learning Whirlwind than he had, despite not even really trying to learn the move. Still, she got that far by just occasionally observing his attempts at Whirlwind. If that did not prove the brokenness of her talent, I don't know what will. There was also Teddiursa, who was focused on trying to learn Swift to make up for his lack of long-range moves. He went to Nyx for help whenever he needed it, which was not that often. Dig was his secondary focus, and I chose it to give him a move that allowed him to temporarily retreat or hide. He could get tips from Nyx for that one as well, but Seb and Gaia could help with Dig as well. Those two were learning the same two moves, and I chose both moves to cover their lack of any good long-range moves, since both only had Poison Sting for long-range attacks until now. Their primary focus was Sludge Bomb, and they had enough Poison-type moves to work out the Sludge Bomb on their own. They naturally helped each other, exchanging ideas and so on. The second move they were trying to learn was Water Pulse, which was much harder to learn for them than a poison move, since it had nothing to do with their typing or moveset. Thankfully, each one of my water-type Pokemon knew the move, so they had enough friends whom they could ask for help. Actually, all Magikarps were primarily focusing on Water Pulse as well. They were trying to improve their mastery of the move. Their secondary focus was improving the mastery of Aqua Jet. Whenever more than two of them were training their Aqua Jet, they would hold random jet races to see who was faster / had a higher mastery. It was always cool to watch, and many would temporarily stop their training to watch the races. I kept mum whenever that happened, since those short breaks did not do any harm to their progress speed at all. The only one among the Magikarp that did something different / more was Ignis. Since he had learned Scald during his breakthrough to the Bronze stage, he sometimes trained that one as well. The only other fish among my Pokemon was mainly focusing on mastering Water Gun. That was kinda something I expected of my water Pokemon, and except for Remoraid, everyone else had in fact mastered the move. Remoraid's secondary focus was learning Ice Beam. He used Water Gun as well as Aurora Beam for reference while trying to learn the move, and whenever he needed help he went to Lapras since she knew the move. As for Lapras, just like I had said I would, I was having her primarily focus on Rain Dance. That was her highest priority since it would help her with everything. Rest was the second move she was learning, but currently, it couldn't even count as a second priority since Lapras was too focused on Rain Dance. She was so into it after I told her how helpful Rain Dance was for her, especially after she unlocked her talent, that I had to make sure she took breaks. Her enthusiasm was incredible, but breaks were important after all, and I made sure she did not get bored when I forced her to take a break or do something else. Someone who also trained a lot was Queen Bee, even if it was not as exaggerated with her. She seemed to have taken Mothra as her role model and personal rival, so she enthusiastically trained a lot to catch up to her. I chose Toxic Thread as her primary focus since I believed that she could learn it by referencing / combining String Shot and Poison Sting. I chose her second move in a similar vein. Poison Fang was a move that I thought she could learn by referencing / combining Poison Sting and Bug Bite. While she had to learn Toxic Thread on her own, she could ask Seb or Gaia for help with Poison Fang. The same was true for her sidekick, Weedle. His second move was Poison Fang as well, while his primary focus was learning Electroweb. For that one, he could ask for help from Mothra, Butterfree, and Queen Bee. This left only Cubone, who tried to learn two new moves. The first, as well as the primary one, was Fire Punch, and he could always go to Teddiursa if he needed help with it since Teddiursa could already use Fire Punch. Cubone's second move was Iron Defense, and Mothra as well as Butterfree were available in case he needed help with that one. Overall, there was a lot to do, and occasionally just focusing on training like this was great as well. Chapter 127, Surprises. I spent the first 2 days of the week after my training week on training as well, but after Abai broke through to the Bronze stage near the end of our training session on Muday, I decided to focus back on exploration, at least for a week or two. Abai had been the last of my Magikarp that had not broken through to the Bronze stage, and while she did, she successfully gained the Dark type as her second typing. I naturally asked her to do the breakthrough process inside my space once I noted that she was ready. The process was the same as it had been when Ignis broke through, and everyone congratulated her after it was over. Honestly, except for Stan, who stayed a regular Magikarp, she was the Magikarp with the least changes after gaining her second type. Her main body was still half black, half burnt orange, and the only difference to before the breakthrough was the thin red line that appeared on the yellow of her fins. I naturally checked her status while the celebration was happening, and there were quite a few changes that happened. Name, Abai. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water, dark. Potential, blue, 86.7%. Genetic variation, dark variant. Abilities, swift swim, infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dark. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. First of all was the fact that she gained the dark type as her second typing, which was displayed in the genetic modifiers section as well. Another change was that her reckless ability got replaced by infiltrator, which in my opinion kinda did fit the dark type. What was reassuring was that her quirk stayed the same. Calm should be able to temper any negative influence her new dark typing would have had on her. That her potential increased to the upper scale of blue after the 160% potential boost granted by her limit breaking was expected. Just like her new parameters after the boost she received as a result of her previously mentioned limit breaking. Parameters: Stage, Bronze Stage, Mid. Vitality, G. Strength, G. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Just like the other Magikarp, she also started at the mid, bronze stage, mostly thanks to her agility. Then there were her new relations with other types after the introduction of her new dark typing and her condition as well. Immune. Psychic. Resistance. Fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, grass, minor, fighting, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Condition: healthy, happy, pleased. She obviously gained the inherent immunity to the psychic type all dark types had. She also gained a minor resistance to the ghost and dark types, bringing the total number of resistances to 6. Unfortunately, not everything was sunshine and rainbows. The new dark typing also brought 3 minor weaknesses with it in addition to the previous 2. So, a minor weakness to the fighting, bug, and fairy type was added on top of Magikarp's original weakness to the electric and grass type. Masteries: water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques: novice. Water pulse, fake tears. Beginner. Not applicable. Proficient. Aqua jet, tackle, flail, bounce, hydro pump, swift. Advanced. Splash. Mastered. Water gun. Well, she did not gain dark energy manipulation mastery, but it looked like she did learn the move fake tears upon gaining the dark typing. It was naturally at the novice mastery. Fake Tears was a dark-type move that lowered the opponent's energy density, and I could kind of understand why Abai was the only one among my Magikarp besides Ignis to learn a new move upon gaining a second typing. I mean, Fake Tears kind of fit the whole image Magikarp as the species had about being weak and pathetic. Kinda harsh when it came from me, but that's what many people thought, so a dark-type variant gaining a move that made use of that belief made kind of sense to me. After I was done looking through her new status, I told everyone that the training session was over for the day. We instead used the roughly 40 minutes we had before it was time to go home to chill and eat snacks while talking. Everyone was happy for Abai, even our newer members. Especially Cub One seemed fascinated by the change Abai went through. Thinking about the origin story of Cubone's species, I asked my Pokemon if they wanted to hear about it. When everyone enthusiastically agreed, I told them about the things I had learned during my research on the topic. Cub One was flabbergasted and excited when he heard that Marowak had an evolution as well. I released a benign laugh at his reaction. Still, it seemed like Skelebro was not well known even among the line itself. However, Cub One was not the only one that liked the story I told, not at all. It looked like all of them liked hearing about the story of how Professor Oak uncovered the origin of Cub One and the myths in general. They all had that sparkling in the eyes when one heard or saw something really exciting. Anyway, as I said, I resumed my exploration the next day. To that end, I had Zada teleport me to one of the small fake islands I came across during my search for the Lapras. I wanted to go diving and the island was pretty far out in the ocean. Much farther away from the beach than I had ever gone while diving, so I was pretty excited to see if I would see something new, and I was not disappointed. The depth of the sea in the area was 200 to 300 meters and the natural sunlight was sparse at the bottom in some of the deeper parts. However, in a few of these places, I found two things that produced light that made up for the sparse sunlight. I discovered a type of seaweed called the twilight kelp that grew in those sparsely lit areas. It grew quite tall to reach the altitudes with more sunshine, and I saw some that looked to be 60 meters long or more. The twilight kelp absorbed the sunlight in those well-lit areas while giving out light on its own. Since the kelp was yellow, the light it gave off had a slightly yellowish tone as well. It was called twilight kelp because it passively lit up the region it was growing and making up for the sparse sunlight in those areas. The same was true for the light coral, at least the lighting up the area part. Contrary to the twilight kelp, the light coral did not grow to extremely large heights to reach the sunlight. No, they used the sunlight that did reach them and then made up for the rest with other sources of nutrition. Just like the twilight kelp, the light coral passively gave out light as well, which lit up its surroundings, hence the name light coral. However, unlike the twilight kelp, the light coral came in different colors, so depending on the color of the coral, the light it emitted changed as well. This created a magical light show in places where light corals with different colors grew together. I noticed that certain species seemed to prefer certain light colors, since I nearly always found them living in those places while disliking others. I naturally took some of both the twilight kelp and light coral for myself. Anyway, I had just finished lunch and returned underwater. Once I was fully submerged, I called out all my Magikarp as well as Remorayed out as well. I did not call out Lapras, since she had asked to stay inside the space unless she was needed. While it was true that she could stay underwater for long periods, she preferred swimming on the surface instead of diving. Pokemon like Lapras and Wailord could make up for the lack of gills through their use of water energy to extend their stay underwater, but they still preferred regularly surfacing for some good old fresh air. Additionally, the energy trick had limits, so they did have to resurface eventually, even if it took days or weeks to reach that point depending on the Pokemon. Anyway, Lapras asked for it, so I left her inside my space and called out the rest. Together we swam into a direction we had not checked out yet. We examined a few coral fields as well as kelp/grass fields. We saw a multitude of Pokemon in and around those fields, including some that were pretty rare in these parts like Lovedusk, Quillfish, and even a family of whalemare. I was tempted to catch the whalemare despite their average potential, simply because their habitat would have to be really big, but I ultimately decided against it. I did not want to capture them just for that if I was not planning to use them in the future. I can freely admit that it may not have been the smartest or logical decision on my part, since it was practically free estate that I was giving up, but I had my personal principles, and no matter how illogical or arbitrary they seemed, I was not planning to change them. Anyway, we were currently checking out a small coral field we just came across. There were quite a few Magikarp around, but aside from the customary potential check, I left them alone. We were more focused on swimming between the corals to see if there was anything hidden under or among them. However, we only found a pair of Goldeen and a few Chinchou that had made their home among the corals. None of them had good enough potential to attract me. Just as I was about to tell the others that we were moving on, I noticed two Chinchou about 100 meters away from me moving towards a small group of Magikarp. Seeing that a hunt was about to happen, I decided to observe it before we moved on. Once they were close enough, they used Thundershock, which spread a bit, hitting a majority of the Magikarp school. Obviously, Thundershock was not enough to kill them, but it caused them damage and even paralyzed some of the Magikarp. This was enough for the Chinchou, who only wanted to eat one or two of them. They only had to swim up to some of the paralyzed Magikarp to finish them off before they could eat. As for the other Magikarp, those that were not hit by the Thundershock and those that were not paralyzed had already retreated. Those that were paralyzed but were simply ignored by the Chinchou could count themselves lucky. They just had to wait until the paralysis wore off before they could swim away as well. As long as no one else used the chance to attack some of them while they were handicapped, at least that's what everyone thought. What no one expected was for one of the Magikarp to start shining. The moment I saw that one of the Magikarp was shining, my first thought was to get the F***K out of there, but then I remembered that none of the Magikarp I checked was stronger than the low bronze stage, with most of them being either at the mid or high iron stage. That caused me to calm down, and I decided to watch the show since my Magikarp, would have no problem taking on a Gyarados at that stage. As for its sudden evolution, the answer to that was simple. While the most important requirement for a Pokemon was its strength, most of the time some Pokemon were missing the last push to trigger their evolution despite being strong enough. So, for nearly all of the ones at the upper spectrum of the high iron stage or above that could not evolve, they were missing that something. That, or they were ready and still wanted to get stronger before they evolved. Nonetheless, whether it had been ready and had chosen to delay its evolution, or if the electric attack had delivered the final push, ultimately it had kicked off that Magikarp's evolution. While I was planning to enjoy the show, Magikarp began to absorb energy from the surroundings to support its drastic form change. I was getting excited when the shining cocoon that was Magikarp began expanding. "Take a good look, everyone. That's going to happen to you too," I told my Magikarp. While we were enthusiastically watching the evolution, suddenly several more Magikarp began to light up. Chapter 128, Just Let Me Relax a Bit. When I saw several more Magikarp abruptly beginning to evolve, I seriously considered a tactical retreat, but I decided to take stock of how many were actually evolving. I counted the number of lights, and together with the first one, there were 11 Magikarp evolving. I, myself, have 6 Magikarp that are at the mid-bronze stage, with 3 of them being just a bit short of the high-bronze stage. Then there was Remoraid, who was at the high iron stage, and Lapras, who was at the mid-bronze stage as well. None of the newly evolved Gyarados should be at the mid-bronze stage, rather a few of them should still be at the high iron stage. Additionally, assuming they are not some outliers, the only moves they should know before evolution should be Tackle, Splash, Flail, and Water Gun if we're generous. Now, if we assume that they learned / got access to Bite and maybe Dragon Rage upon evolution, then the only long-range moves they could have were Water Gun and Dragon Rage. Just on a side note, Dragon Rage did not do a set amount of damage, but it was more like a dragon's version of Water Gun. Anyway, for close range, they would have Tackle and Bite. Taking that into account, they seem much less dangerous, at least right after evolution, but we don't want to underestimate them too much, since they are still really large snake/dragon-looking Pokemon with quite the reputation. So, Lapras could probably take on 3 because of Water Absorb, but let's say she took on 2 Gyarados, and Jade, as well as Stan each, took on 2. Then that left 5 Gyarados for Drake, Medusa, Ignis, Abai, and Remoraid, which should be no problem. Now, one might think that going over all that might have taken a lot of time, but no, it just took seconds since everything went down inside my head. The evolution was still ongoing. When the evolution was over and 11 Gyarados stood/swam in the place the Magikarp had previously been at, the 2 Chinchou responsible for all this were still in the same place looking agape at the situation instead of running the F***K away. Before they could recover from the shock of the sudden mass evolution, the evolution was already over, since it took less than 1 minute. The stronger you were, the longer it took to finish the evolution, which was why it took longer than that for my Pokemon to evolve. Anyway, as I was saying, the evolution was over, but the Chinchou were still there. Now, what happened next was pretty obvious. The Gyarados just went from 1 meter fish to 8 to 10 meters water snake/dragon. Not only was it full of adrenaline and other hormones due to the massive increase in size, but there was also the reason they evolved in the first place: they were attacked. So, it was unsurprising that they were a tad miffed and reacted slightly aggressive. At least, I got the confirmation that all of them had learned Dragon Rage. The burnt-to-crisp Chinchou could attest to that. As soon as they attacked, all other Pokemon, mostly Magikarp, were as if they had just woken up from a dream and they did an emergency exit. It looked like they did not believe being of the same evolution line would help them. Not that it mattered, because after they were done with the Chinchou, they seemed to lock onto me and my Pokemon. Fortunately, they were still 100 meters or so away, which gave me a few seconds. I immediately called out Lapras and telepathically told her that shit was about to go down. I also told her what I expected her to do. After that, I addressed the others and told them what I wanted them to do as well. By the time I had done so, the Gyarados had only halved the distance between us and my Pokemon went out to intercept them. Praise be the speed of mental communication. I checked the status of the approaching Gyarados and assigned my Pokemon to them accordingly. Lapras was told to deal with 2 low, bronze stage Gyarados, while Stan and Jade were informed which Gyarados were their opponents as well. They each had to fight against a low, bronze and high, iron stage Gyarados, while the rest of the Gyarados were at the high, iron stage. I told them to separate them from each other and to fight them separately. This was to prevent them from releasing a wall of dragon rage like they had while attacking the 2 Chinchou, may they rest in peace. Lapras used Ice Beam to single out her 2 foes, while the others used Water Gun to separate their Gyarados from the others. What followed was a massacre, metaphorically speaking. Lapras opened by instantly sending over a volley of ice shards. They were hit before they could react and tried to retaliate with Dragon Rage. Unfortunately, for them, she matched both their attacks with a single Ice Beam since the attack came from the same direction. Before they could react to the fact that their combined attack got stopped by a single foe, Lapras attacked both of them with an Ice Beam each. Once they cooled down chuckle from the emotional high tension caused by the events, they both seemingly decided to flee instead of continuing to fight. I had no interest in catching them and saw no reason to kill them since they had only attacked us because of the unfortunate chain of events. So, I let them go. After Lapras easily got rid of her foes, I asked her to simply watch the others, who were not as fast as her with their fights. Jade and Stan, as the only ones with 2 opponents, had actually decided on the same strategy. They first focused on taking out the weaker Gyarados while dodging the attack of the stronger one. They kept dodging attacks and fired swift at the weak Gyarados until it had enough. It only kept getting more and more hurt without being able to harm my Magikarp, who were making use of Aqua Jet to dodge any attacks, Dragon Rage, so it ultimately elected to leave. Aqua Jet really proved itself this time. Not only did it allow them to speedily move/dodge, but it also blocked any licks the Dragon Rage may have landed otherwise. Once they had driven off the weaker one, they focused on the stronger one, who, both, seemed to have slowed down their attacks, hesitating because of what they had just witnessed. They, after being peppered by Hydro Pump and Swift, eventually ran/swam off as well. By that time the others, except for Remoraid, beat down their opponents too, making them flee as well. It was pretty cool to see a Magikarp matching and overpowering an attack from a Gyarados. My guys and gals matched their opponent's Dragon Rage with their Hydro Pump. Thanks to them being not only stronger but the mastery of their moves being much higher than Gyarados' newly learned move, they got the upper hand, forcing the Dragon Rage back until they hit the Gyarados with their move. Then they kept attacking them until they ran off. Honestly, I had no idea what being beaten so soundly by Magikarp so quickly after their evolution was going to do to their confidence/morale. However, I knew that it was a big confidence/morale boost for my Magikarp to beat their evolution. Eventually, Remoraid managed to beat off his opponent as well, through the generous use of Aurora Beam and Psybeam, as well as a lot of dodging. I praised all of them, and my Magikarp were glowing so much in happiness as well as satisfaction that I briefly thought they were going to evolve. Jokes aside, they were really happy and I saw no reason to intervene. Now, some would say, why did you let the Gyarados escape? You should have caught them or something like that, but I saw no reason to do so. I beat them with my Magikarp and I had cannon fodder inside my space with better qualifications than them, so no, I was not interested in catching them. After what just happened, I was not in the mood to continue, so after praising them all a bit more, I placed all of them, except for Lapras, back into my space. Then I resurfaced together with her and had her carry me to the next piece of land. There I recalled her as well and called out Xatu instead, whom I asked to teleport me home. I decided to just take off the rest of the week. While the incident turned out to be not that dangerous in the end, it still gave me quite the shock, so I decided to rest my poor heart for a few days. My mother was surprised when she saw me coming back so early, and even more so when I told her I was going to stay at home for the rest of the week. She actually got worried and asked me if anything bad happened, but I promptly denied it. I told her that suddenly the thought that I couldn't recall when my Pokemon and I last took a vacation popped into my head. So, I decided to stop all kinds of work for the rest of the week. Not the best as far as excuses were concerned, but it was good enough. At dinner, I had to tell my father the same, and he seemed happy with my decision to take a break. The only thing I decided to keep up with was my meditation, while the rest got pushed to the next week. When I told my Pokemon about my decision that evening, I found out that my water types had already told everyone about the fight that went down. All of them were impressed with the water types, and they actually became pretty fired up about training. So, I told them to tone it down and only train their moves for now if they really wanted to train. At least, that was less demanding physically, and I couldn't force them to not train after all. Pocket Day was relaxed and uneventful, but on Dial Day I was met with a pleasant surprise. During my routine checkup on the Growlithe egg, I noticed that its potential had actually increased. Species, Growlithe. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, light blue. Stage, none, Pokeegg. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, flash fire, justified. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. This meant that as soon as Growlithe hatched, he would have his potential boosted to blue with at least 60%, and there were still 10+ months until the egg was ready to hatch. More than enough time to raise the potential a bit more. Who knew, maybe I could even manage to raise it enough for Growlithe to reach the deep blue potential after the system boost. We would have to wait and find out to see if we would succeed or not. Then on the weekend cell, my father's Magnezone reached the high silver stage together with Emerald, my mother's Butterfree. This fired me up, and my Pokemon got just as fired up when they heard it from me, especially Mothra, Butterfree, and Xatu. So, I decided to turn the next week into another training-focused week. By the end of Arc Day, Pidgey finally raised the last of her parameters to S, officially completing the first limit break. This, according to our agreement, meant that she was allowed to evolve, which she did once we entered my space and I used my evolution/development boosting materials. After her evolution was over, I saw her in her full glory, and I, as well as everyone else, immediately noticed that she was much bigger than the other Pidgeotto we had encountered. At 1.6 meters, she was about a third taller than the average of her species, which was 1.2 meters. Actually, she was just a bit shorter than the average for Pidgeot, which was 1.8 meters on Terra compared to the 1.5 meters it was according to the data of my old world. Anyway, we all went up to her to congratulate her, and I also checked her new status. Name, none. Species, Pidgeotto. Gender, female. Age, +3 years. Type, flying, normal. Potential, blue, 66.9%, 78.37%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, tangled feet, big pecs. Talents, composed. Affinities, flying/air, normal. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Vitality, S. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Agility, S. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Immune, Ghost. Resistance. Grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, pleased. Masteries. Air E, manipulation, beginner, neutral E, manipulation, novice. Techniques. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Agility, wing attack. Proficient. Tackle, sand attack, quick attack, whirlwind, feather dance. Advanced. Twister, gust. Well, there is the obvious change from Pidgey to Pidgeotto. Then there is the slight increase in potential she had since I had first gotten her, which was actually a pretty good amount for the relatively short time since then. Other than that, there is her progress in Gust and Twister. Those two went from proficient to advanced during our time together. Unfortunately, Protect was yet to show up on her status screen and Agility had not improved enough to raise in Mastery as well. Well, her parameters full of S looked good, so there was that. Chapter 129, Clubbing. The next 2 days after Pidgeotto's evolution went by calmly, the only major progress being that Mothra successfully learned Whirlwind without actually trying to do it. I had to chuckle a bit when that happened. I really tried to not laugh at the face Butterfree made when Mothra managed to learn the move he was trying to learn before him without actively trying to do so. I naturally helped him get over the shock, which thankfully was easy since we all were partially used to the brokenness that is Mothra's talent. Then on Pocket Day before lunch, another good thing happened. While I was checking everyone's status to assess their progress, I saw that Nyx had firmly stepped into the high bronze stage. All her parameters had reached the C value, with her agility even reaching the B value. Weight training was really helpful, so much so that I was seriously tempted to get myself a Pokemon that was able to learn the move Gravity. The only ones that could learn it on their own that I could somehow get with a lot of luck were Clefairy and Dusclops. Thankfully, the Jigglypuff, Abra, Magnemite, Execute, Chansey, and Stereolines could be taught the move as well. So, once I found any of the aforementioned Pokemon with good potential, I would definitely catch it for myself. After lunch we went clubbing, to see the results of our training and to let off some steam. I allocated all my Pokemon to certain aliases depending on their type. The first club I visited was the Bug Club. My alias for the Bug Club, Maruum, was assigned Mothra, Butterfree, Queen Bee, as well as Weedle, and just as I had previously planned, I had researched how rare a Royal Butterfree were. According to what I found, they were pretty rare, but not to the extent that I had to hide her. I found records of sightings in the wild, and 15 registered cases of trainers possessing one in Kanto alone. Now, while that was actually still a pretty low number, Butterfree, at least the Royal Gene version, were not as popular as the Royal Pokemon, starters, or pseudos. What this meant for me was that those who would be a threat to us would not be interested in robbing us or could get one on their own. As for others, that was the reason I used an alias and a different get-up. My identity would be safe from the general audience and I could either handle any comers myself or I could do a tactical retreat. Still, in the end, the only things she incited were some words of admiration and some questions where I found her, nothing else. It was actually Lapras and my Magikarp that got greater attention from others, but more on that later. Due to my previous visits, Maruum had already earned the second rank of the club, which was Bug Collector. On top of that, his record had been 8 wins 0 losses, so he'd only needed 12 more wins in a row to advance to the next rank, Bug Maniac. Still, because I did not plan to spend the whole day at the Bug Club, I only participated in 4 battles to give everyone the chance to fight twice. After Mothra's first battle, I was surprisingly approached by Kinji, or how he liked to be called, Samurai. He jovially greeted me and asked me how I was. We simply talked for a bit, exchanging some stories. I obviously did not go into any details but still mentioned some things that I thought were interesting. From him, I learned that he had already reached the 5th rank, Bug Lord, which was equal to the ACE class, and that he was working on becoming a Bug Duke. After hearing that, I thanked everything wholly that he only used his Metapod during our battle. Its evolution was definitely a heavenly reward for him for going easy on me. Yup, definitely. Anyway, he asked for some info on Mothra, more specifically where I got her. I went with the truth, kinda. I told him that I met her by pure chance, which is true. Concerning the place, I said that I met her in Viridian Forest, which is technically correct as well since Hope Town was located on the outskirts of the Viridian Forest. I then gave him an area that he could look into to see if he could find one as well. This was also true because that was the area multiple sources mentioned seeing a Royal Butterfree at during my research. After I told Samurai that, he asked me which species I like more, Joltik or Carablast. I thought for a bit before choosing Joltik, and that had nothing to do with the fact that I thought they looked cute. After receiving my answer, Samurai described a location he came across during his retreat in Viridian Forest where a lot of members of the Joltik line lived. I noted that info down, maybe I would make use of it someday. After that talk, I finished the other fights and left for the next club. Still, before I entered the water club, I changed out of the bug catcher-like outfit I had worn and changed into my fisher-like outfit. Obviously, both outfits had masks and hats. The alias I used for the water club was Jinbi, and all my current water types were assigned to this alias. Unfortunately, I had not participated in any battles at the water club before, so Jinbi was still at the first-rank beachgoer. He had not a single victory to his name. Roughly 98% of the beachgoers were rookies, while the other 2% were strong newcomers that had yet to rank up. What this meant was that nearly all my opponents had Iron Stage Pokemon. Furthermore, battles between all beachgoers, and their equivalent, were 1 versus 1. Against me and my Pokemon that translated to fast and easy battles. We actually had to hold back enough to not end the fights too quickly, since we did not want to destroy anyone's confidence too much. I had noticed that it seemed to be something that everyone who was part of the strong 2% did. As if it was some kind of unspoken rule to not utterly crush the regular beachgoers, something I fully supported. I had 8 water types with only Remoraid being at the Iron Stage, so for everyone else, this was more like a chance to show off. Now, I knowingly had been giving out a feeling of being slightly cold and unapproachable but definitely not edgy since I entered the club as Jinbi. I did this in preparation for the reveal of my mini variant Magikarp and Lapras, hoping that it would keep most from approaching me. I actually participated in 16 fights so that everyone could fight twice. After the 15th battle I ranked up to swimmer, and because of that, the 16th battle was 2 versus 2. I had left that for Lapras' second fight and she swept the opponent's Pokemon on her own. Water Absorb in the Water Club was quite unfair as long as the foe did not learn moves of other types. Stronger trainers naturally made sure their Pokemon had not only Water-type moves, but for most rookies aka beachgoers, this was not the case. Now, as one could imagine by the fact that I managed to participate in 16 battles, all of them except for Remoraids were really short, not that those took long but compared to the others that took less than 1 minute they could be considered lengthy. What about not destroying their confidence, you might ask, but to that, I say less than a minute is still better than getting beaten in 1 or 2 moves. The only exception was Stan's first opponent, that one we took down in 3 moves. During the first 2 battles, I used Stan, and after those fights, I learned that there was something enjoyable in beating people with something they underestimated, especially a Magikarp. The first trainer we fought against seemed to be some rich boy, and since I did not want to judge him based on stereotypes, I ignored that. When he called out a Spheal, I just gave a slight impressed nod since Walrein were really strong and the Spheal line was not common. However, after he started talking shit upon seeing Stan, he landed on my *T list, and it had nothing to do with his financial status. Underestimating him would have been alright. I mean, he's a Magikarp, so that much is to be expected. I would have ignored it in that case, but that guy started saying things like, "Why are you using this waste of a Pokemon against me?" He called Stan useless, weak, and wastemon. Even his Spheal seemed to look down on us. At least the Spheal just expressed its feelings through its stance but kept quiet otherwise. Nonetheless, I saw and felt Stan's anticipation and excitement turn to sadness at being insulted, which made me mad. I was mad at the guy but also at myself. I should have talked to all my Magikarp of the possibility of trainers doing that, either because they really thought that, like the young master lookalike, or to rile us up. It was too late for that now, but I quickly comforted Stan per telepathy and told him we were going to teach that guy a lesson. No need to give them any courtesy time. After that, Stan used Aqua Jet to move below Spheal. Then he used a Hydro Pump to hurl it up and followed behind it with a bounce. He used his bounce to slam Spheal into the ceiling before he gracefully landed back inside the pool. Spheal plopped back a few seconds later as well. It was naturally knocked out but not seriously harmed, since we didn't want to hurt it, just teach the trainer Pokemon pair a lesson about underestimating any species. Okay, it was more about underestimating my Magikarp, but it was still a valuable lesson. That whole sequence took less than 10 seconds, and yo ma, which is what I was going to call all young masters from now on, had an incredulous look as if he could not believe what he had seen. It turned into pure disbelief and then gaping fish look when the referee declared us as the winners. The next one was not impolite even if he seemed to be disappointed at having to fight a Magikarp, so we gave him the grace minute before beating his Pokemon. For the next 2 fights I used Medusa, and somewhere around that time, my opponents seemed to have heard about my Magikarp being strong. That was further strengthened when I kept pulling out different-looking Magikarps, variants. Still, my behavior was enough to keep others from approaching me with questions even if I felt the curiosity of many of my opponents, and they were not alone. I felt the same curiosity in many others in the lobby. Well, or at least it was enough for them to restrain themselves until I pulled out the 5th variant. After that, some could not hold back anymore and approached me in the lobby to ask me where I got them. I told them that it was a mixture of luck, hard work, and a lot of time, which was all true. Still, they thought I meant I looked everywhere for them and that for a long time before I got lucky enough to catch them, which suited me just fine. The fact that they could actually find variants that way if some of them tried it was true as well, so everything was fine in my books. I received a lot of pretty good offers for them, but I obviously declined all of them. Yet, this showed me that I could in the far-off future sell off some of the less than good descendants, light green potential and below, under the right circumstances for a pretty penny. I naturally would make sure the buyer was not an A*** hole, but that much should be easy with my aura and psionic abilities. My answer satisfied everyone's curiosity and they left me alone afterward. At least they did until I pulled out Lapras during our 15th battle. I had purposefully used her last so that I could skedaddle after her 2 fights. Still, after her first battle, I once more got swarmed in the lobby. I told them that I got her from a migrating school weeks ago and declined all offers. I told them I saw them far out the coast of Coast City and that the pod was long gone, which was all true. They would never find the Lapras if they looked there and I told them as much. However, I still saw some people leave the club after I answered the question. Anyway, I went to the registry and upgraded my member's rank, before signing up for my first battle as a swimmer. After Lapras won that one as well after a moderately tough battle I got out of the club. Once I walked a distance I entered a public toilet and called out Zata so that he could teleport us away. At our next stop, I entered my space and changed into my regular outdoor clothing before I asked Zata to bring me home. The reason for that cautious behavior was that it was a new exposure, where people's curiosity was the highest, so I decided to act like that as a small precaution. Chapter 130, Clubbing and Stroll Along the Coast. The next day I decided to visit the Flying as well as Battle Club since the day after was the weekend and I did not want my other Pokemon to complain that some of them got to fight while they didn't. So, I spent Dial Day clubbing as well. I visited the Flying Club first. My alias, only had Xatu and Pidgeotto available, since Mothra and Butterfree already fought for Maruam. Still, that was not a problem since was still a bird keeper, which was the first rank, with 2 wins, so the battles were 1 versus 1. I had them both fight 2 times, with Zata giving his opponents the grace minute. Since Pidgeotto was still at the Iron stage, even though she had broken the first limit, her fights were not as easy. Obviously, she still won, because we fought against genuine rookies and not some strong newcomers. I mean seriously, the only way for me to lose a battle at this level was in a fight against someone stronger. After increasing my winning streak to 6 I left for the Battle Club. Seb, Gaia, Nyx, Teddiursa, and Cubone were the ones that were assigned to Satoshi, my Battle Club alias. Named after the OG MC of the anime in honor of his deeds. Satoshi or Ash had saved the world so often that it wasn't funny. His Pokemon fought and bested legendaries, at least those in the anime, but my boy didn't get any recognition and couldn't even win a league for some reason. Him being the champion of Alola is meh. They may have done him dirty by ing with his journey and definitely the league tournament, but his name in form of my alias was going to be a Battle Club legend. Even if I chose to someday in the far-off future discard my anonymity, I was going to ask them to keep me registered as Satoshi for the Battle Club. He may have started out as an idiot, but he definitely deserved better by the end of his first region. Not to mention that they kinda sidelined him for AB********H. Anyway, my little rant aside. I was still a first-rank member, a page, but already had 7 wins, so I needed 8 more to rank up to squire. This meant that since everyone was going to battle twice, 4 of them would most likely battle rookies with Iron Stage Pokemon, and only one of them would get to battle trainers with Bronze Stage Pokemon. Cub 1 was definitely not the one since he was at the Iron Stage himself. I asked the other 4 to settle it among themselves, and ironically it took them longer to choose the winner than it took them to win their battles. In the end, Nyx won whatever they did to choose the lucky one, so yay for her I guess. During the first 2 fights I used Cub 1 and he won them both. Cubone's fights were actually the more interesting ones. When we called out our Pokemon at the first fight, what appeared on the other side was a Pidgeotto. I looked at the girl in front of me and saw that she looked happy when she saw Cub 1 as if she had already won. Now, as the nice guy I knew at that moment that I had to help her. Apparently, no one had told her that her Pidgeotto was only safe from ground types as long as it did not get hit. So, out of the good of my heart, I had to show her the error in that. Not to beat her but to help her become a better trainer. So, I had Cub 1 send a mud slap in Pidgeotto's direction not to hit it, but to block its vision through the mud. While its vision was blocked and its trainer was distracted by our in her opinion useless move, Cub 1 sent out his club and a boomerang. The club moved in a curve and hit Pidgeotto, who did not see it coming from behind. While Pidgeotto was falling and the girl was shouting, Cub 1 ran towards his falling foe, got a hold of his club once more, and began using Bone Club before Pidgeotto could recover. Before the girl could shout out some orders for her Pokemon to counter her, poor Pidgeotto got knocked out. The second trainer was pretty unfortunate, he called out a Pikachu. Now, Pikachu was a pretty fast Pokemon, so I made use of the fact that it couldn't use its electric moves against us. The only way for Pikachu to harm Cub 1 was to attack directly, so until it decided to come closer I attacked it with Mud Slap and used moves like Growl, Leer, Tail Whip, as well as Focus Energy. I did not believe it had any moves that could be dangerous for us, but nothing short of a Surf would save it. Actually, I was not sure if Pikachu could learn Surf, but even if it could I did not think that just anyone could get her Pikachu to learn it. Anyway, seeing no other choice, Pikachu's trainer finally told it to use Quick Attack. I just told Cub 1 to tank it and counter with Bone Club. What followed was predictable and Cub 1 actually managed to knock Pikachu out in a single hit. The rest of the page fights were pretty short since I did not come across any wolf in sheep clothing. Teddiursa, Gaia, and Seb all won their fights pretty easily. All of them tried to give their foes the grace minute. The most interesting battle among those had been against a Tauros that Teddiursa had to fight. I have no idea where the guy got a Tauros from and he didn't want to share it with me when I asked him, but it was kinda funny seeing a roughly 60 centimeters tall adorable Teddiursa beat up a 1.7 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long Tauros. Charm, Play Nice, and Brick Break came in pretty useful for the fight. Sweet Scent was pretty useful too, with it making Tauros a bit more sluggish than it was, which made attacking and dodging a lot easier for Teddiursa. Anyway, after their fights, I officially became a squire. So, Nyx had to participate in a 2 versus 2 fight, and since she would be fighting against 2 Pokemon I decided that 1 battle would be enough. The others also only fought 2 Pokemon after all. Lapras didn't count. Before I was called for the match, I saw Jessica, or more like she saw me and approached me. We talked for a bit. I learned that besides her Ekans she also had a Chansey and recently caught a Lickitung. I obviously asked her where she got her Chansey from and she said she received it for her outstanding performance at the nurse/nursing school. I thanked her for telling me about it even if it did not really turn out useful for me. She told me she was still a page but had already amassed 89 wins, so it wouldn't take her too long to rank up. I got called over the speakers and said goodbye to her. Nyx's fight was not that interesting and she won without too much difficulty against the opponent's Dodrio as well as Primeape. After the fight, I returned home to just talk the rest of the day with my Pokemon. The weekend was spent with my parents and I decided to explore the coast starting next week. I had spent enough time at the beach I had found and chose to continue walking along the coast to see if I could find other interesting places. I spent the arc day in Mude doing just that but did not come across anything interesting. On Girata Day something fantastic did happen, but it had nothing to do with my stroll across the coast. No, I noticed that Jade's potential had increased to deep blue. She, Drake, and Medusa had been the closest to a potential increase, so it was not a total surprise but very welcome nonetheless. Drake and Medusa were also about to upgrade their potential, practically only missing a sliver for it to happen. The next important event happens on Dial Day. Roughly 3 hours after lunch I came across a stream that actually had 2 Feebas swimming in it. I instantly checked their potential, but it turned out pretty bad. Nonetheless, I chose to believe that where there was one there had to be more. This was probably what the sailor I had talked to meant when he said there are some Feebas somewhere along the coast. Since the flow of the stream was headed in the direction of the sea, I chose to follow it to its source instead, in the hope that I would find more Feeba there. I followed the stream for more than an hour and saw 5 more Feeba during that time, but none were good enough. I actually came across a point where the stream split in two, one going in the direction I came from, the other one heading west. However, the plan was to find the stream origin, so I ignored the split for now. It took me roughly another 30 minutes to arrive at the lake the stream seemed to originate from. After checking my watch I saw that only had 30 minutes until I had to go home, so I made sure that there were Feeba inside the lake before leaving for home. I planned to come back after the weekend to check out all the Feeba. On Arc Day the next week I returned to the lake to check out the Feeba. I spent the whole day carefully combing through the lake for any Feeba I could find. Naturally, there were not only Feeba in the lake, but I still found more than 300 of them by the end of the day. Sadly, the best one had only deep yellow potential, so none of them qualified. I left the place disappointed that day but still returned the next day to do a double check just in case I had missed one. Well, to be frank, I was sure I had missed some. The double check was in case I got to check one I had not managed to check yesterday. So, I ended up spending the whole day checking the lake again. Yet, I found no one worthy even though I managed to check out a few more Feeba than yesterday. I had no choice but to ride off the lake. My next step was to go to the split point and follow the stream westward to see what I would find at the other end. Naturally, the hope was to find some more Feeba. That was what I did on Girata Day. I had Zata bring me to the lake, ran towards the splitting point of the stream, and from there followed the stream in the western direction. It actually took me nearly 4 hours to reach the end of the stream. During that time I saw and checked 8 Feeba, which gave me hope that I would find Feeba at the other end. I ended up standing at a semi-enclosed bay just 30 minutes before lunch. The stream flowed into the bay, which was connected to the sea. As for its form, it was kinda like this sea, with the mouth being pretty narrow. The inner area of the sea was filled with water, and that connected to the sea's back was the stream flowing into it. A brief look inside the water luckily showed some Feeba, so instead of directly diving into it, I called out everyone for lunch to get that out of the way first. Once everyone had eaten, I placed them back inside the space, so that they could do their training while I was searching for a Feeba. While I was doing that I noticed that Queen Bee had actually completed her first limit break. This meant she was ready to evolve. That being the case, I entered the space as well after everyone was inside and told them about the upcoming evolution. I took out all the materials I prepared for this case, and once everything was set up I gave Queen Bee the go-ahead. She began to shine bright like a diamond as soon as I gave the signal. Once the light show settled down. Name, Queen Bee. Species, Kakuna. Gender, female. Type, bug, poison. Potential, blue, 29.3%, 38.7%. Genetic modifiers, none. Abilities, shield dust, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirk, hardworking. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, high. Vitality, S. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Agility, S. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, Poison, minor. Bug, minor. Fairy, minor. Weaknesses: fire, minor. Flying, minor. Psychic, minor. Rock, minor. Condition: healthy, happy, pleased. Masteries: Bug E, manipulation, novice, dash, beginner. Poison E, manipulation, novice, dash, beginner. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Toxic thread, poison fong. Novice. Harden. Beginner. Bug bite, electroweb. Proficient. Advanced. String shot, poison sting. Mastered. Everyone congratulated her and I gave her some well-deserved praise as well. Her status screen came up as expected. Her potential had gotten an increase thanks to the things I had prepared. She learned Harden as all Kakuna do and her ability Run Away got replaced by Shed Skin. Being able to get rid of status conditions was much more useful than knowing when the best moment to escape was together with a short speed burst while escaping, at least in my opinion. She used to be food focused when I caught her something that came from her time in the wild, having to go hungry sometimes and all that, but during my care, she lost that, which was good. It showed that she believed in me. We celebrated her evolution a bit before I left to check the FIBA at the bay. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.